A man mistaken for a deity. His bookstore is frequented by powerful beings from both celestial and demonic realms. They offer countless treasures, just to exchange for a book from his hands, while in his eyes they are merely ordinary books. And in the hands of these powerful beings, they become supreme treasures capable of changing heaven and earth. Even statues of emperor-level beings were given to the man as decorations by these powerful ones. The man's name is Yifan, just an ordinary book collector. One day, a magic circle suddenly appeared before him. Driven by curiosity, he pressed it. However, when the magic circle activated, it summoned an otherworldly evil god. In the end, under the evil god's persuasion, he pushed open the golden door before him, bringing all his books to another world to become a librarian. At this moment, Yifan is organizing books inside, hoping that on this rainy night, someone might come in to buy a book. While outside, two men are hunting down a woman. Clearly, this woman is no ordinary person. At the cost of an abdominal injury, she killed the two men. However, now she must find a place to heal. That's when she discovers Yifan's bookstore. But it's already late at night, yet this shop is still open. She doesn't know if this is a trap or coincidence, so she nervously walks in. When she sees Yifan inside, she is startled, because the aura emanating from Yifan is terrifyingly powerful, as if a deity is looking down upon her. Yet in Yifan's eyes, she's just a heartbroken girl. He even wants to take this chance to promote his books, so he puts on a mysterious act and speaks words of encouragement to the woman. But unexpectedly, his words perfectly match the woman's situation. To the woman, this man before her already knows everything about her, so she respectfully sits before Yifan to listen to his teachings. Yifan sees the moment is right. He takes out an ordinary manual and tells the woman to study it well at home. But this seemingly ordinary book, in the woman's eyes, the book has become a radiant beasts and blood. When she opens it, countless liquid instantly bursts forth and completely engulfs her. She is utterly shocked, because the knowledge surging from the book is methods to control beast blood. For 10,000 years, countless people died seeking these methods. Its appearance is enough to change the current world order, yet this man gave it to her so casually. What kind of being is this man before her? Yifan sees the woman is so moved she's about to cry, thinking she was affected by his persuasive words. So Yifan continues to preach, using quotes from the book. Let the horn of doomsday blow as it may, you shall hold this book and stand before the supreme judge to change the world. He then takes out a cup of coffee to celebrate the new tomorrow. The woman believes this is a mission given by Yifan, this mysterious, powerful being. Without hesitation, she downs the scalding coffee in one gulp. Yifan also takes this time to bring out a library card for the woman to sign her name. After she signs, Yifan feels the name Jijixu seems familiar. Could she be the only daughter of that mineral development tycoon? Thinking of this, his eyes fill with dollar signs. Perhaps he could could earn renovation money from her. Then the woman leaves with an excited heart. She brushes past an old man on the road. Instantly she freezes as if targeted by a venomous snake, while the old man sees the beast blood in her hands and mutters that this is truly a lucky young lady. By the time she comes to her senses, the old man has vanished. She collapses, sitting on the ground in fear, because she recognized that the old man was the destruction level wizard Wild. Those half-serpent bloodline eyes and the mask on his face are his signature traits. In the entire world, there are only a few destruction level wizards. For beings of this level to visit this bookstore, it seems that man earlier is truly an extraordinary existence. Yet even such a destruction level powerhouse, in Yifan's eyes, is just a lonely elderly who needs care. The old man's first visit to the store was 2 years ago. As soon as he entered, he asked if they buy back books, while Yifan guessed from the old man's attire that he was a learned scholar, so he took the books and pretended to be inscrutable, as was his custom. First saying the book the old man brought involves nearly extinct languages and is very precious, and mysteriously said this book is filled with magic between its lines. These words instantly shocked the old man. He had clearly processed this book. Even the strongest in this world probably couldn't sense anything unusual, and his calm demeanor when seeing him earlier. Just what background does this young man have? Thinking this, the old man seriously said, I am indeed interested in languages. Do you also study this field? May I ask for some guidance? Hearing this, Yifan thought secretly that lonely elderly are easily hooked. To demonstrate his profound knowledge, he recommended a Wenzhou dialect book to the old man. This is one of the most difficult Chinese dialects, but in the old man's eyes, this book became the green eye of demon. He excitedly declared this is the true demon. However, as he is after all a destruction level powerhouse, he quickly regained composure and asked Yifan about the book's origin. Yifan said, this book comes from a brilliant, ancient civilization. Unfortunately, he can never set foot there again in this life. Brilliant, ancient civilization. Just one book is already so terrifying. This made the old man more certain that Yifan is a mysterious powerhouse, so he stood up and respectfully bowed to Yifan. The old man came this time to return previously borrowed books, and again requested Yifan to grant him another book of the same type, because 2 years ago, he battled a deity-level powerhouse. It was a terrible loss. During his most confused time, it was Yifan's book that guided his path forward, and recently, he vaguely feels he is about to break through. This is all thanks to this all-knowing and learned person before him. He must be a powerhouse far surpassing deity-level beings. At this time, Yifan searched for a while, finally taking out a self-written rituals and folk customs, and apologetically said, "Though somewhat presumptuous, but I think this book suits you." But the old man kneeled upon seeing it, because in his eyes this book had become the cannibal scripture, especially when seeing the author was Yifan. He was shocked beyond measure, then carefully asked, "Was this written by you?" Getting Yifan's affirmative response, his arms began trembling involuntarily. In this world there are truth societies that worship facts, there are plague churches that worship powerful beings, and there are azure sky churches that worship the moon. But this cannibal church has never been heard of. Could this person be trying to create a faith? Thinking this, the old man said, "Putting such an important thing in my hands really makes me feel uneasy." Seeing he seemed unwilling to borrow, Yifan again launched into his brainwashing speech. "Old Wang, I believe you can add more value to my book. If you think this book is good, you can help promote it." The old man hurriedly agreed after hearing this. To show gratitude, the old man also gave Yifan a stone statue. Yifan saw the statue was lifelike, perfect as a store decoration, so he happily accepted. But he didn't know this statue took the old man 20 years to complete. Not only could it automatically recognize killing intent, it also had impressive magic resistance and tough skin. In terms of combat power, it was no less than panic-level warriors. Then the old man deeply bowed to Yifan before leaving. After the old man left, Yifan was about to close shop when the words "long time no see" suddenly appeared on his desk. Yifan instantly understood this was the behind-the-scenes mastermind who transported him here 3 years ago, so he asked, "Why appear so suddenly? Do you need me to do something?" The words appeared on the desk, "You've already done it, and I have awakened. Could it be because I just asked old Wang to recommend my book to others? Is this beneficial to you?" And the word "yes" appeared on the desk. Then Yifan said he would try his best. Hearing Yifan's response, the words on the desk transformed into golden light and vanished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jijixu also began her revenge plan. After gaining beast blood control powers from Yifan's book, her strength had reached panic level. Originally, she was the second leader of the White Wolf organization, but their first leader's personality drastically changed after obtaining a treasure called Mirror Egg, beginning to massacre people within the organization. Now she led her guerrillas to the White Wolf organization's lair. But when they opened the door, they only found a woman hanging in midair. Jijixu sensed something was wrong and hurriedly went forward, asking what exactly happened here. However, at the moment of contact, the woman's face became horrific and mumbled, "Is that demon king about to descend?" As soon as the words fell, the woman's body exploded. Jijixu felt things might be more serious than she imagined. Her subordinate suggested letting their family-supported wizard divine, but was rejected by Jijixu because she thought of the mysterious, powerful Yifan. At this time, Yifan was worrying about having no business, drinking coffee boredly. When Jijixu pushed open the door and walked in, he hurriedly stood up saying, "Didn't expect to meet again so soon. Revisiting in such a short time, you're the first among my customers." Hearing this, Jijixu thought he was mocking her. Having received such powerful guidance, she should have resolved things in one go, yet she still had to come to the bookstore seeking help. At this time, the stone statue on the table caught her attention. Though without fluctuations, it emanated powerful pressure. Could this mean even if I failed, he is still willing to treat me with an inclusive and encouraging attitude? Thinking this, Jijixu involuntarily said sorry. Just then, her subordinate Mustache walked in, but in Mustache's eyes, Yifan was clearly just an ordinary person. He didn't understand why Jijixu sought his help, while Yifan guessed from Jijixu's words that her revenge plan against the scumbag had failed. So he again mysteriously said, "I already know your purpose, but you need not worry too much. Things are easier than you imagine. What you fear is only fear itself." Hearing these ambiguous words, Mustache instantly understood. Yifan was a complete fraud, because Mustache was very familiar with these tricks. Mustache was actually a spy planted by the White Wolf leader beside Jijixu. Just earlier, he had reported Jijixu's bookstore visit to the leader, but upon arriving at the bookstore, he was confused. He couldn't understand why Jijixu would be so respectful to an ordinary person, as if facing a deity-level powerhouse. Just then, Yifan went upstairs to use the bathroom. Mustache took the chance to tell Jijixu she had been deceived. This man is a complete fraud, but before he could finish speaking, a long sword was at his throat. Jijixu warned if he said another bad word about Mr. Yi, she would kill him right here. Seeing this situation, Mustache pretended to beg for mercy, but secretly took out a poisoned document. However, just as he erupted with killing intent, the stone statue on the table instantly opened its blood-filled mouth and pounced on him, then lifted him into mid-air like picking up a chicken. The next second, it swallowed him without hesitation. Even the blood on the ground was licked clean. After doing all this, the stone statue returned to its position, as if nothing had happened. Yifan also happened to come down at this time. In Jijixu's view, Yifan must be controlling the statue. This is his warning to me. At that instant, probably even I couldn't react. The fear of facing death made Jijixu's body start trembling, but Yifan was completely unaware of all this. Asked Jijixu the purpose of this visit. She carefully said she wanted Yifan to recommend another book. Getting the answer he wanted, Yifan began searching. But then he suddenly thought of Mustache, and reminded Jijixu that Mustache's eyes seemed off. You can only trust yourself. These words instantly shocked Jijiksu. Mr. Ye wouldn't say these things without reason. Could there be problems with Mustache's loyalty runes? But the runes were written by the wizard their family has supported for 100 years, and only she could remove them. Could he have betrayed the family? Yifan saw Jijiksu seem down, continued mysteriously saying, "When you have an iron will no one can defeat you," then handed her the book How Steel Was Tempered, also adding a classic quote, "Life only comes once, don't hide away in mediocrity, you have your own mission." After taking the book, Jijiksu dazedly came to the street. The book in her hand had already transformed into iron will. After opening it, even more dazzling light burst forth. The surrounding raindrops instantly froze. Then a huge eyeball appeared in the sky staring at her, but she felt a huge energy pouring into her body. This energy reformed her soul structure, making her mental power reach unprecedented peaks. Now she finally had the chance to break through panic level. This satisfaction of being filled with energy made her involuntarily bleed from her nose. At this time, she decided to become Yifan's loyal servant from now on. After Jijiksu left, a burly scarred man appeared at the bookstore entrance. This person was one of the 10 radiant knights of this continent, and also the enemy of the previous old man Wild. Learning that the old man had spent a long time here, he came to the bookstore to investigate. As soon as he entered, he used investigating eye. In his eyes, this was just an ordinary bookstore, and its owner was just a young man without energy fluctuations. The only abnormal thing was the stone statue on the table. So he asked if Yifan was the owner here. Yifan saw he seemed unfriendly. To close the distance, he warmly called him master. This master directly confused Scarface. He just looked a bit old, but considering Yifan was ordinary, he endured it. Then he asked if Yifan knew old man Wild. Hearing this, Yifan thought he was a customer introduced by the old man. So he asked back, "Are you friends with old Wang?" These words made Scarface more angry. How could he be friends with the old man after fighting for hundreds of years? But he still went along with Yifan's words, and probingly asked Yifan about the old man's address. But Yifan said the old man was just his regular customer. He didn't know personal information like home address, and also let Scarface sit down to read and relax. His casual attitude made Scarface curious. After becoming a Radiant Knight, no one dared speak to him so casually. Originally planning to leave without leads, he now decided to chat with this young man. But when he sat down, his arm accidentally touched the fairy tale Yifan was reading earlier. But in his eyes, the fairy tale became the eerily aura-filled child of the abyss. Yifan saw him staring at this book and knew the chance had come, so told him this book's funny stories are very healing. Can buy one to read. These words raised his doubts. What fairy tale would be called Child of the Abyss? So he wanted to take a look to satisfy his curiosity. But the moment he touched the book, he felt familiar pain and dizziness. The cursed magic sword in his body resonated with this book. However, before he could figure it out, he fainted and fell to the ground. This really scared Yifan. Is he having a heart attack? But when he ran over to check carefully, this steady pulse and even breathing, he actually fell asleep after just one look at the fairy tale. Yifan couldn't bear to see him sleep on the ground, so spent quite some effort moving him to the recliner. Then Yifan saw Scarface's arm was mechanical, so he decided he must be a retired military officer. Meanwhile, a black cat walked in. Seeing this scene, he was shocked, then hurriedly ran out, finding a place with no people. The black cat transformed into human form. It turned out he was Scarface, the Radiant Knight's #1 fan. To get close to his idol, he followed Scarface to the bookstore. However, he waited a long time without seeing his idol come out, so wanted to go in and look. He saw the scene Scarface fell, and Yifan dragging him to the recliner. At this time, Yifan in his eyes was a nighttime murderer, and the powerful Radiant Knight was so easily defeated before Yifan scared him into choosing to flee. Yifan's terrible aura earlier made him feel like he went through Ghost Dragon Pass, but he quickly calmed down. He would go back and tell Scarface's organization about what happened here. Meanwhile, Scarface's consciousness had arrived deep in his soul, but this time he didn't feel the usual pain from the magic sword. Then the book appeared and continuously emitted magic power. The next second, all this magic power poured into his mind. Just when he felt his head was about to burst, the magic sword floated behind him. The magic power emitted by the book and the magic power emitted by the sword fused together. The swelling in Scarface's head also disappeared. Then he woke up from the recliner. Seeing this, Yifan casually asked if he was feeling better. Realizing what happened, Scarface hurriedly stood up and said thank you. Just sitting in the store for a while, he had received such great help. Yifan said all visitors are customers, this is just part of his job. At this time, Scarface understood. The owner of this bookstore would maintain a neutral attitude toward any customer. Such a person must be a deity-level powerhouse who has lived countless years, and he could so easily resolve the magic sword curse that had troubled him for years. Perhaps he is even in existence far beyond deity level. It should be known that the first owner of this sword was historically the strongest person. He unfortunately contracted plague during that immortal demon war. To prevent the plague from spreading to the human world, he chose suicide. But his contaminated soul turned this sword into a demon sword. Since then, every owner of the demon sword would die from going insane. Just the day before Scarface had felt that day was approaching, but unexpectedly, this book could pacify the demon sword. However, Yifan was unaware of Scarface's thoughts. At this time, he just wanted to promote his books. He again mysteriously said, according to his usual practice. From first sight, I felt this book very suitable for you. Many people like you are in pain, but what defeats them is not pain, but the weak kindness in their hearts. These words made Scarface immediately think of the demon sword's previous two owners, thinking secretly could persisting in kindness really be wrong. Then Yifan said some more profound words. These words hit right at Scarface's inner heart, leaving him dumbfounded. At this time, Yifan in his eyes was the supreme existence. Seeing the moment was ripe, Yifan unhesitatingly took out the library card. Scarface signed his name without even thinking. Then he bowed deeply and left. Walking on the road, he only felt his whole body now filled with power, as if reborn. Meanwhile, on the other side, Old Man Wild had fallen into a crazy state studying Yifan's cannibal book, The Vast Knowledge Breadth, and these strange runes made his entire brain tremble. This is truly a great work. Then he put on his mask, preparing to visit Yifan again and give him another mysterious gift package. While here, the Black Cat told what he saw to Scarface's disciple. The disciple was shocked hearing this, immediately picked up the phone to notify everyone in the organization to go rescue. But at this time, Scarface's phone also came through. He told his disciple to withdraw all reconnaissance personnel around the bookstore and classify this as a top-secret area. The next day, Jijiksu, who received help twice, also got another power boost. Now she led her subordinates and finally found the White Wolf leader's location, but they were stopped by a group of white wizards, only to see a huge snake suddenly appear behind Jijiksu, just as the snake was about to swallow her. A huge wolf claw pierced into the snake's mouth. The next second, countless blood poured from the snake's body. The giant wolf Jijiksu transformed into toward the snake to pieces. The white wizards were all incredibly surprised seeing this. They couldn't believe someone in this world could really control beast blood, but they quickly calmed down because beasts must fear fire. So they launched fire attacks at Jijiksu. Countless flames surged toward her. Jijiksu dared not advance seeing the flames. At this time, black smoke began rising from her body. After an explosion sound, the white giant wolf had become a gray giant wolf. Meanwhile, a huge golden eyeball appeared in midair, continuously sending energy into Jijiksu's body. The leader watching the battle from the rooftop saw this scene and said to the person beside him, "Even Wild cannot achieve this kind of beast control ability. Have you seen Wild recently? Heard he frequently appears in a bookstore." The wizard beside replied hadn't seen him. Hearing this, the leader said, "Let's go see him. After all, he is your mentor." Just then, the leader's face suddenly changed. Jijiksu's spatial shifted behind him. Without time to react, he was knocked down by Jijiksu. Seeing the situation, he immediately called for help from the white wizard beside him, and the white wizard, with just a simple spell, made Jijiksu's body unable to move. After the leader was released, he took out a dagger. In the critical moment, Jijiksu shouted "Iron Finger." The next second, the leader arm was bitten off. At this time, the white wizard beside raised his magic staff, releasing a huge energy ball in the air. Seeing this, Jijiksu knew she definitely wasn't this person's match. Continuing to fight would only lead to death, so she used spatial shift again to escape. After she left, the leader said, "Jijiksu also frequently visits that bookstore lately. There must be some connection." As he spoke, a new arm actually grew from his shoulder. Then he let the white wizard go see what kind of person the bookstore owner really is. Next, a magic bullet shrouded in black mist appeared in his hand. "Guess what it will hatch?" the white wizard puzzledly asked. "Could it be a powerful magic beast?" The leader said no, what it will hatch will be a true god. Meanwhile, destruction-level wizard Wild, to show respect for Yifan, even gave him his family heirloom dreamcatcher as a gift. Though the dreamcatcher contains an incomparable beautiful dream, it also hides huge danger. If ordinary people use it, their souls will be instantly shattered. But Yifan thought it was just an ordinary decoration. When he hung the dreamcatcher at his bedhead and entered sleep, the dreamcatcher emitted a faint green light. Then Yifan dreamed he entered a world of white snow. Here he even saw a beautiful woman all in white. The woman had stayed alone in this dream for tens of thousands of years. This was her first time seeing someone come in, so she had a good time with Yifan. Meanwhile, outside the bookstore, White Wolf Organization's wizard Gailong was ordering his underling Black Bear to investigate exactly what kind of being Yifan is. They wanted to figure out why Wild and Jijiksu's powers would greatly increase after leaving here. But when Black Shadow entered the bookstore, he found there were no spiritual power fluctuations. He believed this was just an utterly ordinary bookstore. So to gain merit, he had thoughts of killing Yifan. But unexpectedly, after he opened the door to Yifan's room, he found many white flowers around Yifan. Yifan lay on the bed like a deity. More eerily, around the white flowers there was evil god aura surging. Just then, these auras suddenly frantically poured into Black Shadow's body. The next second, his body began violently convulsing. Then he closed the door, staggered down the stairs. Now he was like a completely different person. Meanwhile, his mouth was saying, "Lord, I am your faithful servant. I will eliminate all existence that threatens you." After finding Gilong waiting outside, he directly launched a sneak attack, threw 2 forks pinning Gilong to the wall, though not knowing why Black Shadow would betray him, but now must counterattack. As a powerful wizard, he stretched out his other hand using fire magic on Black Shadow. Intense flames instantly engulfed Black Shadow. Just when he thought Black Shadow must die, Black Shadow suddenly transformed into a huge monster. Now Gilong was completely panicked. He believed this was the bookstore owner's warning to him. Soon Ghost Dragon became a corpse lying on the ground. His surroundings also became like the scene in Yifan's room, and his mouth had a white flower stuck in it. The next day, Yifan, who finished conversing with the woman, woke from his dream. While washing up, he found 8 teeth had mysteriously grown in his mouth. He thought he was sick and didn't pay attention, but he didn't know 40 teeth in Buddhism means supreme existence. Just then, a young girl walked into the bookstore. She was Ivy, daughter of Radiant Knight Scarface. Yesterday, after Scarface returned, he classified the bookstore as a top-secret area. This raised Ivy's doubts, so she wanted to come investigate. However, coming all this way, but finding it was just an ordinary bookstore, she believed her father must have made a mistake. She wanted to beat up Yifan to vent some anger, but couldn't find a good reason. So she proposed arm wrestling with Yifan, and said if she lost she would buy a book from here. It should be known that in her eyes, Yifan was just an ordinary person. While she was a cultivator, how could she possibly lose? Yifan saw from Avy's attire, and knew this was someone from a wealthy background. To earn big money, he agreed to the arm wrestling proposal. But what Avy never expected was, Yifan won effortlessly. No matter how many times she tried, the result was the same. However, Yifan's next move even more dropped her jaw, because Yifan took out a 3 years of mock exams, 5 years of simulation from the bookshelf. In the girl's eyes, it became origin of the world, and she just glanced at it lightly. A golden door appeared before her. After pushing it open, her body fell into a mysterious space. Here she clearly felt her body being decomposed. Then energy formed a completely new body. When the girl came to her senses, she was covered in sweat. The earlier experience gave her the ability to freely absorb other cultivators' energy. Even among deity-level powerhouses, this ability was rare. Yet she just chatted with this man, and he granted her such powerful ability. This man is simply a devil. However, Yifan was unaware of all this. He thought the girl before him was scared by 3 years of mock exams, 5 years of simulation. After all, this book is every student's nightmare. To punish the girl for her earlier rudeness, Yifan pretended to be a teacher, patting the girl's shoulder, saying to her, "You don't like this book? I also have practice papers, want to take a look?" But in the girl's eyes, this person was clearly threatening her. If she didn't listen to him, she might die immediately, but if she listened, she might walk down a path of no return. But now the girl had no choice, so she deeply bowed to Yifan and expressed she definitely wouldn't disappoint him. Seeing such a big change in the girl, Yifan thought secretly 3 years of mock exams, 5 years of simulation is truly the nemesis of all naughty children. After packaging the book, he also didn't forget to charge the girl 100% yuan. The girl felt relieved after leaving here, didn't expect just coming to see the bookstore her father mentioned. Her life would undergo such a big change. Whatever, better hurry home, then can properly study the book's contents. Meanwhile, destruction-level powerhouse Wild was studying Yifan's book. A young man suddenly came to his door seeking help. After Wild opened the door, looking at the young man lying on the ground, his face was already full of tears, because this person was his beloved disciple who died many years ago. When Wild was young, he adopted an orphan from an orphanage and named him Shi Hao. Since then, he treated Shi Hao like his own son. Their relationship was as close as father and son. However, one day when Wild returned from being out, he found beloved disciple Shi Hao had been assassinated. Only an arm was left at the scene, though he found the black wizard who killed Shi Hao and took revenge, but couldn't find his soul and body. Without these two things, reviving Shi Hao was impossible. This meant he forever lost his beloved disciple. Since then, for over 10 years, Wild lived in pain, though Shi Hao's return this time made Wild very excited. But he was, after all, a destruction-level powerhouse. Soon discovered current Shi Hao was clearly like a different person. To resolve the doubts in his heart, he came to the bookstore seeking Yifan's help. Yifan saw he was downcast and silent, guessed he must have encountered something sad. He wouldn't speak, so Yifan didn't dare ask. To resolve the awkward situation, Yifan wanted to tell a little story, so he asked Wild if he had heard the story of the farmer and the snake. Wild indicated he hadn't, so Yifan started telling it on his own. Once there was a snake frozen stiff about to die. A passing farmer found it. Out of sympathy, the farmer put the snake in his bosom to warm its body, but the snake's first action after waking was instinctively biting the farmer's heart. The farmer also died because of this. Yifan also said the story tells us not to easily trust others. Also, don't deceive yourself, and don't be soft-hearted. Hearing this, Wild was shocked, This seems to be talking about me. So Mr. Yi knew all this long ago. Is this reminding me Shihao is no longer the previous Shihao? Thinking this, Wild also felt much relief. The beautiful past, after all, cannot come again. Seeing Wild's mood relaxed, Yifan thought his little story was well told. Next was to figure out why this lonely elderly was sad. As far as he knew, Wild had 2 adopted sons. One went out to work and had no news for over 10 years. The other found his birth parents and turned on him. What could make old Wang so sad? Could it be the first son Shihao returned? And most likely returned to divide property. Thinking this, Yifan asked if Shihao had returned, getting Wild's affirmative response. Yifan reminded him to be careful of such people who disappear for over 10 years then suddenly return. Don't deceive yourself. Don't become the farmer in the story. Hearing this, Wild threw back his head in pain. I just want him to accompany me more. What did I do wrong? But Shihao is no longer the previous Shihao. Better wake up from the dream earlier. Then he stood up expressing thanks to Yifan, then turned and left. And Shihao was reporting mission progress to his current master now. His master ordered him to kill Wild after learning all his life's knowledge. However, they didn't know Wild, who returned from Yifan, was no longer confused. After Wild got home, he smilingly said to Shihao, "My good disciple, go get my golden dagger," and said he would teach him his most powerful technique. Shihao appeared extremely excited on the surface, but as soon as he turned around, a sinister smile appeared on his face, because his master's task for him was to learn all of Wild's life's knowledge, and then kill him. But Shihao never expected that after Wild took the dagger, he would unhesitatingly stab it into his brow, looking at his slowly falling disciple. Though Wild felt immense reluctance in his heart, he had no choice, because this disciple who died years ago and was resurrected was no longer himself, and the person who could perform resurrection magic so perfectly. Shihao's master must be a destruction-level dark wizard. Indeed, looking at the puppet blood emanating from the corpse, Wild instantly understood who wanted to harm him. It was Murphy, the owner of the Eternal Sleep Coffin and leader of the Red Church. Meanwhile, in the Red Church's secret chamber, Murphy was kneeling before the altar using soul magic. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and blood flowed from the magic array. What happened next startled her even more. The ground of the secret chamber began to crack. Then a huge energy ball descended from the sky, striking the mountaintop where the secret chamber was located. Even she, a destruction-level powerhouse, was blown away by the explosion's aftermath. When the Red Church members arrived, this place had already become ruins. After the thick smoke dispersed, Murphy walked out covered in blood. She knew the control of Shihao had been exposed, but she hadn't expected Wild to be strong enough to locate her through the corpse and launch a counterattack. The intelligence she received clearly stated that Wild's power was much weaker than before. It turns out that earlier a person called Gilong had found Murphy. Gilong was another disciple of Wild. Due to Wild's excessive favoritism toward Shihao, Gilong became jealous, and his heart became extremely twisted. So he killed Shihao while Wild was away, then took Shihao's soul and body to find Murphy, and said that after Wild's battle with the luminous knight Scarface, he was severely injured, his power greatly reduced by half. If they took this opportunity to resurrect Shihao, they could use him to easily kill Wild, and as a destruction-level powerhouse, his life force could provide great help in hatching the magic mirror egg. Hearing this, Murphy was tempted, because the magic mirror egg, a magical creature jointly owned with the White Wolf organization, had shown no signs of hatching for decades. So she used the Eternal Sleep Coffin, spending several years to resurrect Shihao, then began executing Ghost Dragon's plan. She hadn't expected such an outcome. At this moment she was furious, unable to understand why everything had been progressing so smoothly. Why did Wild, after only being gone for half an hour, come back and kill his most beloved disciple with one strike? Just then the White Wolf organization's leader Harris requested an audience, saying he knew the reason for Murphy's failure. This left Murphy very puzzled. It would take at least 3 days to travel from White Wolf territory to here, yet Harris could foresee her failure and arrive here. Thinking of this, Murphy emanated a terrifying aura, demanding that if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, then she would conclude he was also involved in this matter, while Harris was already scared, sweating profusely by this terrifying presence. Stuttering, he said, "A few days ago I suggested you investigate a bookstore, but you refused. And half an hour ago, Wild had just visited that bookstore. The culprit behind Wild regaining his power and this mission's failure was the owner of that bookstore." Murphy was furious after hearing this. She immediately ordered her subordinates to prepare the ritual. She would use the instant death ray to blast the bookstore into ruins. She was clearly a powerful elven princess, yet was completely fooled by an ordinary bookstore owner. As soon as she entered, she felt the owner emanated a terrifying presence. Especially when she saw the owner had 40 teeth in his mouth, she became even more convinced this person was a mysterious king hidden in the world. 40 teeth is one of the 32 phases of Buddha in Buddhism. Even when she used her ability to probe the surroundings, she actually actually sensed the presence of Silver, the goddess who controls frost and snow. But what she didn't know was that in bookstore owner Yi Fan's eyes, she was just a young girl. The girl's name was Ash, and the reason she came here was because yesterday she rescued a severely injured girl at her doorstep. This girl was Ji Jixu, who had received Ye Fan's help twice before she was ever severely wounded by the White Wolf organization's Dark Wizard. To escape death, she forcefully used spatial jump twice. Her final landing point happened to be at Ash's doorstep. Seeing this, Ash chose to take her back home, because if the people chasing her came here, they would definitely discover herself one of the very rare elves on this continent. After Ji Jixu woke up from her coma, finding herself in an unfamiliar place, Ash came over and explained what had happened. But unexpectedly, Ji Jixu thought that after exhausting her energy and forcefully using spatial jump, even if she didn't die, she should be crippled. Yet she survived unharmed. Plus, if it weren't for Yi Fan's book Will of Steel reforming her soul, she wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure of 2 spatial jumps. At this moment, she believed everything was arranged by Yi Fan. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shout. As expected of Mr. Yi, everything was under his control, while Yi Fan in the bookstore sneezed involuntarily. In the subsequent conversation, Ji Jixu learned that Ash was from the most mysterious and ancient iris family of the Black Rose continent. According to historical records, that continent became ruins after the Elf King sealed it. Later, some elves signed a contract with the witch LeBlanc for protection. She came to Ionia this time, under LeBlanc's orders, to find the Silver Goddess. The Silver Goddess was one of the 4 primal witches. No one had seen her true appearance, only knowing she slumbers in an icy dreamscape. LeBlanc prophesied that the Silver Goddess would soon descend her dreamscape in Ionia to favor someone illuminated by the stars. Hearing this, Ji Jixu suggested Ash visit the bookstore on 32nd Street. The owner there might be able to help you, because he is a true powerhouse, and a person comparable to an omniscient deity. At this moment, Yi Fan sneezed again involuntarily. Ash said she would go after the heavy rain stops, but when she went to the kitchen, her expression became very grim. She believed no one except the 4 primal witches could be called omniscient deities. If she saw Yi Fan wasn't as great as claimed, she wouldn't mind killing him immediately. However, none of them expected that last night when Yi Fan was sleeping, the Snow White woman he dreamed of was the Silver Goddess. The next day, Ash came to Yi Fan's bookstore. At this time, Yi Fan was puzzled about suddenly growing 8 more teeth, though his appearance hadn't changed. He felt he was becoming more and more like a pyramid scheme leader. Just then, Ash walked in. When Yi Fan saw her, his eyes lit up immediately. This cosplay styling really struck his heart. However, when Ash saw that Yi Fan wasn't surprised to see her, an elven princess, but instead was looking her up and down, she believed this was because Yi Fan had foreseen her arrival, and she also saw appreciation and approval in Yi Fan's gaze, so she decided to first use her ability to probe the entire bookstore. When Ash discovered Yi Fan had 40 teeth, she became more certain the man before her wasn't human. Though he had a human appearance, the aura he emanated in every movement indicated he was an ancient unknown existence. Just then, the badge on Ash's chest suddenly began to tremble. When her ability flowed back, it actually carried the Silver Goddess's presence, and the source of that presence was in the seemingly ordinary bedroom on the 2nd floor of this bookstore. This made Ash even more apprehensive. This meant the great Silver Goddess had descended her dreamscape here before, to bring favor to someone on Earth. Obviously, in this bookstore, the only one who could be favored was the seemingly young bookstore owner before her. Could he be the one illuminated by the stars? The woman became an existence capable of destroying heaven and earth after 10,000 years. She once reduced an entire continent to wasteland in an instant. The eternal sleep coffin in her hand could resurrect anything in this world. But now she had to use the forbidden technique, Instant Death Ray, to blast this ordinary bookstore to pieces. While at this time, bookstore owner Yi Fan was unaware of the approaching danger. Still chatting with his customer Ash, Yi Fan thought the Ash before him was just a girl who liked cosplay. But Yi Fan didn't know she was a powerful elven princess. And after Ash used her ability to probe the entire bookstore, learning that the frost-controlling Silver Goddess had descended here before, she became convinced Yi Fan was the prophesied person illuminated by the stars. So Ash told Yi Fan that Ji Jixu introduced her here. You've helped her solve many problems. In her eyes, you are like a deity. Now I've also encountered some thorny problems and hope you can help me. Yi Fan was confused after hearing this. He had only helped Ji Jixu solve some relationship problems, yet she praised him so highly. Could this young lady have watched too many idol dramas? But Yi Fan was, after all, an experienced smooth talker. He didn't show any of these thoughts, just pretending to be calm and saying to Ash, "Tell me your problem first, I'll help within my abilities." So Ash said she was from the ancient Iris family, but since losing their faith's support, they gradually declined. Now they want to rebuild the family's past. Let the Iris family's glory bloom again. After hearing this, Yi Fan thought to himself. Though this problem sounds difficult, it actually falls within my expertise. You should know that when he was in China, he was a book collector. Among his collected books were ways to restore family glory, and he had specifically studied this issue. So he solemnly said, I roughly understand your problem. It may be difficult for others, but it's not a big deal for me. However, if you want my help, you need to pay extra. Just as he finished speaking, a strong light suddenly shot directly at them. The dazzling light made Yi Fan unable to open his eyes, and he could clearly feel this light was targeting him. At this moment, he began to panic, because since crossing over, he hadn't even registered for household registration yet. Could it be that the police uncles were coming to arrest him for this reason? Whatever the reason, Yi Fan still decided to go out and look. Continuing like this, wouldn't it affect his money-making speed? Just then, Ash stood up, indicating for Yi Fan to wait a moment. She would go out and solve the trouble outside. Yi Fan saw her confident manner and thought to himself, after all, Ash is a friend of Ji Jixu, that wealthy young lady. She must know more people than me. Such situations might just be small problems for her. Then Yi Fan thanked her for offering to help, but unexpectedly, Ash said, I will gain your approval in my own way. It's my honor to solve troubles for you. Yi Fan was confused again after hearing this. Indeed, anyone who could be friends with Ji Jixu isn't normal. While at this time, the Red Church leader stood in midair. Around her were all powerful dark wizards. Their magic arrays had been completed, about to use numerous instant death rays to level the bookstore. Murphy confidently stated that at such close range, even if the bookstore owner was very powerful, he would be seriously injured if not dead. With her command, huge energy gushed out from the magic arrays, forming a skyward beam shooting toward the ground. Everything in the beam's path was completely annihilated. Ash also felt the power of the instant death ray, but she still resolutely walked out, because she believed this was Yi Fan's test of her. Only after passing it could she receive help from this deity-like person. This was all for the sake of reviving the Iris family's glory. When she pushed open the door, the instant death ray had already reached the bookstore entrance. The Red Church members in the sky were all excited, like watching a great masterpiece about to be completed. However, when Ash stepped out, their beautiful dream was already declared shattered. Ash looked at the all-destroying beam before her without fear. She just slowly extended her palm. A withered tree branch appeared in her hand. Then the branch grew larger and larger until it became the sage's staff. When the staff fell at that moment, the ground exploded with a boom. A huge energy spread to the surroundings. Only at this moment did Ash reveal her full power. She was actually also a destruction-level existence. She raised the sage's staff and called out, in the name of the great elven sage, I command all forest beings to protect my master's peace. Then many saplings sprang from the ground, almost instantly forming a towering tree. And that extremely powerful beam striking it only moved it slightly. Murphy couldn't believe what she saw. The seemingly fragile elf before her was actually a powerhouse with destruction-level strength. Even more unbelievable was that such a powerful existence would call the bookstore owner master. And at this time, Ash chanted spells to break down the staff. Moments later, it formed into a huge bow and arrow. All things in the world are tied to one arrow. Don't take kindness for weakness. Then Ash used all her strength to shoot the arrow skyward. Murphy saw this and sensed something wrong, hurriedly telling the dark wizards around the sky transmission array to scatter. However, it was too late. After a violent explosion, the transmission array was destroyed. The surrounding dark wizards also lost their lives, falling to the ground. Seeing her companions become dismembered corpses, Murphy was furious. Lightning flashed between her hands. The eternal sleep coffin also appeared behind her. The Red Church members were first surprised when they saw this, but the next second, all of them became very excited under the eternal sleep coffin's bewitchment. At this time, they actually wanted to sacrifice themselves to the eternal sleep coffin. Then their souls were absorbed by beams of light. When the ritual was completed, a huge dream beast rushed out from the coffin, and Murphy stood on top of the dream beast's head. At this time, only Murphy remained on the battlefield that originally had hundreds of people, but she had to do this because the transmission array was destroyed. She had no retreat path. Looking at the approaching dream beast, Ash wasn't panicked, but instead mocked the Murphy's ignorance. While Murphy thought she was frightened stupid by her dream beast, Ash said words were useless. Everything would be clear in a few seconds. The reason she was so confident was because her family was protected by the witch who controlled dreams. Summoning dream beasts was their innate ability. Murphy's action was simply seeking death. Ash just lightly snapped her fingers. A huge claw appeared before Murphy. When this giant beast figure was fully revealed, Murphy was scared pale, because her dream beast was like an ant before it. Seeing this, Ash knew the battle was decided. She turned around stylishly back to the bookstore. Behind her, only Murphy's painful screams remained. While at this time, Yi Fan in the bookstore suddenly felt the ground shake, but when he came to the window, he could only see a white expanse of fog. However, that dazzling light from before had disappeared. It seems Ash's negotiation was very effective. At this time, Ash also walked in and said, sorry to keep you waiting. Did the commotion outside disturb you? Yi Fan stared at Ash, finding she just looked a bit pale, her clothes unchanged. He thought to himself, Miss Ash is indeed from nobility, easily solving problems. So Yi Fan honestly said, the rain sound was too loud just now. I really couldn't hear anything. But these words tasted different in Ash's ears, because earlier, to not disturb Yi Fan, though she specially opened a sound barrier, this mysterious great person couldn't possibly not notice anything. but he attributed the reason to rain's sound. Could he be implying something else? Does the so-called rain refer to the current turbulent situation across the entire Ionia continent? Currently, on the continent, there are not only hunters and wizards, but also Mitai and the Truth Association. Various forces are intricately complex, forming a huge vortex. And in this vortex, my battle with Murphy just now between two destruction-level powerhouses, in his view, was just a small splash, not even worth hearing. Is this the perspective of a true high-level being? It's really unimaginable what role this mysterious man plays in this reign. While Yi Fan naturally didn't know about Ash's mental activities, at this time he just wanted to quickly sell his books, so he eagerly pulled out a copy of Articles and Totems. While Ash just lightly touched it, she fell into an extremely terrifying dreamscape, because the dream beasts appearing behind her were uncontrollable even for a powerhouse of her level. Just when she thought she would be killed by these dream beasts, she found they were all bound by a strange magic array, and this magic array was the symbol presented on the first page of this book. When she came back to her senses, she was delighted to discover that in that instant just now, she had actually touched the threshold of ascending to deity level. It's worth noting that after entering destruction level, she had been unable to advance for thousands of years. Seeing Ash lost in thought, Yi Fan thought he had already fooled her enough, so he decided to use other tactics. He unhesitatingly pulled out a box from under the table, then said to Ash, "Since you want me to help restore your family's glory, this book should be read by your clan members too. I only have 30 copies left here. I'll give you a bulk discount price." When Ash saw this, she was shocked. Such precious books, this great person actually mass-produced them. Indeed, the interests of great figures are unfathomable to people like me. Then she respectfully said to Yi Fan, "Since you are so generous, my Iris family is willing to serve you." Seeing Ash's reaction, Yi Fan was overjoyed inside. Now he had money for renovating the store. Meanwhile, outside, people from the Truth Association and Mitai were investigating the battlefield after Ash and Murphy's battle. Mitai's luminous knight Scarface also appeared here, but at this time he was cursing loudly at the Truth Association people, letting two destruction-level powerhouses rampage in the city as they pleased. The Truth Association's proud detection network was really just for show. Just then subordinates came to report the situation. The Truth Association's Ezreal detected through his ability that the target of Red Church's numerous instant death rays this time was this bookstore before them, and the battle that should have been a sure victory actually failed. Even their leader Murphy died here. So Ezreal prepared to enter the bookstore to investigate. Scarface was startled when he heard this, because he had received help from the bookstore owner before. He naturally knew how terrifying an existence the bookstore's owner was, so he hurriedly tried to stop him. But Ezreal was stubborn, ignoring the persuasion and insisting on going in to investigate the truth, even getting into a fierce argument with Scarface, this luminous knight. Just then, Ash walked out from the bookstore, the sage's staff appearing in her hand. "What are you doing at my master's door? Who gave you the courage to spy on my master's existence?" After speaking, Ash emanated a terrifying aura. This directly scared Ezreal to tears. He could feel he would be reduced to ashes if he moved even slightly. He didn't know what to do now. He also didn't understand why just an ordinary bookstore could receive such high regard from these two destruction-level powerhouses. Finally, Scarface stepped forward to explain. Only then did Ash put away her killing intent. Ezreal hurriedly fled from here. Meanwhile, in the Truth Association's meeting room, several elders were surprised that someone had accepted the bounty mission to kill Wild. It's worth noting that Wild was a destruction-level powerhouse, and no one dared to provoke him. But the one who accepted the mission was just a panic-level hunter named Yasuo. Just then, the Truth Association's Vice Chairman Braum walked in. This mission was personally issued by him, because he learned that Wild had some connection with this bookstore, and recent events on the Ionia continent were all related to this bookstore. He wasn't clear what kind of existence the bookstore's owner was, so he wanted to use Yasuo to probe a bit, find out if the bookstore's owner was a good existence or an evil one, and Yasuo recently just needed to advance from panic level to destruction level. Braum promised after killing Wild, he would help him successfully advance. At this time, Yi Fan was admiring the roses Ash gave him, but he didn't notice there was actually an eye among these flowers. He also didn't know that a person called Yasuo was standing at the door full of killing intent. The man had great battle power and full of glory. The wind blade in his hand made countless people tremble in fear, yet now stood at an ordinary bookstore door not daring to step forward, though his mission was to disguise as an ordinary customer. Enter the bookstore to conduct basic probing. But the series of recent events on this continent all had intricate connections with this bookstore's owner, and he detected with his ability that there was a statue inside. Its function was to automatically identify killing intent and then counter-kill. Even though he was just one step away from destruction level, he couldn't escape unscathed. After pondering for a while, Yasuo still decided to push the door and enter. He felt as long as he disguised well, he wouldn't be discovered, and he was very confident in his disguise skills. While bookstore owner Ye Fan, seeing someone come in, very enthusiastically stood up saying welcome. He naturally wouldn't miss any money-making opportunity. opportunity. Yasuo responded he was just browsing. Yifan said, then look around freely, find me if you have any questions. At this time, Yasuo thought to himself, just naturally browse around. Then he could go out to find Wild for a death battle, but when his gaze fell on a bunch of roses, he was immediately frightened stupid, because an eye actually crawled out from among these roses. But earlier, when using ability to probe from outside, he hadn't detected any ability fluctuations from the roses. Suddenly, he found his body was not only restrained, but the roses were actually absorbing his soul. At this time, he recalled what Yifan said earlier about looking around freely, find me if you have questions. He couldn't help cursing inside. So he had seen through my disguise from the beginning. He had planned everything from the start. Look around freely, I can't even move, how can I look around freely? But none of this matters. What's important is he could feel his soul being slowly devoured, yet he could prevent nothing, only slowly wait for death. This feeling of hopeless powerlessness almost made him cry. Most hateful was that he still smiled watching himself, as if watching a clown perform before him. At this time, Yasuo was very certain Yifan was a demon who toyed with people's hearts. While Yifan noticed Yasuo kept staring at his roses, he thought he was attracted by his roses. So he raised the flowers asking, don't you also think my roses are very beautiful? The moment he picked up the flowers, the restraints on Yasuo completely disappeared. This feeling of surviving death left him unable to even cry. Looking at the roses full of eyes slowly closing again, Yasuo couldn't help saying, beautiful, these flowers are really beautiful. At this time, Yasuo had completely lost his will to fight, just wanting to lie in bed quietly contemplating the meaning of life. Whatever destruction level certification, whatever wild, none of it mattered anymore. Most important was being alive. Now he looked at Yifan like looking at a deity who scorned everything. While Yifan didn't know about Yasuo's mental activities, but Yifan analyzed from Yasuo's clothes. He was a white-collar worker around 35 years old, at this age approaching middle age. With wife inside, boss outside, he was exactly at a time of exploding pressure, and seeing his painful appearance, he must have encountered some unspeakable difficulty. While comforting people was one of Yifan's few strengths, so he said to Yasuo, if you have anything unhappy, we can sit down and talk about it. I'm very good at comforting people. Yasuo panicked after hearing this. Is it literally comforting people? Is he threatening that if I don't sit down and confess clearly, he will kill me? But if I say what makes me unhappy is that I was ordered to ambush Wild here, and disguised as an ordinary person to probe the store, but ended up being played by you, I will definitely be dissected by you. At this time, Yifan urged him again to sit down and talk. He originally wanted to quickly escape from here, but his body, instinctively terrified, sat down in the chair against his will. At this time, he really wanted to cry hard, but what Yifan said next startled him greatly. Just hear Yifan say, I guess the issue you encountered should be about career advancement. While Yasuo's purpose in coming here was exactly to get the Truth Association's destruction level certification. When he heard this, he thought Yifan had known everything all along. Thinking to himself, the Truth Association, people really didn't tell me. The man before me is such a great existence. He sighed, then said to Yifan, I just wanted to get an advancement certification. Those people used this opportunity to exploit me, even disregarding my life safety. But these words to Yifan's ears. He thought Yasuo was seeking promotion and raise, but was repeatedly exploited by superiors. So he poured Yasuo a cup of coffee and said, my dear customer, have you thought about finding another way out? The man had bitterly cultivated for 3,000 years, yet always remained one step away from destruction level powerhouse, and his hunter lineage gained powerful strength by injecting dream beasts' corrupt blood. But this kind of externally sourced power was very unstable. With age increase would gradually be assimilated by beast blood, losing rationality. At Yasuo's age could only maintain status quo by taking medicine. Only advancing to destruction level could escape this desperate state. So he decided to accept the bounty mission to kill destruction level powerhouse Wild and disguise as ordinary customer to probe a bookstore. After completing the mission, he could get Truth Association's help. However, he didn't expect that an ordinary rose in this bookstore almost took his life, and this bookstore's owner even guessed with one sentence that he encountered career advancement issues. At this time, he realized he was being used by the Truth Association. The bookstore owner's various behaviors all indicated he was a supreme existence. Everything was under his control. While Yasuo didn't know that in Yifan's eyes, he was just a middle-aged person encountering work difficulties, so he suggested Yasuo find another way out, change to a better job. Be brave to make changes and find your meaning of existence. Think about your current situation, then think about the situation of similar people around you. Are you all going to live like this for life? Unexpectedly, these simple words aroused Yasuo's high fighting spirit, because the hunter lineage would lose rationality anytime and cause damage to the city. The Truth Association and Mitai, representing Justice's side, viewed them as potential enemies. Even only with Truth Association's approval could they advance levels. Otherwise, they would receive their merciless elimination. After hearing Yifan's words, Yasuo suddenly understood. Why should we hunters' fate be controlled by others? We should rely on our own power to seek a new future. Seeing his excited appearance, Yifan thought to himself, though this customer has fallen into middle-age crisis confusion, he still has an unwilling to lose heart. So Yifan decided to use words of encouragement again to break down Yasuo's psychological defenses. purchases. This way, maybe he could buy several more books from himself. Sometimes pure compromise can't get you the peace and quiet you want. It might even make them think you're weak and bully you more. If you're willing to try, I can introduce you to a new job. I have a customer here called Jijiksu who might be able to help you. A few days ago, she encountered some trouble and I helped solve it. When Yasuo heard this name, his face changed greatly because Jijiksu's strength suddenly increased greatly recently, and her newly created organization developed very rapidly. So she received help from this bookstore's owner. Could this great person want me to integrate the independent hunters? Then join Jijiksu's organization. Help her establish a force that can rival Truth Association and Mitai. This way everything makes complete sense. So this great person had been planning all this, and that I could become a small chess piece in this chess game is truly my great honor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking, was all this within your expectations? Yifan seriously said on the surface, of course it was. But in his heart he was thinking, how could I possibly know? I'm not omniscient. I just say some words of encouragement based on customer situations. How you understand it is your business. At this time, Yifan, seeing Yasuo was persuaded enough by him, said, you definitely don't have much experience in your first venture. I have a book here that can help you. And what Yifan pulled from the bookshelf was a book, Zero Cost Entrepreneurship. But just this ordinary book, in Yasuo's eyes, became full of bizarre void sacrifice, and there seemed to be a force in that book urging him to quickly open it. But when Yasuo opened the book, his body fell into a void hell full of darkness. This book in his hand was the only light. At this time, a void monster appeared before him. His chest was also pierced by suddenly appearing light. But at this time, he felt no pain at all, instead felt a refreshing sensation of body being baptized. As more and more void monsters appeared, he also became the only light in void hell. Moments later, his body returned to reality. Now he felt he could enter that unfathomable void hell anytime, and the void monsters inside were all deity level. As long as suitable sacrifices were offered to them, they would bestow their powerful strength in return, and for Yifan, who could casually give away such deity-level power as gifts, Yasuo already didn't know how to describe his greatness. Yasuo could only bow deeply to express thanks, while Yifan just lightly replied, hope next time I see you, you can obtain what you want. When Yasuo left, he was still feeling honored to become Yifan's chess piece. Looking at Yasuo's departing figure, Yifan just remembered he hadn't asked for money. But this wasn't important. Being able to help a confused person walk out of predicament was also good. Life should be full of positive energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jijiksu encountered big trouble. Her father, Ionia continent's top wealthy man, was very dissatisfied with what Jijiksu was doing now. He wanted to stop everything Jijiksu was doing now. This city was divided into upper and lower districts. Upper district people lived luxuriously, while lower district people were full of diseases, looking strange. Therefore, the two districts were completely isolated by an organization called Truth Association. But the lower district's mineral resources were very rich, yet the minerals they mined didn't belong to themselves, but had to be given to a company called Demacia in exchange for food. This company was also the only company with rights to enter the lower district. Though the company's chairman Garen was just an ordinary person, as Ionia continent's top wealthy man, he naturally gathered many ability users around him. Therefore, he formed a tripartite balance with Truth Association and Mitai, these two organizations. But now his daughter Jijiksu wanted to create a fourth organization to break this balance. Garen learned this and was furiously angry, immediately returned home to stop Jijiksu, while at this time she was studying the books Yifan gave her in the room. Now she was about to completely tame the beast transformed from corrupt blood inside her body. Could even freely control the contraction degree of every pore on her skin, just one step away from advancing to destruction level. Her next task was to spread this book to more hunters. When more hunters could control the tainted blood, they could truly become the fourth major organization on this continent. At this moment, a servant came in to inform her that her father Galen was waiting for her in the dining room. Jijiksu wasn't surprised upon hearing this, as everything was proceeding according to her plan. When her father saw her, he stated directly, if you really want to create a fourth organization, you'll likely face secret retaliation from both the Truth Society and Mitai. However, Jijiksu calmly asked her father in return, you read the plans in my diary, didn't you? That was written deliberately. Only then did her father realize that Jijiksu had intentionally written a plan for him to discover. She did this to make him come back and negotiate with her. Looking at Jijiksu's confident expression, her father said with emotion, it seems you've truly grown up, while I still treat you like a child. Since you're so confident, tell me what your bargaining chip is. Jijiksu replied that I can tell you my real plans and bargaining chips, but please stop sending people to rummage through my room secretly. They won't be able to give you the real answers. Her father was shocked upon hearing this, as he hadn't expected Jijiksu to know even about this matter. What he didn't know was that Jijiksu could now monitor all movements within the mansion through the second book Yifan had given her. Then Jijiksu pulled out the first first book Beasts and Blood from behind her, stating that the master behind this book was her real bargaining chip. She then told her father about how she met Yi Fan. After listening and thinking briefly, her father said, "From what you're saying, this person still seems unpredictable at present. Moreover, what you're planning to do will surely cause a huge storm. If you need Demacia Company's help, what benefits will we receive in return?" Ji Jixu explained that books like this were merely common merchandise in Yi Fan's possession. If Demacia Company could obtain the bookstore sales rights, it would be an immeasurable fortune. Through several interactions, she had discovered that the bookstore's owner had his own principles. He consistently followed the logical actions of a bookstore owner, and as long as one followed his wishes, he was actually very kind. She then told her father that if he thought this matter had potential, it would be best to meet with Yi Fan personally. After the conversation, he could decide whether to throw Ji Jixu's plan in the trash or continue implementing it. And so this top wealthy figure of the Ionian continent decided to personally visit Yi Fan's bookstore to see this mysterious figure Ji Jixu spoke of. Meanwhile, the White Wolf organization was holding a secret meeting. Their forces had been mostly destroyed by Ji Jixu's power, and their ally, the Red Church, had been completely defeated. The magic mirror eggs in their possession could no longer be hatched. Now the organization was like scattered sand, with morale completely shattered. At this moment, Leader Harris stood up and slammed the table, saying loudly that their primary task now was to hatch the magic mirror eggs. Once we hatch them, we will be invincible. In 3 days, a batch of gems will be shipped from the Truth Society's warehouse. This time, we must get our hands on them. Then he dismissed everyone. After they left, Harris helplessly patted his forehead, because this batch of gems actually couldn't hatch the magic mirror eggs. But if he didn't say this, the White Wolf organization would truly be finished. However, at this moment, a terrifying voice suddenly appeared above his head. At the same time, a voice came from the shadows. "I will help you solve your problem. The mirror egg is a torch, and life is the most precious fuel." But what Harris hadn't expected was that this voice belonged to destruction-level Wizard Wild. What constitutes a divine-level existence? Is it the torch that first emerged in the world, or the Elf King who ruled over humans for tens of thousands of years, or perhaps the original 4 witches who represent absolute power? Although each of these exists above all other creatures, in the Radiant Knight's eyes, there was now only one person who could be considered divine. That was the owner behind this bookstore, Yi Fan. Because Yi Fan could suppress the cursed sword within him with just one book, and even promised to help him completely solve this problem that had troubled him for thousands of years. It's worth noting that the curse of the magic sword originated from the Elf King of ancient times. Every Radiant Knight who possessed it would eventually die from madness. However, just as Scarface was about to hand over the magic sword to Yi Fan, he was stopped by the Mitai Council of Elders, because they weren't sure if Yi Fan was good or evil, if he was on the side of evil. The consequences of giving him such a powerful magic sword would be unimaginable. So they sent Evaluator Vane to investigate the bookstore. She not only had 1/4 harpy blood, but also possessed the talent of mental unity, with a natural sensitivity to good and evil. But they could never have imagined that in Yi Fan's eyes, Scarface was just a veteran officer suffering from trauma disorder. He knew nothing at all about curses of magic swords and such things. However, at this moment, Vane had already arrived at the bookstore's entrance. After pondering for a moment, Vane walked in. At first glance, she saw Yi Fan sitting at his desk. Although in her eyes, Yi Fan was just an ordinary person without any abnormal energy fluctuations. But in rumors, Yi Fan had knocked down the Radiant Knight silently and effortlessly. Facing such an existence, Vane thought to herself that she must maintain respect and absolutely must not make him angry. So Vane sat down respectfully in front of Yi Fan and said hello. But it was precisely this hello that aroused Yi Fan's suspicion. The woman in front of me has big breasts, but her naturally flowing smile was very enchanting and looked very practiced and quite professional. She could unconsciously make such a standard business smile. Could it be that she's in the same line of work? In other words, she's not here to buy books, but came here trying to induce me to consume. But since you dare to come here rashly, no matter what your intentions are in coming to my place, you must buy a book before leaving. My title of Mr. Yi is not earned in vain. At this point, Yi Fan showed a crafty smile and said, "Are you the owner of this bookstore?" Almost simultaneously, Vane across from him also said this same line. As someone experienced in business, Yi Fan very easily guessed Vane's first words. This gave Vane quite a shock. She believed Yi Fan had read her mind and was even making a warning to her. Looking at Vane's tearful expression, Yi Fan showed another crafty smile. It was just a simple test, but the other side became scared immediately. It seems she's just an inexperienced newcomer, and as a famous counselor and life coach, wouldn't handling her be extremely easy? So Yi Fan mysteriously said, "Since you chose to come here proactively, haven't you thought you might encounter this situation? Moreover, you came specifically looking for me." With these words, Vane became too scared to move. She believed Yi Fan had already seen through all her actions, and if her performance was slightly inadequate, this great person before her could crush her to death at any time. So she quickly pressed her legs together and sincerely apologized for disturbing Yi Fan. She also said in a pleading tone, "Can I ask you a few small questions? If you're willing to cooperate cooperate, we would be extremely grateful, and Yifan was very interested in her upcoming questions. So he generously said, ask whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Vane felt greatly relieved, thinking to herself that this great person is quite generous after all. At least her life safety wouldn't be an issue now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jace was reporting to Scarface about the White Wolf organization's recent situation. They had used various methods to search for White Wolf organization remnants in the city, but every time they were close to success, these people would disappear. So Jace suspected there were secret passages in the city that they didn't know about. After hearing this, Scarface indicated that Ionia had a long history. It was normal to have some passages they didn't know about, but these passages were only known to some elderly people who had lived here for a long time, yet the White Wolf organization had no such people. So Scarface determined someone was helping them in secret, but he didn't know that the person helping the White Wolf organization was his opponent Wild. At the bookstore, when Ye-Fan was asked why he opened a bookstore here, he casually replied it was out of interest, arranged by fate. But unexpectedly, Vane's understanding was that the bookstore owner had glimpsed fate and became interested in it, so waited here for destined people. After writing this down, she asked Ye-Fan what he thought about previous events. Ye-Fan was confused after hearing this, thinking to himself, so many things happened before, how would I know which event you're talking about? Could it be the gas explosion that happened a few days ago? It turned out that the damage to the city caused by the great battle between Ash and Murphy days ago was too severe. The higher-ups told ordinary citizens it was an explosion caused by natural gas pipes that hadn't been maintained for too long. Thinking of this, Ye-Fan stood up angrily and said, the person responsible for this is truly deserving of death. How can they treat people's lives as a game? After hearing this, Vane showed a wise expression on her face, and immediately wrote down that the bookstore owner strongly disapproves of the Red Church and White Wolf organization. His stance aligns with Mitai. And Vane's last question was, what did Ye-Fan think about what he was doing now? Ye-Fan was even more confused after hearing this. What kind of messy questions are these? This girl probably came to mess with me because she had nothing better to do. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had figured everything out. The truth should be like this. Asking me why I opened a store here was to understand the advantages of this location. Asking about views on the gas explosion was to know what impact this incident had on the public. Combined with the last question, it's obvious she's investigating the general situation of shops in this area. This indicates this girl has a company behind her. They want to evaluate the development value of this area through research, and then obtain the development rights for that area that was leveled by the explosion. And judging from this girl's temperament, this company should be quite large. Thinking of this, Ye-Fan wanted to take the opportunity to promote his bookstore. If they could buy it at a high price, wouldn't he be able to retire to enjoy his old age? So he opened his mouth and said to Vane, I really enjoy what I'm doing now. I give suitable books to suitable people, helping them out of temporary confusion. I feel this is the meaning of my life. I'm very willing to provide help and guidance to help some people out of difficulties. After hearing this, Vane's face was full of admiration. She had been infected by Ye-Fan's selfless dedication spirit. And this was exactly the effect Ye-Fan wanted to see, because what he wanted to say next was the key point. He thought that as an investigator, Vane must go door to door to ask. Just thinking about such complicated work made Ye-Fan feel extremely troublesome. So he said to Vane, I most enjoy helping people like you who are troubled by complicated work. Poor child, sit down and read a book to relax. These words immediately touched the depths of Vane's heart, because since birth she had possessed the talent to see the good and evil in human nature, and it was precisely because of this talent that everyone stayed away from her. Moreover, her father, for the sake of family honor, when she was very young, sent her to work in Mitai's logistics department. After that, she hadn't seen her parents once in decades, although she had achieved great success in Mitai through hard work, but no one had ever said a word of comfort to her. Even as her position got higher and higher, everyone kept their distance from her. She felt like a puppet now. No one cared about her feelings. She didn't even know what the meaning of her existence was anymore. But now, this great person she had never met before could see through her fragile heart, and this great person's words seemed to contain some kind of magic, making her unable to refuse his suggestion to sit down and read. At this moment, Vane unconsciously said, Can I find a book I like to read? After hearing this, Ye-Fan was very pleased. Just a few simple words had converted the girl in front of him into a potential customer. I've really mastered these inspirational quotes. So he let Vane go to the library in the back to find books she liked. He also told Vane that assessment tasks and such weren't urgent. After coming out, they could chat and relax. After hearing this, Vane thought to herself, this great person indeed knew early on that I came here with purpose, but he didn't blame me. He's really very tolerant. And Ye-Fan's purpose in saying this was actually to suggest to Vane that she didn't need to be so serious about the assessment. Maybe chatting with him would lead to buying more books. However, However, Vane was now shocked by the library in front of her, because what was an ordinary library in Yifan's eyes had become a huge divine space in Vane's eyes, and the moment she entered, she was suppressed by the terrifying pressure emanating from the library and couldn't breathe. Even looking at a book's name would cause great pain. However, just as she wanted to escape from here, she was attracted by a book called Soul Gaze on the bookshelf. The most bizarre thing was that there seemed to be a voice behind her telling her she must choose this book. Under the urging of that voice, she slowly picked up the book. Instantly, her consciousness entered a strange space. Here, she couldn't speak, nor make any sound. She could only see a red giant waving to her. But just as she was feeling scared by what she saw, that red giant turned into a shadow leading a cow walking towards her. Almost instantly, the shadow and cow came before her. When their eyes met, blood actually flowed from Vane's eyes. Then the shadow turned into strands of black threads wrapping around her body. The next second, the black threads frantically poured into her left eye, and her right eyeball was also grabbed by a small shadow. That intense pain made her unconsciously start screaming. Finally, her consciousness returned to her body. Now she didn't dare stay here for a moment longer, hurriedly taking the book to find the bookstore owner Yifan. However, just as she left, the other Soul Gaze books on the shelf suddenly changed to Live. At this time, Yifan was feeling pleased about being about to sell another book. When he saw that Vane had chosen to live, he thought to himself, the book is indeed good, but such a sad book probably isn't suitable for relaxing. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Vane's expression of holding her head in pain. He quickly stood up and explained, everyone feels a bit uncomfortable when first reading this kind of book. How are you feeling now? Vane indicated that she did feel uncomfortable when she saw the souls in the book earlier. After hearing this, Yifan was shocked inwardly, already using soul to refer to characters in the book. It seems she has thoroughly fallen in love with this book. Then now it's necessary to make one final push to sell the book. After coughing once, he started pouring out inspirational quotes. It's normal to be shocked when reading this book for the first time. You probably can't accept the sense of reality in this book yet. It's not a bad thing that you can empathize with this book, because empathy itself is human nature. All beings suffer and we are all beings. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as straw dogs. This is the law of all things in the world. These words completely dazzled Vane. At this time she seemed possessed, muttering to herself, all beings suffer, heaven and earth are not benevolent. Now she felt as tiny as an ant before Yifan, and Yifan was like a deity high above. Moreover, he was a great and loving deity. This is him wanting to save all beings from dilemma. No wonder even the elf princess of the Iris family worships him as their master. At this time she asked Yifan, is this the reason why you do these things? But Yifan thought she was referring to him often helping customers out of confusion. So he replied, whenever I try to understand the cause of a customer's pain, I feel I need to rescue them. But there's no need to view what I do as something grand. As long as you have this heart, you can do it too. However, this statement, full of deceptive colors from Yifan, was taken by Vane as Yifan hinting to her that she should assist him in completing his grand plan within Mitai. So after knowing her purpose earlier, he deliberately reached out to shock her, then was willing to help her out of difficulties. So this was all an interconnected plot. Thinking of this, Vane immediately stood up and said loudly, from now on, all of me is at your disposal. I will not disappoint your expectations. Then waved and left this place. After Vane left, Yifan fell into a mind storm. Why is this person exactly like Jijixu? Just fed a few inspirational quotes. Is there need to be like this? After leaving the bookstore, Vane first sent a text message to Mitai's Council of Elders. Then she took off her glasses. Her left eye had turned light blue. Now she could directly view the essence of souls. Indiscriminately observe true information engraved on souls. Being able to become Yifan's pawn made her feel very honored. It felt like an eagle with broken wings returning to the sky and being reborn. When Mitai's Council of Elders saw the assessment report, they agreed to the Radiant Knight's idea of giving the magic sword to Yifan. But when Vane handed the agreement to Scarface, Scarface saw her renewed appearance and knew she had received great benefits from Yifan. So he asked, how does it feel? Isn't the feeling after being helped by that great person fantastic? Vane replied, full of confidence, that great person bestowed new life upon me. Then Scarface returned to his room and found the magic sword that had accompanied him for thousands of years. Now it was time to bid farewell to this old friend. He resolutely raised the cursed magic sword. After this, he would have to endure the sword's backlash for thousands of years. That pain coming from deep within the soul would make him lose all combat ability. To thoroughly resolve the magic sword curse that had troubled him for thousands of years, he brought the sword to the door of an ordinary bookstore. And at this time, the bookstore owner was also waiting for his arrival, because previously he had borrowed a fairy tale book called The Little Prince from here. Today was the day to return the book, and Yifan had suggested he sign up for an inspirational, quote, counseling course at his place. After signing up, he would help solve his psychological troubles. But the Radiant Knight Scarface thought Yifan was going to help solve his sword problem. So as soon as Scarface entered, he put the magic sword on Yifan's desk and said, I've thought it through, this is my decision. But this action confused Yifan completely, because he had no idea what decision Scarface was talking about. Looking at this situation, he thought he was like Wild coming to give him a gift. Before he could think further, Scarface pulled out the Little Prince from his pocket, and praised what a good fairy tale book this was. This book has reduced my pain a lot, reaching unprecedented relaxation. It's because of this that I could make such a decision. Yifan was even more confused after hearing this. It's just a fairy tale story, why be so serious? So Yifan thought. Last time I did tell him to hand over his troubles and burdens to me to resolve, but he directly gave me such a precious sword. What is he trying to do? But looking at the determination and relief in the old guy's eyes, it probably wasn't a joke. And this sword looked extremely gorgeous, must be very valuable. Normally no one would fight with such a sword. Looking at it this way, this sword should be a sword representing inheritance. From this point of deduction, this old guy might be from a military family with hereditary titles. Then this sword symbolizes his responsibility and honor in the family. And now he wants to give this sword to me. Should be wanting to completely put down the burdens he's carrying. Thinking of this, Yifan seriously asked, "Are you sure you want to give this sword to me? This is your inheritance right. Don't you need to think about it more?" After hearing this, Scarface opened his mouth and said, "I'm very certain now. And now I can no longer bear the pain this sword brings. I'm extremely grateful you can take it over." After hearing this, Yifan thought to himself, this is indeed another declining family. Although this sword is very valuable, but it's still this old guy's gesture of goodwill. Better accept it. Then Yifan picked up the magic sword. Looking at this gorgeous magic sword, Yifan liked it very much. He even swung it around in his hand. Unexpectedly, this action scared Scarface into a cold sweat, because although this sword looked light, it was actually very heavy, yet Yifan could easily pick it up without using any special abilities. Even peak condition Scarface couldn't do this. At this time, Yifan expressed that he really liked this sword, and asked Scarface if he could draw the sword to take a look. These words shocked Scarface even more. He believed Yifan had seen at a glance that the curse existed within the sword, because when the first owner of the magic sword, the Elf King, committed suicide, this sword pierced his body like a scorpion, and permanently imprisoned his soul within the sword. That Elf King was considered comparable to deities in ancient times. Even divine-level experts couldn't do anything about the curse he left behind. And this sword scabbard was actually added later by Mitai's people. It had the effect of suppressing the curse from spreading. But once drawn out, the curse would first attack the sword holder. If one's will wasn't firm enough, they could go mad and die on the spot. At this time, Scarface thought to himself, although this great person is a mysterious boss, better remind him to be careful. So he stuttered and said, "Of course you can look if you want, but please be very careful." But Yifan thought Scarface was worried the sword was too sharp and might cut himself. He was still appreciating in his heart how caring this old guy was. Then Yifan slowly drew out the sword. Instantly, a light like white flame burst forth from the sword. This intense light immediately lit up the entire bookstore. Yifan was so shocked by this sight he couldn't speak. He had never seen such a beautiful sword. However, at this time, Scarface was preparing for battle on high alert, because in his eyes what burst forth from the sword wasn't white flame, but strands of black magic sword curse. Even the nearby rose and statue that could easily kill destruction-level experts were trembling in fear. But Yifan was unaware of all this, still engrossed in playing with the magic sword in his hands, not knowing he had already become these curses' primary target, still admiring what he saw as a gorgeous treasure sword. However, just as Scarface wanted to step forward to help, a strange black mist suddenly emerged behind Yifan, and the entity that the black mist slowly transformed into was absolutely terrifying. Seeing this, Scarface stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Although he couldn't see clearly what this terrifying thing was, the rationality in his mind was telling him this was a taboo that could not be peeped into. At this time, the giant snake transformed from the curse had come before Yifan. At the critical moment, two tentacles covered in eyes extended from the forbidden thing. Seeing this, the giant snake's body trembled and let out a terrified hiss, then retreated backwards in extreme fear, turning to attack the stunned Scarface behind. Just as it was about to reach his eyes, the giant snake vanished with a whoosh. Only a tiny bit of physical curse escaped back into the sword. Scarface couldn't believe everything he had seen. That embodied curse that should have been greedily rampaging was now struggling in death throes within the sword in extreme terror. Even this miserable state made Scarface feel they were somewhat pitiful. At this time, Yifan, who was admiring the sword, found that the blade suddenly seemed to have turned a bit darker. He thought some dirt had gotten on it, so he raised the magic sword, wanting to shake off the dirt. However, this one shake threw the remaining bit of curse onto the ground, and that forbidden thing also opened its mouth and swallowed the energy into its belly, then transformed into shadow and disappeared. After shaking it, Yifan found the blade now even brighter. Yifan believed this was made with some special craftsmanship, so he said to Scarface, "Your sword is really interesting. I thought it was dirty just now. Didn't expect it was just part of the craftsmanship." And Scarface, who was already stunned, became even more stunned. He really couldn't believe the magic sword curse that had troubled him and Mitai for thousands of years and sacrificed countless people to deal with was resolved by the man before him in this brief moment. He even mocked this filthy curse as just being craftsmanship. Does this mean it's only fit for his appreciation? But Yifan didn't know about these psychological activities of Scarface. Having received such a beautiful treasure sword, he indicated that Scarface could choose a book from the bookstore as a return gift, and he could also take the opportunity to advertise his library. At this time, Scarface didn't even dare to breathe, stammering that he'd rather let Yi Fan recommend one for him. Yi Fan was a bit disappointed at being rejected, but then he thought this also shows this old guy really trusts him. Looks like I've captured another old customer's heart. Just didn't get a chance to show off my proud library. Scarface behind him also noticed Yi Fan's disappointment. But then Scarface figured everything out. This great person must be disappointed with my and Mitai's strength. After all, the curse we couldn't resolve for thousands of years was casually solved by him. And after experiencing what just happened, Scarface deeply felt his own ignorance and insignificance. Now he could only hope to receive guidance and gifts from Yi Fan's next book. At this time, Yi Fan was looking for a suitable book for Scarface in front of the bookshelf, because last time he recommended a fairy tale to Scarface, so this time he wanted to recommend something more profound. So he pulled out a book called When the Stars Return from the Shelf and said, "This book will definitely give you a different experience." However, Scarface's body started trembling uncontrollably just hearing the name of this book. It's worth knowing that in all mysterious realms, the starry sky is always the highest realm. No one knows what's hidden in that unknown darkness. But now this god before him took out a book about the starry sky. At this time, Yi Fan told him, "This is a biography. It might be a bit difficult for you to understand. Just treat it as a novel recording another lost civilization." Scarface asked, "Does another civilization mean the world beyond the starry sky?" Yi Fan answered, "Yes. Existences beyond the starry sky have their own civilization too." With a curious mindset, Scarface opened the first page of the book. Instantly, blue light gushed out from the book. Then he found himself like last time arriving in an unknown space. But this time's feeling was clearly different from last time, because here there was nothing else but endless darkness. Just as Scarface was puzzled, a voice came from behind him. "One who wishes to glimpse the starry sky? Welcome to this place." Scarface turned to look and found a masked man sitting on a sofa. He then puzzledly asked, "Who are you, and what is this place?" The masked man answered, "In this space, individual names are irrelevant. If you must have a specific title, please call me Mr. Y." After hearing this, Scarface was shocked. Could this person be Yi Fan's external manifestation? Then the masked man's voice sounded again. "This place doesn't belong anywhere. If I have to say, this is your last chance to choose before facing endless madness and gazing, and only those whose consciousness is not devoured by the stars are qualified to become the torch for the return of the lost god. So do you want to leave here or continue forward and accept the test?" After hearing this, Scarface was completely confused by these cryptic words. At this time, he was more certain this person was Yi Fan's external manifestation, because they both liked to say such profound words. Although Scarface hadn't understood the meaning these words were trying to express, he still firmly said, "If what you do can benefit the world, then I'm willing to contribute my modest effort." After hearing this, the masked man snapped his fingers. This represented the test officially beginning, and after his snap, Scarface's body lost its ability to move. Then a blurry figure appeared beside him. Although he couldn't see clearly what this black thing was, he had an inexplicable feeling of familiarity with it, and there was a voice in his mind telling him this was a companion fighting alongside him. At this time, the Rubik's Cube above the masked man's head began spinning faster. With it, the scene around Scarface and his companion switched to buildings full of ruins, and at this time he had already been shocked by the ability possessed by the masked man, because this kind of ability to create life out of nothing and build reality with just a word was so far beyond his reach now. However, at this moment, a huge monster suddenly appeared behind him. Scarface saw it and immediately became anxious. Can this also be casually created? He wanted to fight back, but found he could no longer gather energy. The masked man had stripped him of his ability as an energy user. In an instant, his body was tightly bound by the monster. The intense pain made him start screaming uncontrollably. At this time, the masked man's voice came to his ears. "Your brain is gradually losing consciousness, and your body is about to be devoured by this powerful force. You can clearly feel yourself falling into endless darkness, about to die, but you still retain a final bit of rationality. So what is the last thing you want to do now?" Only to hear Scarface firmly reply, "I will push away that companion in front of me." With these words, a space-time crack appeared above the masked man's head. Then he and that huge monster beside him disappeared into the endless darkness, leaving only the words, "You have passed the test." And Scarface's consciousness also returned to his body. The previous experience left him unable to recover for a long time. He really wanted to shout and scream to release himself, but that painful feeling from earlier made his mouth only able to make "abba abba" sounds. After calming down for a moment, he asked Yi Fan, "Are the people and things in this book real?" However, Yi Fan, who was unaware of all this, was confused by this sudden question. But as a qualified master of deception, how could he be stumped by such a small question? So he seriously said, "These people are all monuments of the ancient civilization. They are witnesses and creators of history, but no one can be eternal. No matter how great an existence, it will eventually disappear in the river of time. But none of this matters. What matters is that you grasp the will within and make them serve you." After hearing this, Scarface felt he suddenly understood everything. According to his explanation, the people in the book should all be great members of some higher civilization, but with the disappearance of the civilization, these people were sealed in the book, and the person who sealed them was naturally this great man before him. Thinking of this, he stammered, "Letting them serve me? I'm afraid I can't do that." After hearing this, Yifan thought the scarred meant he couldn't understand the book, so he comforted him, saying, "Since you've given me this sword, it shows you've let go of past glory and pain. Consider this book my gift in return. Take it and study it at your leisure. Let your new life begin with reading this book." These words left the middle-aged man dumbfounded. After hearing this, the scarred man felt his blood stirring, as if transported back to his youth in the Mitai temple, when he first swore to fight for the light with that same surging passion. Now, clenching his fists, he silently vowed to fight for Ye Fan with his remaining life. He bowed deeply to Ye Fan before leaving the library. Outside, looking at the gloomy rain, he felt he needed to clear his head. For thousands of years, his mind had constantly fought against the cursed sword's corruption. Later, after losing his right hand in the great battle with the old wizard Wild, his strength greatly declined. This made the sword's curse even more intense. It meant he could lose his sanity at any moment, which was almost fatal for a veteran knight. But now, with Yi Fan's help, all these long troubling issues had vanished. He stretched both hands toward the sky, feeling a long-lost sense of freedom. Though he had lost his weapon, he regained his old confidence, and received Yi Fan's gift. He felt he had truly gained something precious. However, at this moment, he failed to notice a man in black robes walking towards him. Their shoulders collided accidentally. The black-robed man apologized and left. When the scarred man came to his senses, he was greatly alarmed. He could clearly sense this person was a hunter of extremely pure bloodline, and from his aura, this fellow was at least a destruction-level powerhouse. But in the scarred man's memory, there was no such person on this continent. Regarding this suddenly appearing powerhouse of unknown allegiance, the scarred man wanted to question him, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. Questioning a destruction-level powerhouse without solid evidence could bring trouble to Mitai's work. However, the scarred man didn't know that the moment he turned to leave. The black-robed man also withdrew the sharp dagger from his sleeve. After that, the scarred man made a phone call to his disciple Jace and gave 3 instructions. The first was to search for ancient texts from the First Era during his spare time. The second was to keep an eye on the suddenly appeared black-robed man. The last was to speed up the capture of White Wolf Organization's remnants. After hanging up the phone, he stretched, then decided to go home and relax for a week. However, the scarred man froze the moment he returned home. The living room was empty, but books were scattered all over the floor. He turned his head to look at the quartz clock on the wall. At this time, it should be when his daughter Kasha usually cooks, but now she was nowhere to be seen in the kitchen or living room. Then he noticed the books on the floor were almost all about basic knight knowledge, but Kasha, who hated studying, would never read these books. The scarred man walked puzzledly toward Kasha's bedroom with large strides. Opening the door, he froze again, because Kasha was reading expressionlessly and diligently, and the entire room was filled with all kinds of books. Never having seen his daughter like this, the scarred man began to panic. He loudly asked Kasha what she was doing, and Kasha just calmly replied that she was studying. The scarred man put his hand on her forehead thinking she must have a fever, but Kasha said she was very clear-minded now, and that she had finished reading all these books. She had found her path in these books. She would definitely become someone like her father in the future. After saying this, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The scarred man hurriedly caught her in his arms. At this moment, the scarred man's attention was drawn to a unique book on the desk. In an instant, he understood why his daughter had become like this. Meanwhile, the black-robed man from earlier arrived at the Truth Society's gate. After removing his mask, this person turned out to be Yasuo, who had been helped by Yifan, and in just 3 days he had risen to destruction level. He wielded great power and claimed to act for the sake of all living beings. But behind the scenes, he was secretly conducting human experiments. The initial purpose of this plan was to transform ordinary people into powerful ability users. But out of 3,000 test subjects, only 1 survived. Coincidentally, this person's appearance was very similar to the elven princess Ash, and in his youth, he had a painful connection with Ash. 300 years ago, when he traveled the continent and came to the elven tribe, he fell in love with Ash at first sight. But how could a proud elven princess like an ordinary human? After being rejected, Oolong left here heartbroken. He secretly vowed to become one of the continent's top power holders. 300 years later, he indeed achieved this, becoming the vice chairman of the Truth Society, and now Bulong looked at this test subject who resembled his love for her to live longer and to fulfill his youthful dream. Bulong actually infused half of his own ability into the test subject's body. However, he never expected this would cause the ability in the test subject's body to severely exceed its limits. If there was no way to remove it within a year, the test subject would continue to expand until explosion. At that time, the entire laboratory and even the entire Truth Society would become ruins. This result gave Bulong a serious headache, but now he had no time to worry about this matter, because recently, a god-level powerhouse of unknown allegiance had appeared on the continent. Their appearance made the previously peaceful Ionian continent become very complicated. As vice chairman of the Truth Society, he naturally wouldn't sit idle, so he manipulated someone called Yasuo to go probe, and incidentally kill old Wizard Wild, who had long opposed the Truth Society. But just 3 days later, Yasuo found Bulong and said he was abandoning all missions, and would no longer serve the Truth Society in the future. This left Bulong very puzzled. As far as he knew, Yasuo had only done one probe in these 3 days, which was observing inside the bookstore opened by that god-level powerhouse. Then he walked into the bookstore, and during this time he hadn't had any conflicts with the bookstore owner. But after coming out of the bookstore, Yasuo never took any further action, which means he chose to give up just as he started the mission. Bulong felt there must be some unknown secret in this. It couldn't be that just by entering the bookstore and chatting for a while. The bookstore owner simply used words to make him lose his fighting spirit. So Bulong asked, "Mr. Yasuo, just days ago you were so confident about completing the mission. Why did you suddenly choose to give up?" Before he could finish speaking, Yasuo interrupted him, and arrogantly said he gave up because he didn't want to do it anymore. There wasn't any reason. Bulong didn't expect Yasuo, who was so submissive days ago, to change so drastically. Although he was angry, he didn't want to lose Yasuo as a pawn yet. Then he told Yasuo that now the situation on the Ionian continent was very unstable. The Truth Society really needed talented people like him. After hearing this, Yasuo thought to himself, if originally the society using him was just a guess based on the bookstore owner's overwhelming strength, then now Bulong's attitude completely proved everything. And since he was about to establish a hunter organization, he would become an enemy of the Truth Society in the future, so there was nothing more to say. So Yasuo answered, "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in maintaining order. Also, don't provoke the bookstore owner. You can't handle the consequences." After saying this, he left. After Yasuo left, the smile on Bulong's face instantly disappeared, because at the moment Yasuo closed the door, the wine glass in his hand cracked. This showed that now Yasuo had gained destruction-level power with the bookstore owner's help. This made Bulong even more uneasy. Why would the bookstore owner help a hunter who could lose his sanity at any time? Could it be that he chose to stand against the Truth Society? Now Bulong urgently wanted to obtain all of Yifan's information, so he called Mitai, wanting to get intelligence from them. The one who answered the phone at Mitai was Jace, the scarred man's disciple. However, just as they were discussing the price, the scarred man sent a message saying Yifan's information had been classified as top secret and couldn't be sold. This sudden change made Bulong very angry. After hanging up the phone, he muttered, "Looks like I'll have to visit the bookstore myself." Meanwhile, Yifan had just laid down to sleep. The dream catcher above his head and the great sword on the table both emitted dazzling light. Then he dreamed of entering a realm full of ruins. This real feeling surprised him greatly. Last time he had this feeling was when he dreamed of a beautiful young lady, and this time dreaming of ruins left him somewhat disappointed. But thinking again, since he was already here, he decided to look around, because such realistic dreams were rare in normal times. As he walked, he suddenly found a familiar golden fragment on the ground, but the moment he picked it up, the building in front collapsed. Subsequently, a huge altar appeared from within, and on that altar appeared the corpse of the ancient elven king. Yifan was greatly startled by this corpse, but at the same time he felt a bit excited. He felt it was because he picked up the fragment that triggered some mechanism. This made him look forward to what would happen next, so he crouched down to observe these scattered corpses. He found these people all had long ears, and they were connected to their heads, not decorations. This reminded him of the elven Princess Ash who visited his shop a few days ago. That cosplay-loving young lady had left quite an impression on him. All these familiar people and things appearing in his dream made him more convinced this dream was produced because thoughts during the day lead to dreams at night. Thinking of this, he created a notebook out of thin air with his left hand and recorded all the appearances of these corpses. After waking up, he would draw them from memory to show Ash. Perhaps it would help her restore her family's glory. After leaving here, Yifan continued exploring. Unconsciously, he walked to the central altar of the ruins, but suddenly he stood there frozen because the scene before his eyes was too shocking, only to see a dazzling beam of light in the center of the altar illuminating a kneeling figure. Yifan thought this triggered a new plot and wanted to climb up to look, but he didn't know this person was the soul of Kale, a god-level powerhouse elven king from the first era. Just then, Kale suddenly opened his eyes and said to Yifan, "My savior, the exiled soul has waited for you here for 10 million years." These words scared Yifan, who was about to climb up, into repeatedly backing away. At this moment, he thought to himself, this really feels like triggering a new plot, but this person should not be the final leader, rather a non-player character's dying entrustment to a newbie player in the opening plot. Though these savior-type titles were quite cliché, but as a master of wild imagination, through the current scene and Kale's words, Yifan had roughly guessed what happened here. First, a great disaster must have occurred here. The elf before him was either the culprit or lacked the ability to save everything. However, when the tragedy occurred, he couldn't bear the torment and pain in his heart, so he chose suicide or self-sealing, waiting until someone who could save the world and make up for his mistakes appeared. While he was imagining why wildly. He saw the sword pierce through Kale's body. Isn't this the sword he received yesterday? He was studying it during the day, and at night a story was triggered in his dream starting from this sword. And this dream seemed perfect in every detail. Now he felt his title of Master Lin was indeed well deserved. At this time, Kale spoke again. First, thank you for making the holy sword shine again. Second, I have 3 sins that need your redemption. Yi Fan thought to himself, the holy sword must be the sword pierced through this person's chest. That is, the sword I got yesterday, and what he meant by restoring light must be when I shook off the dirt from the sword. As expected of my dream, even such a small thing can be made so grand, and people with such deep grudges are often quite lonely. Even lacking communication with others leads to heavy psychological burden. Why not display my special talent here and give some guidance to this fellow before me? So he sat on the throne and said to Kale, since you say you have 3 sins, let's hear them. I really want to hear your story. After hearing this, Kale bowed deeply, saying it was his great honor that Yi Fan would listen to a sinner's monologue. Then Kale began his narration. In that era without light or fire 10 million years ago, as the Elven King, because he wanted to expand territory for his subjects, he arrogantly thought himself a god, but he was only a god-level powerhouse, not a true god. In the end, merely by looking at God, he fell into madness. This was the sin of cowardice. Later, after falling into madness, he slaughtered his subjects to extinction, personally destroying everything in his kingdom. He held the holy sword, yet let it be stained with his kinsman's blood. This was the sin of betrayal. Finally, he used the holy sword to seal his filthy soul. The holy sword thus lost its former glory, making this kingdom's final sacred symbol tarnished. This was the sin of ignorance. Kale had once brought his kingdom to its peak, but he also personally destroyed everything. For 10 million years after, the crown on his head became his shackle, so people called him the exile. Yi Fan listened without ripples in his heart, as this was basically the same as his previous guess, so he spoke. Although you call me savior, I cannot save you. Your kingdom has long perished. At this point, Yi Fan pointed at the ruins and raised his voice. Look at all this caused by your actions. What do you want me to do? What can I still do? After hearing Yi Fan's words, emotions accumulated for 10 million years finally collapsed in Kale. With trembling body, he told Yi Fan, I never felt I should be redeemed. My country has become dust of history, and I have no right to do anything for this continent again. No matter what, I cannot repay my sins. Yi Fan didn't expect his casual words would make Kale break down. He must have been constantly self-condemning during the 10 million years of sealing, leading to psychological barriers, where he now takes everything as criticism. This definitely needs some guidance. So Yi Fan said again, since you say your sins are deep, but now you don't want redemption, you are evading your responsibility. Actually, your actions have no meaning, just cowardice. Have you paid attention to what happened to your country afterwards? Whether the surviving subjects lived wandering lives, or whether they rebuilt their homes somewhere. You have such powerful strength, yet sit here in self-pity. This seems more like giving yourself an excuse to not bear this responsibility. These 10 million years, you still haven't made any progress, just constantly retreating, waiting for others to forgive you. Have you thought that while you do nothing, the suffering your subjects endure may far exceed yours? After finishing, Yi Fan patted Kale's shoulder, telling him to think carefully about what he should do, and that no one is his savior. Now only he can save himself. Hearing these passionate words, Kale was already in tears. His hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. Blood from his wound had pooled on the ground. Looking at Yi Fan standing before him, his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Finally, he buried his head deep in the ground and said to Yi Fan, please be merciful and agree to this sinner's final request, only to hear Kale solemnly say, I wish to become your sword. However, Yi Fan didn't clearly hear what Kale meant by this, but judging from his attitude, it should mean loyalty and submission. But at this moment, Yi Fan only wanted to infuse motivational quotes into Kale. He felt there was nothing more wonderful than providing psychological counseling to a tragic character. So he cleared his throat and said again, is this your decision? What you really need to do can't be solved by me saying a word or two. You still need to actually execute it yourself if you maintain that cowardly mindset. Just continue hiding here like a turtle. Those subjects you've forgotten will have no one to forgive you. But Yi Fan's purpose in saying these things wasn't to strike at Kale's confidence. Rather, it was using reverse psychology based on Kale's situation. Truly worthy of Master Yi, filled with positive energy from head to toe, simply the light of righteousness. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kale began gritting his teeth, as if making some important decision. Then he said to Yi Fan, as punishment for my sins, my soul has long been worn away among all things. That vicious hatred transformed into mad curses, frantically entangling me. When those curses dissipated, what remains here now is merely the final obsession deep in my soul. You are right, I was just trying to use others' forgiveness to give myself an excuse to escape, and now I no longer have the right to remain cowardly. This time there will be no more glory. I am no longer the Elven King Kale. because now I am just an exile who needs to return home. Then Kale looked at his former territory and muttered to himself, before I completely perish, I think I should indeed do something, rather than beg others to give me anything. Even though 10 million years later this land no longer has my kingdom. But my subjects still live here, although my soul was sealed in the cursed sword for 10 million years. But countless people were killed by the sword's curse. Their mad hatred and memories were also entangled into my soul. Therefore I witnessed the history of the Ionian continent, and watched two once glorious nations finally turn to nothing. Now humans have built a splendid city on these former ruins. However, now this city is about to be destroyed. This time I will use my remaining power to protect my subjects and homeland, rather than perish namelessly. Better to make the most of what little I have left. Then Kale solemnly said, now there is only one thing I can do. Yifan confusedly asked, what thing? Only to see Kale grip the sword hilt tightly. Please use this sword as your weapon to slay that god who comes from dreams. 10,000 years ago I retreated before God, while harboring the wish that I was God, finally brewing the tragedy of a nation's destruction. 10,000 years later on this same land I want to fulfill this wish. This is not for myself, but for my subjects who still live on this land. However, Yifan became even more confused after hearing this, thinking to himself that this dream game plot was too outrageous, coming straight and wanting himself to be a god who could handle that. Yet Yifan didn't know that during this time he spent in the dream, earth-shattering changes had occurred outside, and the god from dreams that Kale mentioned was the product hatched from the White Wolf organization's magic mirror egg. At the moment it descended, the entire Ionian continent was about to become ruins. The White Wolf organization's leader Harris, under the guidance of the destruction-level powerhouse Wild, built an enormous underground altar that was like a furnace. What hung above the flames was that magic mirror egg, and what was being thrown in as fuel at this time were actually the Black Wizards who had been leaderless after the death of the Crimson Church leader Murphy. Black Wizards unleash spells by communicating and uses etheric powers to cast spells. Their flesh was the best ability container, also the best fuel for catalyzing the mirror egg's hatching. So Harris captured all the Crimson Church's Black Wizards. Now he was watching the mirror egg about to hatch in mid-air with madness. He could clearly feel that the waves emitting from it were the heartbeats of the dream god, although he didn't know why Wild wanted to help him. But now he had no choice, because after Murphy's death, the situation for White Wolf Organization and Crimson Church had sharply declined. Mitai and Truth Society and even Jijitsu wanted to exterminate them. Now they were like rats living underground, scurrying everywhere, and only hatching the mirror egg could get them out of their current predicament. Even if this was an elaborate trap set by Wild, Harris had to jump in. While he was pondering, his subordinate Akali reported, the Black Wizards' corpses had been used up. What should they do next? Harris said then implement the backup plan. It turned out he had long anticipated the day Black Wizards would run out. To ensure the mirror egg could successfully hatch, he had injected excessive amounts of corrupted blood into everyone in the White Wolf organization, turning these people into zombies without reason, becoming monsters that only knew killing. They were both powerful forces when facing enemies, and could replace Black Wizards as fuel for hatching the mirror egg. After saying this, he patted Akali's shoulder, indicating they wouldn't have to be so anxious soon. However, at this time, another subordinate, Kane, suddenly walked in. This huge body was caused by injecting large amounts of corrupted blood. He tremblingly told Harris their nearby base had been discovered by the Spider Organization, and this organization was the new force created by Jijitsu. Hearing this, Harris was extremely angry. At this critical moment, he wouldn't allow any mistakes, only to see him snap his fingers. Behind him, Akali took out large amounts of corrupted blood. He told Kane before him, after injecting this, go stop the enemies outside. At that time, Kane would be several times stronger than now. However, Kane's face showed an expression of fear, because he knew death awaited him after injection. Then he told Akali now was her time to perform. Hearing this, Akali was extremely excited. Then she stuck her hands into her own neck. The next second, she actually took off her head and handed it to Harris, and her mouth still said, being able to merge with you is my honor. Bless you, my master. After Harris took it, his hands burst into raging flames. In an instant, Akali's head was reduced to white bone. Then Harris merged it with his own face. Let the Spider Organization come if they want, but since they've come, they won't be leaving. After doing all this, he took Kane to meet the enemy. Meanwhile, Jijitsu was watching the White Wolf Organization's hiding place from an attic. Now she had formed a life or death situation with the White Wolf Organization. So this time she gathered all her combat power, determined to completely eliminate the White Wolf Organization here and take over all their affairs. Among these, the most important thing was the formula for corrupted blood owned by the White Wolf Organization, because having corrupted blood was the foundation for establishing any organization. Only by obtaining it could the Spider Organization gain others' recognition. At this time, a violent explosion sounded. Then Jijitsu gave the order to launch an all-out attack. However, when they arrived at the entrance created after the explosion, they were directly shocked by what they saw. Before seeing this enormous underground passage, no one could imagine there would be a huge secret space nearly 50 meters deep under the city. Most terrifying feeling was that mountains of corpses were piled up here. Jijixu felt this was no longer something humans could do, even as a hunter who had experienced countless life-and-death situations. She had never seen such a horrifying scene. Although she knew before that the White Wolf organization had conducted massacres, but she hadn't imagined they could reach such an inhumane degree. However, while she was pondering, Kane suddenly burst from the ground, launching an attack at Jijixu. By the time Jijixu reacted, Kane's fist had already smashed down heavily. At such close distance, Jijixu had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Ali, wielding her weapon, blocked in front of her. The huge impact force made Ali directly spit out blood. Despite this, she still didn't step back half a step, because protecting Jijixu was her only mission from childhood to adulthood. Just when she was about to be unable to hold on, Jijixu beside her used all her strength to attack Kane. She transformed into a beam of white light piercing through Kane's body. Seeing Ali about to fall to the ground, Jijixu hurriedly ran over to catch her in her arms, then ordered subordinates to quickly send Ali back to base for treatment. But suddenly she had a sense of danger. She was about to open her mouth to tell nearby subordinates to run, when a huge golden lightning struck down on them. The affected subordinates couldn't even cry out, before being blasted to pieces, falling into the deep pit, and several black figures appeared on that high platform. Jijixu was so angry she gnashed her teeth upon seeing this, because the leader was her mortal enemy Harris. At this time, Harris stepped out and jumped down from the platform, then landed directly in front of Jijixu. Jijixu immediately transformed her hands into wolf claws, preparing to fight. Meanwhile, more of Harris's subordinates arrived here, surrounding Jijixu in a circle. The high concentration corrupted blood gave these people strength several times greater than before. As long as they didn't reach the point of being unable to move, they were the most efficient killing machines. Seeing this, Jijixu mocked. "You haven't gathered all your remaining people to deal with us, have you? That's really an honor." Hearing this, Harris chuckled, saying now words were meaningless. Currently, both sides had no way to retreat. Only a fight to the death would determine the victor. Whoever survived in the end would represent the future of hunters. After saying this, blue veins bulged on his body, transforming into a huge gray wolf. Opposite him, Jijixu also knew she had no way to retreat now, then hunched her body and began transforming. The next second, a white giant wolf appeared. After probing each other, Harris launched the first attack, pouncing toward Jijixu. However, he forgot that Jijixu gained the ability to traverse space after Yifan's help. By the time he reacted, Jijixu had already bitten firmly onto his spine. Sharp fangs instantly pierced his bones, although Jijixu was now very confident about defeating Harris. But on the other side, her subordinate situation was extremely critical, because they were basically all newcomers who had just joined the organization. There was no way they could be opponents for Harris's people, who had injected large amounts of corrupted blood. Now they had been surrounded by these beasts, and quickly became a one-sided slaughter. This new member named Riven wanted to notify Jijixu about the situation here, but was punched to the ground by one of the beasts, just when she was about to meet a tragic end. Their squad leader, wielding dual guns, saved her. Then he told Riven to leave here. He would hold back these beasts. Go quickly report the situation here to the leader. Riven was about to say something when the squad leader loudly scolded her. "If you don't leave now, we'll probably all die here." Hearing this, Riven no longer hesitated, beginning to run hard toward Jijixu's direction. Meanwhile, she silently prayed in her heart that her squad leader would definitely be safe. However, the next second, the squad leader's body was thrown into the air. Riven was scared, frozen in place. She couldn't believe the squad leader who had just protected her had now lost his life. At this time, a terrifying voice appeared behind her. Sensing danger, she immediately lifted her skirt, shooting out the flying knives hidden on her thigh. The person opposite swung their weapon, blocking all the flying knives, then moved at extreme speed to Riven's front. The speed was so fast, Riven had no time to dodge. She was directly kicked, flying several meters, then heavily crashed into the wall. The huge impact made Riven spit out blood. Seeing Riven's strength was so weak, the masked man took off his mask and started mocking her. But just when the masked man wanted to walk over and completely finish off Riven, he suddenly found steel wires all around him. At this time, Riven said this was a trap set earlier. Now everything within 20 meters was under her control. "Leave here quickly if you don't want to die." Hearing this, the masked man laughed loudly, indicating these things still couldn't hurt him, and he didn't even need to make a move. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure dropped down, and the moment he landed, the trap Riven set burned to nothing. Then the masked man walked over and kicked Riven into midair. He indicated if Riven could say some nice words, he might consider sparing her life, but the stubborn Riven only answered with one word: "Fuck off." This made the masked man very angry. Then he used his weapon to wound Riven's eye. He also reached out to grab Riven's cheek, still wanting to cut off her tongue. At the critical moment, a gunshot rang out, hitting the masked man's hand. Riven was delighted to find the squad leader wasn't dead, but what use was that? His body had already been pressed under rocks. At this time, the utterly desperate Riven remembered what Jijixu said. She said all this was a trap set by a mysterious person. Now Riven could only pray for a miracle to appear, whether that person or even one of his subordinates, as long as they could save herself and the squad leader. However, at this time, a voice sounded behind them. Late at night, instead of sleeping, running to this alley to kill people, still making noise, preventing preventing others from resting. Do you have any manners? Then a dashing figure surfaced behind them, and this person was actually Yasuo, who happened to pass by here. The man, seeing Yasuo's calm demeanor, seemed to have some strength, cautiously asked, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Yasuo indicated he was just an independent hunter. The man laughed loudly and arrogantly said, "Even a lone hunter has come to join the fun. Brother, are you here to make jokes? If you don't want to die, get lost." These so-called lone hunters were those who had no organization to take them in. They were merely insignificant figures with neither strength nor backing. Before receiving Yifan's help, Yasuo was indeed like that, but now he was completely different from before. From the moment Yasuo first saw the man, he had guessed from his arrogant attitude and the beast blood stench emanating from his body that he was from the White Wolf organization. So he arrogantly replied, "My purpose here isn't to joke around or to pick a fight. I just want to silence the noise and kill you all in the process." These words infuriated the man to the point of grinding his teeth. Even his hands, holding the spear, were trembling. With a loud shout, he leaped into the air, raising his spear to strike at Yasuo. Seeing this, Yasuo calmly threw away what he was holding. At the same time, the man's spear crashed heavily into where he had been standing. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, the man felt something was amiss. He suddenly realized that Yasuo had disappeared from his original position the instant the spear struck. While the man was confused, Yasuo rushed at his companion with incredible speed. The companion was startled. Before he could react, Yasuo had grabbed him by the throat. Then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After doing all this, Yasuo asked the woman lying on the ground who she was and why she was being hunted by the White Wolf organization. The woman said her name was Riven, a member of the Spider organization. They had fallen into an enemy ambush here. She had planned to break through and report what happened here to their leader, Jizixu. But not only did she fail, she almost died here. After hearing this, Yasuo was very puzzled about how the Spider and White Wolf organizations had gone to war so quickly, and he happened to stumble upon it. Thinking about this, a look of wisdom appeared in Yasuo's eyes. He thought to himself that this couldn't be coincidence, but rather part of that person's plan. The current situation was all orchestrated by the bookstore owner. He had guided me to break free from the Truth Society's control and had hinted that I should help Jijixu. If I hadn't gone to the Truth Society today, I wouldn't have passed by here. The bookstore owner used this to give me an opportunity to do Jijixu a favor, making our future work smoother. Everything was within his plans. What an exquisite yet bold arrangement. Seemingly casual, yet intricately connected. Thinking of this, Yasuo's admiration for Yifan grew even stronger. He believed if Yifan were here, he would definitely say to him, "Do you understand what you should do next, Yasuo?" And he would certainly kneel before Yifan and say, "I understand." At this moment, Yasuo decided to take this opportunity to make a good impression. So he took out a vial of healing tainted blood and injected it into Riven's shoulder. Instantly, all of Riven's wounds healed. Then, he drew the wind blade from his back. Afterward, he told Riven, "You will not suffer any more harm. When you return, be sure to send my regards to your leader." These dashing movements and domineering words captivated Riven behind him. But in the next second, her eyes were filled with terror, because the man across from them had also injected himself with a vial of tainted blood. But what the man injected wasn't the healing kind. It was tainted blood that could greatly enhance strength and turn him into a beast. As the man's body grew increasingly swollen, a huge gray wolf appeared before Yasuo. Seeing this, Riven worriedly told Yasuo to be careful. However, Yasuo arrogantly declared that this giant wolf might look strong, but in reality it was as weak as a wild dog. He could crush it with one finger. Upon hearing this, the man could no longer contain himself. He raised his spear and unleashed his ultimate move. Seeing this, Yasuo thought, "Damn, there's no way to dodge such speed." Then the man's spear pierced through Yasuo's chest. Riven beside them was completely stunned. At this point, the companion who had been knocked out earlier woke up, saying that the power of the man's move was that it would shred the enemy's internal organs to pieces. No matter how strong one's healing ability was, they would still die. Just as he was gloating, his face showed an expression of shock, because Yasuo suddenly reached out and grabbed his spear, and said, "Little wolf cub, you should have aimed for my head." At this moment, the man suddenly discovered that where Yasuo's chest should have been pierced, there was instead a black hole like the vast starry sky. The terrifying aura emanating from inside instinctively caused him to feel fear. He wanted to retreat, but found he couldn't move an inch, because Yasuo had now transformed into a huge demon beast. The man and his companion were both tightly entwined. This powerful strength was what Yasuo had obtained from the book Yifan gave him. The hole in his chest connected to an unfathomable void hell, where all the demon beasts within were of divine rank. As long as he offered sacrifices, Yasuo could receive their gifted power. And now these two White Wolf organization members would become the first sacrificial offerings. The man was now panicking, but it was too late. The black hole before him was slowly swallowing following him. In the instant he entered the black hole, his body reverted to human form. Looking around, he found everything pitch black. At this point, he hadn't discovered those terrifying things, still clinging to the illusion of escape. So he took out a lighter to try to find a way out. But when he saw the abyssal maw before him, his life was already frozen in that instant. As the lighter fell, he also became the first sacrifice to be devoured. After the sacrifice inside was completed, Yasuo's body grew even more enormous. He was extremely excited feeling this reciprocal power, as this was the first time he could transform to this degree. This meant that in the future, as long as he continued to offer sacrifices, his power would keep increasing endlessly. Looking at the last remaining person from the White Wolf organization, Yasuo opened his abyssal maw. He wanted to show this little elf what true terror meant. Meanwhile, Riven and the squad captain beside them were already stunned by what they saw, because they recognized this demon beast as the legendary Pale One. This was a demon beast known for its ferocity and uncontrollability. They couldn't believe someone could control this demon beast while maintaining a rational state. Just then, Yasuo's voice reached their ears. "Go find your leader now. You'll only get in my way if you stay by my side. And tell your companions, tonight the Pale One will begin hunting." This terrifying aura made the two understand that all they could do now was quickly leave this place. Meanwhile, the battle situation on Jijixu's side was also quite brutal, although she was now powerful enough. Those people from the White Wolf organization who had injected large amounts of tainted blood had all become mindless walking corpses. These people threw themselves at Jijixu one after another, only to be killed by her, causing her to sustain serious injuries. At the same time, she discovered that the White Wolf organization's leader Hellas had not left this deep pit during the previous battle, and had pushed all the corpses of the dead into it. This made Jijixu feel something was very wrong. However, at this moment Hellas suddenly reverted to human form, and told Jijixu that there were enough sacrifices. Only then did Jijixu understand the reason for Hellas's actions. It was all for the magic mirror egg at the bottom of the pit, but it was too late now. A huge magic array appeared in the sky, with lightning constantly emanating from it. The dream mirror egg at the bottom of the pit also shone with dazzling light. With an explosive sound, a magic array formed at the bottom of the pit and connected with the one in the sky. Then a huge eye opened from the darkness. As the smoke cleared, the creation from the dream mirror egg had manifested. The entire city appeared as tiny as ants before this massive entity from the deep. Jijixu beside it was already trembling with fear, but Hellas had now fallen into a state of madness. He spread his arms, feeling this terrifying aura, and called this creation the God of Dreams. On another side, to increase Yifan's confidence in destroying the God of Dreams, the Elf King took off his crown symbolizing glory and gave it to him, and at the moment he accepted it. The crown instantly transformed into golden light and merged into his arm, leaving a red mark on his wrist. The Elf King stated that the crown contained part of his soul, and that mark represented that Yifan was now the supreme being of the elf race. After speaking, the Elf King knelt before Yifan, with fierce flames burning on his body. Then he stood up and solemnly said to Yifan, "Please draw out the holy sword, after which I shall fight for you." At this point, Yifan was completely confused. Until now, he still believed everything he had experienced was his own dream, but he had been deeply moved by the spirit shown by the Elf King, and he was also very curious about how this dream would develop. So he placed his right hand on the sword hilt and forcefully pulled the holy sword from the Elf King's body. At the instant the holy sword was drawn, all of the Elf King's life memories appeared before Yifan, from his birth until his coronation as king, to when he challenged the god of that era, and after failing, went mad and slaughtered his own people. Yifan stared blankly at all this before him, and couldn't help but sigh. Although the Elf King had both merits and faults in his life, in that age without light or fire he was the only brave one, because only he dared to draw his sword to challenge the gods. Just then, a thunderclap sounded. Yifan found he had become the Elf King. While the Elf King's soul had taken residence in the holy sword, his mount also descended from the sky to his side, and the surrounding scene switched from ruins to a blood-red sky. Only then did Yifan realize he had passed through those fragments of memory, arrived within the Elf King's memories, and become him. The current scene clearly indicated a great enemy was about to appear, and this enemy was the God of Dreams spoken of by the Elf King. Yifan thought to himself that although the Elf King possessed powerful strength, he was filled with fear towards gods, so he might as well take over his body to slay the God of Dreams. While he was pondering this, the God of Dreams walked out from the gray sky, so he said to the Elf King in the holy sword, "Is this the god you spoke of?" After receiving the Elf King's affirmative response, Yifan mounted the great bird, transforming into a golden light and charging forward. However, what Yifan didn't know was that with the previous scene change, he was no longer in his dream, but had truly arrived in the real world. Meanwhile, with the birth of the God of Dreams, the pressure it emitted turned everything around it into nothingness. Even Hellas, who had incubated it for thousands of years, couldn't escape. Jijixu survived only because she had received the will of steel from Yifan, which allowed her to withstand the God of Dreams' pressure. Now looking at the dead Hellas, Jijixu felt a sense of sorrow, to incubate the god of dreams, but had also secretly killed thousands of civilians, and even sacrificed his White Wolf organization that he had carefully built for hundreds of years. Yet before his death, the god he had yearned for didn't even give him a glance. At this moment, the god of dreams raised its giant axe and released another powerful pressure wave. Jijiksu knew staying any longer would only lead to death, so she immediately turned and left this place. At this time, both the Truth Society and Mitai had entered Level 1 alert status. The Truth Society unprecedentedly activated 4 star-destroying cannons aimed at the God of Dreams. Mitai was even prepared to fight to the death, because the most terrifying aspect of the so-called God of Dreams was that it could open passages between dreams and reality if it couldn't be destroyed in time. More and more dream beasts would descend from the dream realm, and then the whole world would be devastated. But at such a critical moment of life and death, the Glory Knight Scar wasn't present, and his response to the Truth Society and Mitai was just a short sentence, saying to let everyone prepare for the aftermath. This God of Dreams was seeking its own death. After the Truth Society's pride and joy, the star-destroying cannon's first wave of attack, that dream beast still stood unharmed in its original position. This made people understand that this thing simply couldn't be defeated by human means. Even the Radiant Knight's disciple was scared into crouching on the ground. Seeing this, his senior brother went up and gave him a resounding slap, and angrily told him to pull himself together. If at such a critical moment, we knights can't stand up, who can the people of the Ionian continent rely on? Now for you and me, victory or defeat in this battle is no longer important. What's important is that as the first line of defense, even if we die, we must fight with all our might. These passionate words reignited Jace's fighting spirit. He swore by the honor of Radiant Knight Scar that he would fight with all his might in the upcoming battle. At this time, Scar's phone call came through. The senior brother excitedly stated that they had made all preparations for battle. However, Scar on the other end of the phone said to let them prepare for the aftermath work. This dream beast was simply seeking its own death. Upon hearing this, the two who were previously full of fighting spirit were immediately extinguished, standing helplessly in the heavy rain. On another side, Mitai's combat department chief Arthur also received the same response from Scar. However, just as he was wondering why Scar would be so confident, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky towards the dream beast. Yefan, controlling the Elf King's body, appeared. He asked the Elf King's soul residing in the Holy Sword, "Is this the God of Dreams you spoke of?" The Elf King replied, "Yes. Just like 10,000 years ago, its descent has caused serious threats to the people of this continent. And this time I will listen to your opinion, challenge the gods again to face my past self, using similar experiences to make up for past regrets." After hearing this, Yifan first praised the Elf King's attitude of acknowledging his mistakes. Then he raised the holy sword and shouted, "Come on, let's cut down this god. Although it looks terrifying, there's nothing to fear. This is just my dream. In my dream, I am an invincible existence." At this moment, Yifan's aura changed dramatically. The holy sword in his hand also became scorching hot. When he swung down the holy sword, a magnificent sword energy burst forth from the holy sword. That god of dreams had no power to resist at all, and was directly pierced through the chest by the sword energy. As the fallen head's lightning went dark in its eyes, its entire body began to crack successively. Then it collapsed with a crash, its enormous body raising waves like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the previously fierce god of dreams had completely turned to smoke and dispersed with the wind. At this moment, those on the ground who witnessed this mythical scene were too shocked to speak. Now the Elf King was like a dazzling sun, imprinted in the eyes of everyone on the ground. His figure was like a god. At this time, Arthur's communication device transmitted a voice asking him what to do now. Coming back to his senses, Arthur stated that everyone should remain in position, maintain vigilance and battle readiness, and contact the Truth Society to analyze who this person really was. After speaking, he drew his own sword. He believed the battle wasn't over yet, or rather, this suddenly appearing Elf King was now the greatest danger. On one hand, because the power displayed by the Elf King was too overwhelming. On the other hand, this scene was exactly like the recreation of that ancient kingdom's mythology. But everyone knew this Elf King called Kale could not possibly be resurrected. He had committed suicide with his holy sword 10,000 years ago. His soul, carrying hatred, had entwined with the sword and become a curse. Since Kale hadn't been resurrected, there was only one possibility, that someone had reawakened this ancient heroic spirit. Thinking of this, Arthur's pupils suddenly contracted. That holy sword should be in the hands of the Radiant Knight Scar, so he took out his communicator and dialed Scar's number. But just as he was about to question him, Scar spoke first, telling him to calm down, and that he had already arrived at the battlefield, and the hurriedly arriving Scar was standing on the ruins of one of the buildings. Looking at that mythical scene in the distance with shock in his gaze. Although he had thought the bookstore owner would surely help, he hadn't expected such enormous help. Then he took a deep breath and said to Arthur, "The Holy Sword was just transferred a few days ago through the Council of Elders' decision, and you don't need to doubt, this is indeed the Elf King Kale. He's been talking in my head for over a decade. I'm very familiar with him." Arthur asked in surprise who the Holy Sword had been transferred to. Scar calmly replied, "The bookstore owner, Boss Yi Fan." Hearing this name, Arthur let out a sigh. His tense mood also relaxed, but just then his expression suddenly changed, because warning signals came from everyone's communication devices. A high-energy reaction had appeared ahead, and at this time in the sky, the Elf King, or we could say Yi Fan, also raised the Holy Sword again, and his eyes revealed a piercing killing intent. Arthur suddenly looked up in great shock. This energy was actually from the Truth Society's star-destroying cannons, and their attack target was the Elf King in the sky, and the one who gave the attack order was the Truth Society's Vice President Garen, because the analysis report clearly indicated that the Elf King had come from the dream realm. He believed that since it was a creature from dreams, the Elf King must be a dream beast. He obsessively believed that fights between dream beasts lack justice. It's merely survival of the fittest among them. Even when someone raised the possibility that the Elf King might be on the side of justice, he wouldn't listen to advice, activating 4 groups of star-destroying cannons to attack the Elf King. The enormous energy converged into a beam. Carrying an aura of destruction, it reached the battlefield in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yi Fan, controlling the Elf King's body, was somewhat surprised. He thought to himself, is this a second wave attack, or small monsters summoned by the god of dreams from earlier? Whatever, doesn't matter what it is, let's cut it all down. Then he gripped the Holy Sword and rode the great bird soaring up. The Holy Sword blazed like fire in his hand. Slicing down from above, it collided thunderously with the star-destroying cannons. A blinding white light shot up into the sky, entering the black storm vortex of clouds. Large amounts of rain and clouds were vaporized, forming an entire vacuum zone. When the clouds were broken through, a piercing light shone through. The heavy rain also finally stopped at this time. After the battle ended, the 4 groups of star-destroying cannons that had attacked the Elf King all exploded in an instant. At the same time, all Truth Society members received a message on their communicators. Star-destroying cannons destroyed. All personnel enter level 1 alert status. At this moment, they all had only one thought in their minds. That was that the Truth Society's sky had fallen. But Yi Fan in the sky was unaware of all this. At this time, he was riding the great bird, circling around, waiting for the next wave of attacks. But after waiting a long time, nothing came, so he stopped and thought to himself, is it over already? I'm not satisfied yet. That god of dreams looked very imposing from the outside with great pressure, but his actual combat power was very weak. Just swung twice, hadn't even landed a critical hit, and was already killed. Overall though, this dream game experience was quite realistic, just lacking a bit of excitement. At this time, the Holy Sword left Yi Fan's palm, coming before him. The Elf King's soul then manifested, and he said to Yi Fan, "Thank you for your help. I have fulfilled my final wish, and used my remaining power to protect my subjects and land. 10,000 years have passed. Everything has gone with the wind. I'm afraid this is all I can do. If not for your guidance, I would never have been able to face my true self." Yi Fan's heart stirred. He looked down at his sword-wielding hand, the elegant and delicate gauntlet emitting a faint light. The entire arm began to become transparent, and gradually turned into golden particles dispersing in the wind. Yi Fan thought to himself, so this is the ending after all, but it makes sense. The Elf King had long been dead. It was only because his resentment and unwillingness had entwined with the sword that his soul hadn't faded even after 10,000 years. Although he was about to vanish now, for him being able to sacrifice all his remaining power. To protect his country again was truly a happy thing. Perhaps this was the best ending for him, Yi Fan thought while smiling, waving his hand and saying goodbye. Finally, the Elf King turned into golden particles, shimmering with light as he disappeared between heaven and earth. Until now, Yi Fan still believed everything that had happened here was just his dream, but the Elf King's departure still left great regret in his heart. He always felt that even if the Elf King went mad, he wouldn't have slaughtered his own subjects. However, just as he was pondering, suddenly a noisy sound came from behind. He turned to look. Several elven figures appeared in the darkness, so he walked forward, finding that the scene here had become a kingdom full of elves, and at this time, they were forcing the Elf King to go challenge the dark god. But just then, Yi Fan was suddenly blindfolded by someone. The scene around his body also switched to an ice and snow world. That person leaned close to his ear and said, "Long time no see." Yi Fan felt the soft body temperature coming from the other person. This feeling was very familiar to him, because the first time he dreamed of the silver goddess, it was also like this, lying on her body. Then Yi Fan replied, "Indeed, it's been a long time, silver goddess. Did I accidentally wander into your dream?" Silver answered, "More More precisely, you were caught by my dream, and I can sense that your spirit is more tired than last time. Seems you caused quite a commotion before coming here. So Yifan told Silver Goddess about what had happened, and expressed regret about the Elf King's departure. But unexpectedly, Silver Goddess said she knew the truth about the Elf King's incident, and asked if Yifan wanted to hear it. Yifan found a comfortable position on Silver Goddess's lap and replied, "Listening to a beautiful woman tell stories is also a pleasure." Then Silver Goddess began to tell that buried history. That incident happened during the transition between the Second Era and the Third Era. At that time, the Elf King and his subjects faced the strongest and most ancient existence in the darkness. Because his power was too overwhelming, anyone who saw or touched him began to mutate and go mad. But the Elf King's subjects greedily wanted to control this power from mutation, so they conducted experiments behind the Elf King's back. In the end, every innocent citizen became their test product. They didn't even spare 3-year-old children. However, when the Elf King discovered it, it was already too late. Finally, this power from darkness went out of control. Most subjects were mutated by this power. The remaining people, seeing this situation, forced the Elf King to challenge the gods, attempting to end the source of mutation through deicide. But God were ultimately God. The Elf King was utterly defeated just by one glance when he returned to his kingdom. This place had already become dilapidated beyond repair. Everyone had become ugly and terrifying monsters. And to prevent this disaster from continuing, the Elf King could only swing his holy sword to kill all his subjects. After doing all this, he dragged his incomplete body to the Snow Mountain Peak, offering his life as a sacrifice to the original 4 witches, begging them to let his previously scattered subjects live on. After receiving the 4 witches' response, the Elf King resolutely thrust the holy sword into his own chest. Hearing this, Far Yifan sighed. So it wasn't the Elf King who went mad but his subjects. And the Elf King, who maintained clarity throughout, must have been in such pain when he swung his sword to kill them. He was willing to bear thousands of years of infamy rather than reveal the truth. How extremely sad this is. Now the ancient kingdom and subjects have all passed away. Even the Elf King's soul has permanently vanished. I'm afraid this ancient infamy will continue to be carried. Silver Goddess replied, "As the king of this country, failing to protect this land and subjects was his crime. Moreover, this history has already turned to ashes in Time's river. Now neither will anyone clear his name, nor will anyone be willing to believe him." Yifan sighed and said, "Kale was a good king. I am willing to believe him, and will forever remember him." After hearing this, Silver Goddess lifted Yifan's sleeve, revealing the crown mark the Elf King gave him, and said, "This is exactly why the Elf King gave you this mark. This symbolizes the exchange of kingship. If you can find the Elf King's surviving people, perhaps they would still be willing to revere you as king." As soon as the words fell, Silver Goddess trembled, saying the dream was about to disappear. But before that, she wanted Yifan to see something. After Yifan got up, he found the illusion before him was slowly dissipating. What was revealed was the land that had continued from the Elf King's kingdom thousands of years ago, still flourishing with flowers today. Meanwhile, in the real world outside the dream, Mitai's Arthur was cleaning up the battlefield after Yifan's battle with the god of dreams. Looking at this ruins, he muttered to himself, "This bookstore boss, he seems to have quite a bad temper." Just then Scar came behind him and said, "If a growling evil dog suddenly broke into where you live, your temper would probably be even worse." Hearing this, Arthur scoffed and said, "If a divine-level dream god is an evil dog, then those at our level must be little teddy dogs." Scar patted his shoulder and replied, "You're thinking too much, baby. In his eyes, you're just a flea." Then he said seriously, "Although the god of dreams is dead, this matter is far from over. He has been investigating the source of the magic mirror egg that could hatch the god of dreams, but for so many years there has been no clue. Now he wants to find out whether it was some organization or someone who planted the dream mirror egg on this continent." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a person sitting on a rocky peak seemed to sense what Scar said. He stroked the strange jade pendant in his hand. A cunning smile appeared on his face. After the great battle, the entire city was almost turned into ruins. Even the strongest truth society on this continent was turned into ruins by his casual strike. But after doing all this, he went to other dreams and fell in love with the Silver Goddess. Yet he didn't know that the real world outside was in chaos now. At this time, the Truth Society's Vice President Garen was angrily pounding the table, because when the Elf King's soul dispersed, he expressed thanks to Yifan for being able to resolve the heart knot that had troubled him for thousands of years. Yifan politely waved and said, "You're welcome," but others couldn't see the Elf King's soul. This made them misunderstand that Yifan was saying these words to them, making them think that what Yifan wanted to express by saying these words was, "No need to thank me, it's what I should do to beat you into this state." This kind of sarcastic scene made Garen's face twist with anger. This was simply naked mockery of the Truth Society, but he could do nothing about it, because this was entirely the consequence of his wrong decision. If he hadn't ordered the star-destroying cannons to fire stare at the Elf King. Then this "you're welcome" could be explained as, no need to thank him for helping to eliminate this divine-level dream beast. However, the actual wasteland-like battlefield still retained traces of the collision. The star-destroying cannons destroyed by the Elf King's casual strike still retained their warmth. Under such circumstances, the Elf King smiled and waved toward the Truth Society's direction, saying, "You're welcome," having no thoughts other than mockery. But most crucially, the legendary Elf King wasn't so frivolous in everyone's impression. This inevitably made Garen develop some thoughts and speculations. He thought to himself, was this gesture of the Elf King indicated by the person behind the scenes who summoned him? This thought made him feel inexplicable fear, that powerful existence hadn't even made a move, yet merely the heroic spirit he summoned had already beaten the Truth Society to a pulp. Thinking of this, Garen's hands began to shake uncontrollably, but soon his expression became twisted and gloomy again, as if plotting some sinister plan, until the cold words reaching his ears made him come to his senses, only to see a group of panic-level members wearing pitch-black armor holding weapons aimed at him. Another Truth Society Vice President Mundo walked out from the crowd saying, "Due to violation of relevant regulations, all your authorities have been forcibly frozen and entered pending review status. Please do not move around, wait in place." Mr. Garen, I think you know what a huge mistake you've made this time, and what great losses the Truth Society has suffered for your mistake. Garen looked at this very young Mundo, who was at the same level as himself, took a deep breath, and explained, "I indeed made a wrong decision, but my basis and process for making judgments were all correct. The only error I can admit is underestimating the enemy's great strength." Before he finished speaking, Mundo interrupted him. "You don't need to say these things to me. As far as I know, you seem to have been investigating that bookstore all along and have great hostility towards the bookstore owner. Just now, Mitai's people contacted us, confirming it was that bookstore owner who summoned the Elf King. Therefore, we have reason to suspect you made targeted actions out of personal interest, and it was because of you that the friendly bookstore owner launched a counterattack, ultimately leading to the Truth Society's heavy losses." Hearing this, Garen knew the situation was decided and closed his eyes. Now, no matter how he explained, he couldn't change the status quo. However, just then, an alarm sounded. "All Truth Society members, please note, the Mechanical Reincarnation Department has been attacked again. All members immediately enter level 1 alert status." This sudden situation greatly delighted Garen, because according to regulations, when level 1 alert status overlaps, all personnel must maintain their original positions. This way, all institutions can operate normally. Meanwhile, Jijixu arrived at the White Wolf Organization's stronghold. Now the White Wolf Organization no longer existed. Her revenge mission was over. Currently, the most important thing was to take over everything left by the White Wolf Organization. After opening the final passage, they entered White Wolf's last stronghold. Immediately, a strong stench of rotting corpses assaulted their nostrils. After Jijixu walked in, the feeling under her shoes was sticky and heavy, like stepping on damp army blankets. She looked down and saw the ground was covered with something like bright red meat sauce, and all around were mountains of piled corpses, still dripping strange mixed liquids. Jijixu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Being able to live here for so long, these white wolf hunters must have gone mad long ago. Then, she came to the hatching warehouse, where the magic mirror eggs were hatched. Seeing this scene of devastation, Jijixu felt overwhelmed with emotion. The White Wolf Organization's leader, Harris, had gone through countless hardships, even sacrificing his life to hatch the God of Dreams. Yet before it could demonstrate its power, it was slain by a single arrow. Just then, her subordinate Marx found her, dragging his severely wounded body. Marx had completed the task Jijixu had given him, finding the White Wolf Organization's greatest treasure, the original formula for the blood of impurity. However, when Jijixu tried to touch it, she discovered the box was covered in White Wizard's runic magic, making it impossible to open at present. Marx suggested she could consult the wizard serving her family, but since the betrayal by the man with the mustache, she felt there were very few people she could trust. Moreover, if such an original formula were to leak, the consequences would be extremely severe. So she told Marx to go back and recover first, saying they would discuss this matter later. Meanwhile, at the Truth Society's Mechanical Reincarnation Factory, the laboratory for the Clay Body Project had become an inferno. Someone had broken in and destroyed all the humanoid specimens. To infiltrate such a heavily guarded experimental facility and cause such destruction, the Truth Society's elders were certain the perpetrator must be an internal member. At this moment, the rescue team discovered a severely injured girl, but they felt they had never seen this girl before. Just as they were puzzled, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. One hand shot out and pierced through one person's neck. Then she immediately leaped behind another person. In just a second, both men were taken down by the girl. Then the girl escaped through the pipeline. She was actually a test subject of the Clay Body Project's artificial human experiments. Because she was the 9,527th specimen, her number was 9,527. This number was printed on the back of her neck, along with a barcode for recording data. Since the Truth Society started the Artificial Human Project, there had been 15,698 specimens in total. Without exception, they were all failures. Girl 9,527 was one of them. However, because she bore some resemblance to Vice President Galen's first love, Galen injected half of his abilities into her body. Yet this action caused the girl's abilities to severely exceed safe levels. If they couldn't be expelled, she would continue to expand until she exploded after a year. But Galen hadn't expected the girl would develop self-awareness. After learning she only had 1 year left to live, many thoughts she'd never had before emerged in her mind. Moreover, she possessed extraordinary hearing and vision, allowing her to instantly obtain desired information. Thus, she noticed many details she hadn't seen before. She knew the daily staff rotations and movement patterns in this laboratory. She also knew the structural layout of the entire mechanical reincarnation factory. She even knew that someone was about to destroy this factory right now. That person was among these scholars. While chatting and joking with others nearby, they had tampered with the Philosopher's Stone in the hand. In an instant, a thunderous explosion shook the entire building. Flames engulfed everything and all glass containers exploded in succession. After obtaining their desired samples, the attacker quickly left. After they left, a hand emerged from the ruins. The girl stood up, supporting her severely injured body. Looking around, she tore off the mark on the back of her neck along with the skin. Then she found a staff member's corpse. She put on his clothes, then mercilessly threw the body into the raging fire. But at this point, her body could no longer support her, and she collapsed. She was then rescued by the search team who thought she was staff, leading to what happened earlier. Now she stood on the rooftop, unsure where to go, though she had escaped. This body needed maintenance fluid injections to remain stable. Otherwise, it wouldn't last long. The most important thing now was to find a place to hide. So she leaped down from the building, but just before landing, blood spewed from her mouth. Her consciousness began to blur, and her body collapsed again. In her hazy state, she saw a goddess bathed in moonlight. The goddess dragged her body to a place illuminated by moonlight. This place was Yifan's bookstore. At this moment, Yifan was on a date with the silver goddess in his dreams. The unconscious smile on his face showed how comfortable he was right now. But just then, a dark shadow appeared beside him, and that shadow slowly condensed into Yifan's form. Soon Yifan woke up from his sleep. He stretched and stood up, the dream still vivid in his mind, the memories crystal clear. Looking at the holy sword on the table, he felt a familiarity, as if forged through countless trials. And he could even remember the Elf King's entire life clearly. Yifan sighed and muttered to himself, "Better not think about the dream anymore, should wash my face and prepare to open the store for customers." Just then, Yifan suddenly noticed the rain outside seemed to have stopped, but it seemed something had happened, as he could hear various bustling sounds coming from far away. Yifan had really had enough of this terrible weather this month. He felt his books were about to grow mold in this humid weather. With a bit of excitement, he hurried downstairs to open the door. Immediately, fresh post-rain air rushed in, making Yifan feel refreshed and energized. But the towering flames and collapsed buildings in the distance suggested there had been a fire. He was about to go out to check the situation, when his sharp eyes suddenly noticed a figure collapsed on the ground nearby, and the bloodstains covering their white clothes. This figure was girl 9,527, who had escaped from the Truth Society. If left unattended, the post-rain puddles could lead to more serious infections, so Yifan had no choice but to carry her inside. But Yifan couldn't have known this would bring him enormous trouble. Yifan not only helped clean her wounded body, but thoughtfully bandaged it into a butterfly pattern. But the girl, in order to hide her identity, actually wanted to end his life. In the girl's eyes, killing this ordinary person would be as simple as crushing an ant. But just as she was about to act, a fierce chill suddenly rose in her heart. Looking over, she found the statue on the table was staring at her grimly. That's when she realized this statue was alive, and she was now absolutely certain that if she showed even a hint of killing intent, this statue would tear her to pieces in an instant. She immediately released her abilities to scan the entire bookstore. This scan frightened the girl even more. She discovered the rose beside the statue was also alive. Even every book in this bookstore emanated a terrifying aura. The girl looked back at Yifan, who was closing the door, trembling all over, though he showed no signs of ability fluctuations. But with such terrifying decorations in his shop, this person must be a mysterious master hidden in the mortal world. Thinking of this, the girl tiptoed back to the lounge chair. After carefully lying down, she didn't dare move a muscle as she waited for Yifan to return. Yifan turned and saw the girl lying stiffly in the chair. He couldn't help but laugh. He thought the girl's stupid and dazed look was just like a penguin, so he asked if she needed to go to the hospital. The girl grabbed his hand after hearing this, saying she had escaped and didn't want to be sent away. At these words, Yifan was shocked, thinking, this plot is just like Aihibara from Detective Conan. She's like him, wearing an oversized white coat and escaping from an organization to collapse on the street. Could yesterday's fire also be caused by some dangerous secret research? At this point, Yifan had already started imagining what what happened. The truth of the matter must be that a researcher who holds confidential information was threatened by the villain organization with a girl to do some bad things. In the end, the researcher angrily detonated bombs, then near death himself, gave his clothes to this girl to let her escape and seek help. Looking at the girl's delicate and pitiful appearance, Yifan sighed and said he wouldn't send her to the hospital, but still needed to check if she had any other problems. After all, internal injuries were treatable, but external wounds were not easily discovered. After saying this, he held the girl's hand again, saying, although he wasn't a professional doctor, he still hoped the girl would cooperate and let him help examine her body. At this moment, Yifan thought to himself, the terrible experience must have left this girl traumatized. He must let her feel the warmth of this world. He really was warm-hearted and kind. If this child had met someone else, she probably wouldn't have been so lucky. Then he told the girl to lie still and not move. He would go to the basement to get the clothes box and be back soon. But these words sounded like a threat to the girl. As long as she obediently remained still, she could safely live until he returned, because the girl could clearly feel many terrifying and ethereal presences permeating this small bookstore. Every moment there were invisible gazes sliding across her skin. It was as if countless people were pressed against her face watching her. Even their exhaled breath could brush across her face. And all this fear-inducing terror seemed completely normal in this young man's eyes. His gentle smile also became a cold warning in this moment. The girl still couldn't understand why such a frightening person would be so kind as to save her. Just as she was pondering, Yifan returned with the medical kit. Seeing how nervous and trembling the girl was, Yifan thought, as a reliable middle-aged person, he should tell some jokes to ease the atmosphere. So he said to the girl, "Are you suddenly so nervous because you're afraid of me? I'm not some child-eating monster from fairy tales." At these words, the girl was struck as if by lightning. So that was it. This man saved me just because he wanted to eat me. The girl wanted to escape, but that soul-deep terror prevented her from moving an inch. At this point, the girl had completely given up resistance. She voluntarily stretched out her hand to let Yifan eat her, while also begging Yifan not to hurt her while eating. Yifan was speechless after hearing this. Had her head been hit stupid, Yifan could only frantically explain for half a day before the girl believed he wouldn't eat her. Then Yifan took out bandages to dress her wounds, while she was grateful to still be alive. But she still felt that although Yifan wasn't some man-eating monster, he definitely wasn't a good person. Yifan introduced himself while treating her wounds. Then he asked the girl what her name was. At this point, the girl answered somewhat sadly that she didn't have a name. Yifan paused, thinking to himself, is she trying to say goodbye to her painful past? After all, she looks about 15 or 16 years old. How could she not have a name? Of course, it's also possible she doesn't want to reveal her identity. Just like a stray cat being cautious, one can't help but wonder what kind of shadow her injuries have cast on her. Yifan looked at the expressionless girl before him and suddenly felt a hint of pity. What a poor, strong, and stubborn child. But he didn't know the girl's name was 9527. Only that name represented the girl still in the glass tube, that unconscious and unfeeling life, not the girl now who had thoughts and feelings. At this point, Yifan stroked the girl's head and began to comfort her. Let everything from before be as if it never happened. If you're willing to let go, then the past days are just a string of numbers, and what's most important is always the present and future. These few sentences gave the girl an illusion. Whether his words or his hands, they were all so warm. Even his whole person now radiated a reassuring light. After bandaging, Yifan asked the girl if she had any plans for the future. The girl shook her head and said sadly that she had nowhere to go. Yifan saw bewilderment in her timid gaze. Obviously, the girl who had just experienced a major life change hadn't found her direction yet. Life mentor Yifan showed a smile, so he said to the girl, in that case, you probably need a new identity. As it happens, I'm short an assistant here. If you're willing to stay with me, I can at least guarantee your safety for the short term. If you have new ideas later, you can leave then. Unexpectedly, these words directly scared the girl to tears. Just lying here, she could feel such terrifying and heavy presences. It was hard to imagine what these books on the shelves and this entire bookstore actually were. She didn't even dare close her eyes now, because based on what she could sense, if she closed her eyes, that spine-chilling feeling would amplify infinitely. Instinctively, she didn't want to interact closely with these things every day. Just thinking about it felt terrifying. But if she didn't agree, she would continue to face the Truth Society's pursuit. Maybe she could successfully escape, but the days ahead would still be full of uncertainty and confusion. However, if she refused, she felt this man wouldn't let her leave this bookstore. As an artificial human who had just left the culture fluid and hadn't yet encountered society's dangers, the girl's brain was now a bit frozen. Yifan noticed the hesitation and tension in the young girl's expression. He stood up with a smile and said, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. You have your own plans and I won't interfere. You don't need to be so nervous. Don't think about too much for now. Just focus on recovering first. Before your injuries heal, I'll still take you in. Whether you leave or stay after that will be your choice. After speaking, he crouched down again, indicating the girl should climb onto his back. The girl hesitated before slowly putting her hands on Yifan's shoulders. With very awkward movements, she climbed onto his back. Yifan reached back to support the young girl's slender thighs, very carefully avoiding the wounds, then walked towards the stairs. The girl looked at the back of his head. The warmth from the man's body pressed against her skin. She could even hear his heartbeat clearly. However, However, just as Yifan brought the girl into his bedroom, the girl immediately began trembling again. Yifan noticed her gaze lingering on the dream catcher sent by the destruction class wizard Wild, so he explained, "This was given to me by an old customer. It's a local specialty that helps people have good dreams, called a dream catcher. And that sword was also a commemorative gift from the customer." But the real reason for the girl's fear was, the dream catcher emanated an aura like that of an abyss predator. Before, when she was 9,527, she had seen fragments of spiderweb with the same aura in the laboratory. That had been treated as a dangerous item, placed in a containment device made of layers of protective formations. It was said to come from a dream beast called an abyss predator, possessing the power to drag people into terrifying dreams and slowly kill them. But here it seemed to have been made into a bedroom decoration. And what kind of existence must that so-called old customer be? To be able to give away such a precious treasure, they must also be an extremely dangerous being. Then there's this great sword given by another customer. Although the aura it emanates is much more righteous than the dream catcher, that sword-like radiance is equally dangerous, seeming able to kill any unwelcome visitor who breaks in here. The girl understood Yifan was arranging for her to stay in his bedroom, but with these two things here, how could she possibly sleep? While Yifan felt she seemed even more nervous after his explanation, he thought she might be fearful of the new environment, so Yifan gently said, "Don't worry, no one will hurt you here. If you feel scared, just call out to me." Then he took out his own clothes from the wardrobe, letting the girl put them on and rest well. The girl who had put on the clothes lay down flat and obediently covered herself with the blanket. At this point, Yifan, afraid of scaring the little one, put away the sword from the table. Just then, he suddenly remembered something, turned back and said, "Since you don't have a name anymore, would you like a new one?" The girl nodded shyly after hearing this, her dark eyes staring blankly at him, like a newly hatched chick wanting to imprint the first figure it sees into its mind. Yifan looked at the sky outside the window and pondered for a moment before saying to the girl, "From today on, you'll be called Zhao Yue, because after this month of dark clouds, a glimpse of bright moonlight has finally appeared." After settling her in, Yifan withdrew from the room. Then he took out his phone and dialed the only number on it. The number had no contact name, but it was given to him by the first customer when his bookstore had just opened. It was that customer who had given this shop proper business credentials and provided all kinds of help. And all this was just repayment for Yifan offering guidance and recommending a book at that time, although for Yifan then it was just casual comfort and habitual motivational quotes. But judging from the other party's later attitude, these words seemed to have changed their entire life. The owner of this number had once said the phone was on standby 24 hours a day. No matter how much time passed, whenever Yifan needed help, as long as he called this number, he would definitely get a response. Soon, a sexy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Yi." The tone was respectful, but seemed somewhat cold, as if one could imagine this was a serious, conscientious, and well-figured maid. Yifan thought for a moment, and dug out the source of such a distinctive voice from distant memory. She must be the maid who took back the first customer, Lulu. Then the voice on the phone said, "Following my master's instructions, I've been waiting for your call for 3 years. Do you need me to wake up my master?" Yifan thought for a moment and answered, "No need, let her sleep." Without realizing it, from when Yifan woke up until finishing settling this girl, almost half a night had passed. He made the call while cleaning up traces in the bookstore, but the bloodstains on the lounge chair were somewhat difficult to clean, so he finally chose to temporarily give up. However, the dark bloodstains weren't too noticeable on the already old lounge chair, while the maid maintained a very professional tone saying, "All right, then I'll relay this after Master wakes up. Do you have any instructions? Following our agreement, all your requests will be our top priority." This exaggerated attitude surprised Yifan. It was the same exaggerated attitude back then, unexpectedly unchanged even after 3 years. At this point, Yifan didn't think much of it. He felt perhaps it was because of their merchant background, that they particularly valued promises and gratitude. So Yifan said, "I've now saved someone with an unclear background. You can check the fires in the streets 20 to 50 range. I need a new identity for her to use as cover." Maid Bella was silent for a moment, seeming to be checking according to what Yifan said. Then she said, "I understand, but this matter is somewhat troublesome. You may need to wait a few days. We'll send someone to provide door-to-door service then to ensure everything is perfect." Yifan said okay, then sighed. "Hearing your familiar voice makes it feel like nothing has changed, even though 3 years have passed." Bella calmly said, "For you indeed nothing has changed, but for us these 3 years have been earth-shattering changes. However, our gratitude and admiration for you have never changed. Master has been missing you and hopes to hear your teachings again, but you never contacted us, and Master didn't dare take the initiative to make such a request. If you don't mind, I've taken the liberty of representing Master to request another visit, hoping to receive your permission." Hearing her say this, Yifan felt inexplicably guilty. He didn't understand why he had only habitually instilled some motivational quotes, yet managed to convince Lulu to treat him like a life-saving benefactor. Unable to figure it out, he simply stopped trying. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "You're welcome to visit my bookstore any time, just like 3 years ago, I'm also looking forward to meeting Lulu after 3 years. After Bella respectfully bid farewell, Ye Fan hung up the communication, shaking his head again, still feeling this young girl took him too seriously. At such an immature age, excessively admiring an imperfect person wasn't a good thing. When she comes next time, he must have a good talk with her. Bella put the communicator back in her maid uniform pocket, straightened her clothes. She stood up looking at the large number of documents on the table in front of her, turned and pushed back the chair, walking out of the room. Cowhide high-heeled boots stepped on the hallway with crisp and evenly spaced sounds, making people feel her image matched her voice perfectly. Deep gray hair was meticulously coiled up, tied with a white lace-edged headscarf. Deep features appeared somewhat hard due to her serious expression, along with those slightly high cheekbones giving a more forceful character. This was clearly the image of a dutiful, capable, and somewhat cold maid. In fact, her status and position were far beyond just a maid. After serving 3 generations of the Chapman family, she had become an inseparable part of this family's assets. Her current master, Chapman Lulu, was precisely the most competitive heir of the current generation, and one of the 3 branch presidents of the Rose Association. No one knew how Lulu, as a mixed-race illegitimate daughter, had managed to become a power wielder with vast authority in just 3 short years. Many people spread rumors saying she had the power to control people's souls through verbal communication, thus calling her the Witch of Chapman. But Bella, who had personally brought Lulu back to the Chapman family and witnessed her growth all along, naturally knew the hidden secret, even the phone call she just made. At this moment, Bella stood straight, knocking on Lulu's door, then folded her hands over her lower abdomen, respectfully waiting. A still, somewhat childish voice quickly came from the room, sounding drowsy and confused. "Bella, come in. Is something wrong?" The spacious bedroom had plenty of room, but the soft, large bed was covered with all kinds of pillows. Lulu looked only 11 or 12, young and beautiful, with a head of snow white, neat short hair, including white eyelashes and eyebrows. She was a mixed blood child of a human druid and dark elf, though looking like a little girl. Her actual age had exceeded 100 years. The Witch of Chapman rubbed her eyes with her small hand and yawned. Sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her little legs, her toes couldn't even touch the floor. Bella stepped forward 2 steps, lifting her skirt, curtsying, saying, "Good evening, my master." Lulu puffed up her cheeks, answering, "I'm not good at all right now, just want to sleep quickly." Bella stood up, passing over the communicator, saying, "Then I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight. Reporting to you the record of the just concluded call with Mr. Yi." Lulu paused, meeting the maid's serious gaze, then suddenly jumped down from the bed and started screaming loudly, "Mr. Yi actually contacted me," then buried herself in the bed, diving into the pile of pillows, hugging one of the pillows with a flushed face, alternating between silent screams and muttering into the pillow, calling, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi." Bella's gaze was calm, maintaining an elegant posture, watching her confused owner who was holding her own face. The current Lulu looked just like a young girl who had just fallen in love, receiving a call from her crush for the first time. Where was any trace of what a person in power should look like? After rolling around on the bed until she calmed down, Lulu sat up, putting on an expressionless face, reaching out to take the communicator while calmly saying, "What did he say to you?" Unfortunately, several strands of ruffled hair sticking up on her head quietly betrayed her. Bella answered, "Mr. Yi hopes we can forge an identity for a girl he just took in. Based on my investigation and the information provided by Mr. Lin, this girl may be related to the Dream Beast invasion that just occurred in Ionia, as well as the attack on the Truth Society's mechanical reincarnation. The specific situation still needs to be investigated to understand clearly." Hearing about that girl, Lulu's face changed. Was it for a girl that he thought of me? She now felt that girl was very shameless, stealing her home. Bella helplessly said, "Isn't your focus a bit wrong? And I must apologize for taking the liberty of extending an invitation to visit to Mr. Yi earlier." Lulu looked at her. Her previously expressionless face instantly made a WA sound, holding the communicator helplessly with hands and feet while speaking incoherently, saying, "How could you do this? You've overstepped this time. First, let me find a little notebook to write it down." Then Lulu's voice got smaller, her gaze wandering as she asked quietly, "Did he agree?" Bella smiled, saying he agreed, and expressed that he very much welcomed your visit. At this point, the so-called Witch of Chapman clutched her chest, falling down like she had been shot by a hunter's bullet, lying on the bed, breathing heavily, looking at the ceiling. Mr. Yi's request must be completed well, and also compile all the events that happened in Ionia during this time, and give them to me. After this auction and the guild affairs are quickly resolved, then arrange time to visit Mr. Yi, Lulu said with narrowed eyes. Besides, Congreve has been getting along well with the White Wizard lately. Slow and steady wins the race. This is the principle Mr. Yi taught me. Bella indicated she would send people to investigate immediately. You need not worry. His little tricks cannot shake your air position. Then Lulu smiled slightly, then sighed, murmuring, 3 years, finally able to see him again, while Bella, at the moment she took back the communicator, also recalled 3 years ago, when she picked up the runaway Lulu from that shabby bookstore. The light-filled eyes this little girl had when looking at the store owner. Back then, she still didn't understand why Lulu would show such an expression. But 3 years later, she couldn't help but be shocked by the strength and terror of this seemingly ordinary man. And the more she pondered, the more she felt soul-deep battle intent. enrollment. While at this time, the continent of Ionia had started pouring rain again. The rain quickly flowed into Yefan's store, so Yefan listened to the neighboring audio store's TV reporting the cause of yesterday's fire, while taking out a mop to clean up the rainwater inside. But at this time, the television sound from next door suddenly stopped, followed by a curse and banging sounds. Yefan could completely imagine how frustrated the owner of the neighboring store was now. At this time, the audio store owner Colin checked the TV and found it wasn't the TV's problem itself, so he determined it must be a tripped circuit. But in such bad weather, he didn't want to go out. Then he remembered next door's Yefan had always been a nice guy. Maybe he could help. So he knocked on the wall saying, "Brother next door, are you there? It's like this. You probably heard my TV had some problems. I suspect the circuit breaker outside might have tripped. I'm a bit busy and can't get away right now. Could you check it for me?" Yefan certainly didn't mind helping. In fact, he was bored now and wanted to find something to do. However, just as Yefan was preparing to go out, suddenly a dark, blurry human shadow was reflected on the door. In this door's glass frame, it was like a portrait that had been painted black. That feeling of mutual understanding suddenly appeared again. This black shadow was the behind-the-scenes manipulator who had brought him to this other world. The first time he came, he had no physical form, could only express emotions through water stains. Now he so quickly had a shadow-like form. That should be thanks to the books I lent out, because he said last time that lending out books could bring him benefits. So Yefan asked, "Do you have something to discuss with me, or have you come to urge me to lend out more books quickly?" The black shadow at the door shook its head, stretching out a finger pointing to the left. Yefan turned his head. That was the direction of the audio store. Combining with the earlier scene, he guessed and asked, "Are you saying you'll help me turn on the circuit breaker?" The black shadow nodded. Yefan understood it had appeared this time to help out as a gesture of thanks, and he now felt this behind-the-scenes manipulator was quite cute, giving the impression of being a very polite, good child. If refused, this child would probably be somewhat hurt. So he told the black shadow the location of that circuit breaker. Then the black shadow went to the circuit breaker and pushed it up. While Colin saw his TV click back on with light, immediately overjoyed, expressing great thanks to next door Yefan. At this point, Yefan smiled and nodded at the black shadow, while the black shadow gradually faded away outside the glass window, as if retreating into the clouds. Colin leaned back satisfactorily, lying into the sofa, picking up the remote and changing through several channels. At this point, looking at the changing images on the TV, he suddenly froze, then his face stiffened. Cold sweat slowly emerged from his back, because that black shadow appeared in his TV. While Yefan was completely unaware of everything, he had originally wanted to go out and buy another bed for Zhao Yue, but in such heavy rain, all the surrounding stores were closed. His gaze fell on the small electric saw placed in the corner, thinking, looks like I'll have to make one myself again. But unexpectedly, this action directly frightened next door Colin, because the sharp electric saw sound transmitted through the wall seemed right next to him, combined with the strange images on the TV. At this point, he believed Yefan was a killer in the rainy night. He could almost imagine that sharp electric saw flashing with cold light, spinning at high speed, throwing out blood and flesh debris, and some translucent glands, messy things covering the entire wall, fresh blood flowing down the uneven wall surface, dripping and gathering into water. And now the electric saw sound was getting closer and closer, almost falling before his eyes. Terrified, he wished he could run home to find his mother. At this time, he saw his second-hand communicator screen light up. He hurriedly scrambled to cup it up with both hands, only to see a message on it that said, "Listen to the moon. The moon will give you mercy and peace. Your plea has been heard by the Cathedral Church. I will come to investigate. During this time, please do not act rashly. If you discover anything abnormal, please configure holy water according to the following formula. Spray it daily at the four corners of the house and doorway, and pray with the corresponding incantations." And the message was signed by someone called Vincent. Yefan certainly wouldn't know his neighbor was already near the edge of collapse, mentally severely traumatized, and was preparing to invite professionals to perform an exorcism. Even if he knew, he would probably just laugh it off, and even persuade the other party not to waste money. Meanwhile, using his warm words and reliable image to resolve it. After 3 hours of busy work, Yefan finally made a semi-finished product. Then he put down the hammer and nails in his hands, satisfactorily looking at the semi-finished product in front of him, moving his shoulders and arms a bit. Surprisingly, it wasn't very tiring, and much easier than imagined. But all these wood shavings would still take half a day to clean up. At this time, Zhao Yue's voice came from behind, asking Yefan if he needed help. Yefan turned his head to see Zhao Yue, who had just received her new name, standing at the stairs turning point looking down. Several strands of hair fell beside her pale face. Her dark eyes showed no emotional fluctuations, although taking on an assistant was to share some work. But now this assistant had just been saved, and was quite weak. Yefan was very worried that later, the mess he would have to clean up wouldn't just be these wood shavings on the ground. Zhao Yue seemed to see Yefan's concern. She tilted her head thinking. She raised her arms, bending joints, making a strong pose. Yefan looked at this young girl's slender arms exposed from her slipped sleeves, along with the bandages he had wrapped himself, looking quite pitiful. Combined with her serious expression, he found it somewhat inexplicably amusing. So he said with a wry smile, "All right then, Help me clean up these fragments on the ground. The broom and garbage bags are placed beside the counter at the back. Be careful not to get hurt. Zhao Yue thought he meant not to damage anything in the store, so immediately answered, I won't break anything. Yifan covered his face, sighing, saying, I believe you won't. But I meant be careful not to aggravate your injuries. Always put yourself first. A broom can have thousands and millions of replacements, but there's only one of you. Hearing this, Zhao Yue felt somewhat confused and had some indescribable feelings. Because as an artificial human, according to those researchers, someone like her could be mass-produced and wasn't any unique existence. He suddenly realized there might be some difference in meaning between the two, and she found it hard to explain this feeling, but it was like feeling again the warmth she had felt on Yifan's back at that time. Perhaps this feeling was simply human warmth. Xiao Yue slowly nodded, watching as Yifan turned back satisfied to continue fiddling with his newly made bed. Then he carried the bed upstairs again. Xiao Yue thought to herself, he really is a strange man, though he gives off such a frightening impression. Yet in these ordinary moments he seems just like a normal person. This was just like her initial judgment when she first met Yifan, but now she would absolutely never believe such an illusion again. She then carefully walked to the far end of the counter near the wall, warily eyeing these bookshelves that still made her hair stand on end, taking out all the cleaning tools. She had seen the cleaning staff in the laboratory use these before, so she knew how to use them. After initial unfamiliarity, she gradually became more skilled. When Yifan had carried the bed frame halfway up the stairs, he added one instruction, that she could call him boss or store manager or something similar. Xiao Yue immediately responded respectfully, yes boss. When Yifan returned to the bedroom and saw his original bed with the sheets and blankets all neatly arranged, he couldn't help but remark that Xiao Yue was truly a thoughtful child. He laid out all the spare bedding, let out a long sigh, and looking at the ray of light coming through the window, felt that everything was getting better. Surely they would be able to get along very well from now on. Next, Yifan went downstairs and cleaned up the scene together with Xiao Yue. Finally, after taking a shower, he freshly opened for business. Yifan sat behind the counter as usual, casually flipping through the registry book, and suddenly said, from now on, you'll need to record information about customers who come in and when they borrow books, as well as how many volumes they borrow. Take a look at this first to familiarize yourself. Xiao Yue stiffly took it, silently looked at it for a few moments before falling into silence. What's wrong? Feel free to ask if you have any questions. At this point, Yifan, who was preparing to guide her, hadn't yet realized the seriousness of treating Xiao Yue as an assistant. Until after a series of stumbling conversations finally ended, he understood that his newly hired assistant actually had no common sense, or more accurately, no systematic common sense. The knowledge she currently possessed was all learned from observing others, and she lacked systematic education. The simplest and most obvious problem was that she couldn't read. Yifan rubbed his temples, feeling the situation was giving him a headache. What kind of environment had she been living in before? Xiao Yue looked at Yifan's expression, pursed her lips, and said fearfully, I can learn. Yifan sensed her anxiety and unease, adjusted his expression, and gently comforted her. Wanting to learn is a good thing. You're very smart. You'll be able to learn these things in no time. I'm not in a rush now. Wait until you've learned and your injuries have healed better before helping me with work. How about this? First look at some books and what you've learned before, and if there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. Yifan stood up and thought for a moment. He took a phonetic children's encyclopedia and children's dictionary from the bookshelf and handed them to Xiao Yue. However, these books that seemed ordinary in Yifan's eyes had transformed into the terrifying key to the door and basic rune in Xiao Yue's eyes, and the horrifying scenes she saw from the books scared her into repeatedly backing away. Seeing this, Yifan thought perhaps the children's versions had hurt her pride, so he showed a kind smile and said earnestly, don't look down on these two books just because they're basic knowledge. To learn more knowledge, you must first master these basics. Xiao Yue was momentarily bewildered, wondering if these two strange objects were really books meant for teaching basic knowledge. But compared to the bone-chilling feeling she got when facing the entire bookshelf, these two books before her were actually much more normal. More precisely, the aura from these books actually created a kind of attraction that made one want to open and explore them. This showed that just having these books sitting there had the power to influence people's minds. Xiao Yue hesitated for a moment before carefully reaching out to take the two books. The moment she held them in her hands, she felt a trace of battle power from within her soul. Yifan patted her head very contentedly and said, learning may be painful, but it's very useful. It's an endless yet readily available ladder of progress. Knowledge will be your mind's strongest fortress when facing all difficulties. Only your wisdom can keep you confident when down on your luck and clear-headed when successful. Xiao Yue nodded with a tense expression, seeming to both understand and not understand. Yifan then continued, the last kid about your age who borrowed books here fell in love with learning right away. As my assistant, being able to freely read these books in the bookstore is really quite profitable. By now, Xiao Yue was dizzy from Yifan's string of words. She could only nod instinctively with an expression of complete agreement with whatever he said. Then Xiao Yue moved the customer chair behind the counter, and so began her learning journey amidst Yifan Fan's motivational quotes. The learning process was easier than imagined. Xiao Yue found a way to store knowledge, building a memory palace in her mind, categorizing and storing that overly complex knowledge, only keeping the parts she had already digested. Retrieving from the memory palace when needed made things much easier. This book of basic runes was indeed basic, though these basics belonged to white wizards. These runes were the source of white wizards' spell-casting power. Black wizards drew power from language, white wizards from text, corresponding to black wizards' incantations and white wizards' runes. After several days of learning, Yifan began checking Xiao Yue's study progress. The results left Yifan very satisfied. Xiao Yue answered every question correctly and could explain things very clearly. Yifan couldn't help but praise her. "You've learned very well, student Xiao Yue. It seems you've completely mastered first-grade knowledge. Now I can confidently hand over the bookstore assistant duties to you." Xiao Yue nodded and accepted with a serious expression. By now, she roughly understood why Yifan had wanted her to learn these things. He must have seen her fear of the bookshelves and the books on them, and in that state she absolutely couldn't properly receive customers, so he trained her first while improving her abilities. He really had thought it through carefully. In the following days, Yifan watched her progress from knowing nothing to fully mastering common Chinese and English vocabulary, feeling very gratified. Moreover, she didn't just acquire knowledge from the encyclopedia, she even used Yifan's various documents about Ionia's cultural environment as study materials. But what was surprising was how her learning speed for various skills could only be described as terrifyingly fast, like a sponge absorbing water. Last night, she helped Yifan reorganize the bed she had assembled, transforming what looked like a primitive tribal bed into a normal wooden bed. She even altered Yifan's clothes stitch by stitch into women's shirts that fit her figure. She had even cleaned and tidied up the bookstore, making it much neater than before. Xiao Yue had even learned how to cook nearly 300 home-style dishes. At this point, Yifan could only describe Xiao Yue as a genius. Fortunately, he had seen quite a few geniuses before, so this level was still acceptable. Therefore, regarding the matter of randomly picking up an absolute genius, Yifan was quite accepting. But watching Xiao Yue single-handedly become the pillar supporting this home made Yifan feel a slight sense of crisis. At this rate, his authority as boss and guardian might cease to exist. However, when Xiao Yue encountered the rose that Yifan had planted, she hesitated, staring at the flower for a long time, and brought up that she wasn't good at taking care of plants. This finally let Yifan breathe a sigh of relief. She finally had something she couldn't do. At this moment, he felt that as a guardian, he finally had one special skill. So Yifan walked over, deliberately turned the flower he had personally raised to show its front side, and humbly stated that this elegant and beautiful red rose was his masterpiece. At this moment, Xiao Yue looked at this horrifying rose with a somewhat bewildered expression. She looked at Yifan, then at the flower, but finally just nodded and said, "It's very beautiful. You're really amazing." However, this morning, when Yifan opened for business, he suddenly found yellow police tape outside with Central Police District printed on it. This meant that the highest police department, directly under the Central District's control, was enforcing law here. Usually the highest police department, as the Central District's guard for those in power, wouldn't mobilize lightly. Obviously, the only reason they could appear here now was because of the major fire from a few days ago. These past few days, Yifan had been hearing various news about this fire almost daily from the television next door. The specific cause of the fire was still under investigation, but two sources of the fire had been identified. One was at a sewer junction dozens of kilometers away. The other was rumored to be some kind of experimental base in the Central District. No wonder the higher-ups were furious about such an incident happening right under the Central District's nose. At this time, Xiao Yue poked her head out from the side, asking what had happened. Yifan pressed her back with his hand, saying quietly, "The Central District sent people to investigate the fire, most likely to track down criminals. When they come to question us later, try not to speak and don't be afraid." He reached out and held Xiao Yue's hand, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here for everything." Xiao Yue nodded, thought for a moment and said, "Their main purpose probably isn't to find me." Hearing this, Yifan smiled slightly. This meant there was still some possibility they were coming to find her. It seems student Xiao Yue was finally willing to actively reveal something to him. "You're still undocumented. Right now. You don't want to be taken away by them, right?" Now Xiao Yue's injuries had mostly healed, and she had recently learned how to hide her abnormal energy fluctuations, outwardly appearing to be just an ordinary injured shop clerk. She didn't know how the Truth Society had classified her escape at the time, or if they had even discovered that the escapee was actually an artificial human. Meanwhile, Colin, who had been frightened that night, had been living in fear these past few days, until this day when people from the Central Police District came to investigate this street. Seeing this, he grabbed one of their legs, sobbing as he described his encounter that rainy night, even describing Yifan as an evil spirit that could pass through walls and accomplish some perform terrifying things with just thoughts. Looking at Colin's panicked and incoherent state, the officers all burst out laughing, believing the fat man before them must be mentally unstable. They even mockingly suggested he should find a priest to deal with evil spirits. Hearing this, Colin became even more agitated, stating that he had already found a priest named Vincent, and that person was already on his way here. The three hearing this said, "Then just wait for the priest to save you," before leaving for the bookstore next door. Obviously, the officers had treated his words as a joke. Among these three, the leader was named Zhao Xin, a third-level police commissioner belonging to the Central District's highest police department. The highest police department represented the will of those powerful figures in the Central District, and those who could enter and work there were either extremely capable themselves or had some family connections. This resulted in officers dispatched from the highest police department carrying a natural arrogance. Though not to the point of being overbearing, they were never there to serve the citizens of the upper city, because they served the power holders and nobles of the Central District. So when dealing with these ordinary civilians of the upper city, they naturally weren't very patient in their attitude. At this time, Zhao Xin just wanted to quickly complete the inspection task and then hurry home to take a hot bath and enjoy life, because coming from a noble family, he knew some inside information about this fire, and this matter couldn't be resolved by relying on the police department alone. Whether it was because of Colin's nonsensical ramblings or not, the moment Zhao Xin saw Yi Fan's bookstore, he felt an indescribable strange aura emanating from that dilapidated shop. After entering, he found the shop owner was younger than expected, but surprisingly, there was also an employee, appearing to be a young girl with bandages on her face and body, seemingly injured recently. So he probed by asking, "The registered information for this bookstore shows only the manager, right?" Yi Fan nodded, responding matter-of-factly, "Business has been busy lately and I really couldn't handle it alone. She's an employee I just hired recently." Hearing this, Zhao Xin asked Yi Fan to provide the girl's identification. At this point, Xiao Yue was scared and unconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly put his arm around her shoulders and said to Zhao Xin, "She's the daughter of one of my relatives. Just moved here from the Central District. You should know that the procedures for fallen nobles voluntarily converting to civilian status are very complicated. All documents have been submitted for processing, still being handled now." Being from a noble family, Zhao Xin certainly knew the complexity of such matters, so he didn't pursue the question further. While inspecting the bookstore, he casually asked Xiao Yue how she had been injured. Hearing this, Yi Fan cleared his throat, preparing to spin a very long story for these people. But at this point, Zhao Xin said, "Your neighbor next door seems to have some prejudice against you. He thinks you're a terrifying evil spirit." Suddenly, Zhao Xin stopped in his tracks, with a bone-chilling chill rising from his heart, because he saw bloodstains on the lounge chair in the bookstore. Just as Zhao Xin was about to call his two colleagues, he found they had both frozen in place. What attracted them was the rose on the counter that was blooming layer by layer. Strangely, inside the rose were spiraling tiny teeth and eyeballs piled together. At this time, Yi Fan's voice sounded by Zhao Xin's ear. "Calling me an evil spirit is simply nonsense. I even helped him before. Didn't expect him to misunderstand me so deeply. Strange, just think about it a little. How could I be an evil spirit? I'm a living, breathing person." But faced with this scene that defied common sense before him, Yi Fan's explanation only seemed more terrifying. Then he felt Yi Fan's smiling face gradually blurring. The sharp, dense teeth and mouths in that rose grew larger and larger. The stretched mucus and writhing eyeballs gradually filled his vision, completely enveloping him. Zhao Xin used his last consciousness to struggle and scream frantically, "You're not human at all! You're talking nonsense, you big liar!" At this point, Zhao Xin was completely desperate. He could feel that he would soon be eaten up completely by the rose. In his daze, he even heard chewing and swallowing sounds, and even felt a kind of draining sensation. However, at this moment, a voice full of practiced authority and carrying a hint of stern questioning came from the bookstore entrance. "What are you doing?" This voice was like a hammer shattering an invisible barrier. Zhao Xin's stiff limbs and brain instantly regained sensation, and the world before his eyes returned to normal. He was seen breaking out in a cold sweat and suddenly stepping back twice, breathing heavily as if having survived a disaster, panicked and flustered, while his two colleagues standing nearby had collapsed on the ground, convulsing as they tried to leave this terrifying place, their pale faces full of breakdown and despair. Looking at this scene, Zhao Xin felt his mouth dry and cold sweat sliding down his forehead. This wasn't an illusion. The three of them had almost been eaten by that strange flower. But why did his two colleagues seem to be more severely affected than himself? Suddenly, Zhao Xin felt a burning sensation in his chest, so he reached out and took out his ancestral necklace. It turned out this necklace had protected him, but in the next second, the necklace turned to ash. At this point, Zhao Xin felt Yi Fan was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than an evil spirit, because just a flower he raised would eat people. But Zhao Xin didn't know that he had indeed been partially eaten, and his life would undergo earth-shattering changes from now on. At this time, a figure intercepted the two officers who had fallen into a trance and were only focused on running away, and with very swift movements knocked them unconscious, then steadily leaned them against the wall to one side. This series of actions and appearance seemed truly radiant to the current Zhao Xin. It was exactly like a savior appearing at the last moment to rescue everyone in a comic book. He even felt a sense of admiration arise in his heart, so he instinctively walked over wanting to get friendly with this person. However, his self-perceived savior gave him a glance, then turned around and bowed respectfully to Yifan. "Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Tai Long. I currently serve as a level 1 police superintendent in the Central District, and I am also the chief disciple of the glorious Night Scar." Zhao Xin behind him could no longer take the shock. He fell straight back and fainted. Even the disciple of the luminous night showed such reverence to this evil spirit. What was going on? Yifan's mouth twitched as he looked at the 3 people lying on the ground and asked with some concern, "Are they all right?" The current Yifan didn't know what had just happened. He thought these people had been frightened into this state just from seeing Tai Long. Meanwhile, Tai Long maintained his smile as he glanced at the rose that was secretly burping. He immediately recognized that exceptionally vivid rose on the table. It was an ancient evil object called the Seed of Desire, once domesticated by the ancient elven kingdom. It had no fixed appearance, taking various plant forms according to the planter's will. The original Tai Long himself didn't know about this ancient species. This was vital information that his teacher, the glorious Night Scar, had specially instructed him about when sending him to pay a visit. All this was to prevent him from accidentally offending the bookstore owner, or being unintentionally harmed by some objects in the bookstore. In fact, Tai Long hadn't become a victim but rather a witness. When he learned that the highest police department had decided to conduct a large-scale inspection, his heart skipped a beat and he hurried over, because he knew their conduct all too well. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he saw the 3's miserable state, though he didn't know exactly how these 3 had offended the bookstore owner. But fortunately, the bookstore owner seemed to have only treated them as toys for amusement, just letting the Seed of Desire devour their desires without causing other harm. Seeing this scene, Tai Long sounded an alarm bell for himself, although Mitai's assessment of the bookstore owner was that he was friendly. But for beings that surpass divine level like this, they can no longer be gauged by human thoughts and morals. Faced with such an existence, Tai Long had no choice but to apologize to Yifan on behalf of those 3. Yifan waved his hand and said, "They were just conducting routine questioning. It's just that my assistant's ID is still on the way, so they asked a few more questions." Tai Long turned to look at the silently standing Xiao Yue beside them, while also quietly noting in his mind the fact that the bookstore had gained an assistant. At this point, he didn't dare to inquire further, because Yifan had said that things proving Xiao Yue's identity were still on the way. This was clearly a warning not to pry, and he didn't want to end up like those 3 people on the ground. Of course, Yifan wouldn't do anything to Tai Long, because even now he believed those 3 people's state was caused by Tai Long's appearance. Most importantly, in Yifan's eyes, Tai Long was both old customer Scar's disciple and a level 1 police commissioner of the highest police department. Clearly a wealthy person. Perhaps if he entertained him well, Tai Long might even buy a book or 2 from him. At this time, Xiao Yue conscientiously took out the boiled hot water to pour for the 2 of them. Yifan nodded approvingly at the sight, feeling his assistant hadn't been picked up in vain. He didn't have to do everything himself anymore, finally starting to look a bit like a proper boss. Yifan thought to himself, this person started revealing his background as soon as he entered, representing his master and greeting him. So, he must have been sent by Scar. So Yifan took a sip of tea, then cleared his throat and started making connections. "How has your master been feeling lately? He seemed much more relaxed after giving me that sword that day." Tai Long replied, "Master asked me to express his gratitude to you. He's been feeling unprecedentedly good lately, even showing signs of breaking through his own realm." But Yifan thought the breakthrough Tai Long mentioned should be a breakthrough in state of mind, something that really couldn't be improved without some energy. It seems letting go of this sword truly led Scar to great enlightenment. At this point, Tai Long added, "The security level in Ionia has also improved quite a bit lately. All of this is thanks to your help." What Tai Long meant by saying this was actually to probe whether it was Yifan who summoned the Elven King who killed the Dream God with one sword a few days ago. After all, the only thing that could be connected to the ancient Elven King was that holy sword that Scar had transferred to Yifan. Hearing this, Yifan blinked in confusion, wondering what Ionia's security level had to do with him. But then he thought, Scar had previously appeared extremely hostile to evil. After his guidance, now with greatly improved skills, he must have gone back to fighting crime, so they were thanking him for resolving Scar's mental demons. So Yifan smiled and replied, "Your master Scar actually did all the work, I just provided a little guidance." Hearing this, Tai Long thought, sure enough, the one who acted that day was the owner of this bookstore. He used the holy sword as a spellcasting tool, then summoned the ancient hero spirit to accomplish that feat. Yet he pushed this tremendous achievement onto his master. This bookstore owner was truly humble, simple, low-key, and profound. While Tailong was secretly marveling, he took out a thick stack of paper documents from his chest and placed them on the table, stating the main purpose of his visit. It turned out that last time when Yifan said he wanted materials about lost ancient languages, after Scar returned, he personally sorted them out from the archives. However, due to the extremely ancient era, the documents only recorded some fragmentary text and scattered research records. Upon seeing this, Yifan's eyes immediately lit up. He hadn't expected that when he had just casually mentioned it last time. Scar would find such important documents so quickly. This old fellow was quite reliable. After organizing the documents and placing them on the counter, Yifan looked at Tailong. He felt it was time to get to the main point, so he smiled and said, "Making you come all this way for such a small matter. Take a rest and look at some books. I can recommend a few good ones." While Tailong had anticipated the bookstore owner would say something like this, he glanced at those bookshelves hidden in the shadows behind Yifan, then hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, indicating he still needed to deal with these three rash fellows, so he temporarily couldn't enjoy a pleasant rest period. However, his refusal wasn't out of disrespect, but rather following his master's instructions. Although he knew the books in the store were extraordinary and knew of the bookstore owner's power, he had to consider whether he could bear the bookstore owner's favors. His master's daughter had fallen into an unstoppable learning state due to books from the bookstore. If she hadn't been forcibly interrupted by his master, who knows what the consequences would have been. Fortunately, at that time it was just fainting from lack of sleep and food. But even so, she still had to rest in bed for a whole week, and seemed to have undergone some subtle changes in personality. According to his master, his daughter had gained benefits far outweighing the cost. This couldn't help but make one feel terrified. Therefore, before he came, his master specially instructed that if the bookstore owner recommended books, he could try to politely decline. If he had to accept, he must be extremely careful, or bring them back to study with his master first. Absolutely must not read them himself, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Although Yifan felt regret, he expressed understanding. He looked again at the three officers lying on the ground, shaking his head and saying, "But these three are really the worst batch I've seen. Your highest police department should really improve its recruitment standards and overall quality." This batch, Tailong keenly caught the key word, which meant the bookstore owner had had contact with the highest police department in history. This seemed to be new intelligence, so he quietly made a note of it. Then Tailong said to Yifan, "If you have any other needs, you can contact me anytime. This is my communicator number." Yifan exchanged pleasantries while adding a new number to his long-unused communicator. Tailong looked at the communicator he took out, vaguely seeing a lush rose logo on the back. And from known searchable information, this bookstore had always been under the Rose Association's name. And it was exactly 3 years ago when that mixed blood person from the Chapman family was taken back. Thinking of this, Tailong felt his throat unconsciously tighten. So the bookstore owner's influence had started from 3 years ago. And during these 3 years, who knows how many people had become his pawns. At this point, he didn't want to stay here a moment longer. He quickly lifted those 3 people and fled from here. Although Yifan hadn't sold any books, he was in a very good mood because he had already discussed Xiao Yue's identity issue with Tailong, a level 1 police commissioner. He believed that before the Rose Association identity arrived, they wouldn't have to worry about similar things happening like today. At this point, he felt his connections were truly vast. It seems he would have to continue his habit of daily inspirational, quote, infusion for customers in the future, casting a long line to catch big fish for sustainable development, squeezing resources from every customer. At this time, Xiao Yue came over wanting to look at the materials in Yifan's hands. She was an artificial human, inherently full of curiosity, having rapidly absorbed a large amount of knowledge and realized her own blank spots. She now became even more thirsty for more knowledge. Seeing this, Yifan used his index finger to press against her forehead, pushing her back slightly, putting on a stern face and saying seriously, "These are documentary materials about a lost ancient language. That is, the text used in the sword inscription on that sword in my bedroom. This isn't content you should be looking at. You haven't reached this level yet. Be careful not to get dizzy from looking at it, like those 3 guys who fainted just now." Xiao Yue covered her forehead, recalling that feeling of having her thoughts reshaped, and unconsciously took a step back. But because Yifan mentioned the big sword, she instinctively recalled the sword inscription she had seen on it. The text she glimpsed in the materials suddenly seemed to have a connection with the sword inscription. Through those words whose meaning she couldn't express, she sensed that dwelling within them were ghosts belonging to an already destroyed civilization. Instantly, countless fragments of information from an entire era flashed before her eyes. Xiao Yue froze for a moment, realizing this really wasn't something she could look at. Just one glance had already made her start having hallucinations. Who knows what terrible things might happen if she stared at it for a long time. So she hurriedly picked up the tea set and ran upstairs to wash the cups. Meanwhile, outside the bookstore stood a young man with a black cloth covering his eyes. This person person was Vincent, the exorcist invited by the neighbor next door. He cautiously stopped at the bookstore entrance. The street was extremely quiet now, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. After sighing, he resolutely walked into Yefan's bookstore with all his exorcism tools. Vincent's original purpose in coming here was to kill the man, because ever since he opened a bookstore on this street, too many strange things had happened. This made the neighbor next door mistake him for being possessed by an evil spirit, so the neighbor spent a large sum to invite Vincent to kill him. However, what the neighbor hadn't expected was that, at this moment, Vincent was already trembling in fear from Yefan's various manifestations. Moreover, everything in this bookstore could easily turn him to dust. Yefan had even determined, just from Vincent's appearance, that he had been poisoned with a type of slow-acting poison, and the source of that poison was the lollipop in his hand. But Vincent was completely unaware that he had been poisoned. He looked at the very serious-faced Yefan, then instinctively shook his head vigorously and shouted, "This is impossible!" Yefan wasn't surprised by his reaction, because to be able to unknowingly accept problematic lollipops, and even show symptoms without noticing anything wrong, the source of these lollipops must definitely be an entity he trusted. However, this was precisely what made it feel even more chilling. Whether he accepted them as gifts from someone, or bought them from some store, in this situation it definitely gave one a deeply terrifying feeling. At this point, Yefan slowly spoke again. "Nothing is impossible. First, answer me a few questions." But Yefan didn't wait for his answer, and started by asking where his lollipops came from. Vincent first looked at the lollipop in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then turned over the packaging. From among the remaining few lollipops, revealing a silver tree crown pattern vaguely visible on the white inner paper surface. Then he took a deep breath and said, "These were purchased from the Rose Association. They just started selling them recently. Only provided as verification to selected clergy members in the church. The seventh apostle has already approved their effectiveness, believing they truly help with meditation and strengthen connection with the moon." The apostle he mentioned governed all priests of the Dome Church. They represented part of the moon's will and held absolute authority. For clergy members, obedience was also a required course. Because of this, even when he recently felt problems with his body, he never doubted the lollipops in his hand. However, now that Yefan had pointed it out, Vincent suddenly developed a hint of doubt. But at this point, he still didn't believe that the church he had always believed in would harm him. Moreover, the Rose Association's credibility had never had any problems. The apostle had also personally said other priests felt the lollipop's effects were very good. Yefan on the side was somewhat surprised after hearing the familiar name of the Rose Association. But at this point, Yefan could understand why the priest before him had unconditional trust in the lollipop's quality, because the Rose Association was a very famous and reliable shopping platform. Moreover, there was even personal certification from an apostle. In Yefan's view, this matter seemed more complicated than imagined. So he thoughtfully said, "I will personally go inquire at the Rose Association. But what's most important now is who you choose to believe." Upon hearing this, Vincent instantly found himself in a dilemma. The bookstore fell silent once again. At this moment, Vincent wanted to pray to the moon for tranquility. Yet he discovered the holy symbol showed no response in the other's hands. Instinctively, he reached to pull out a lollipop, but the motion stopped halfway. Vincent looked at the lollipop in his hand, laughing wildly in his heart. He had to admit that something was wrong with him, because the moment he saw the lollipop, he once again felt that extremely uncomfortable sensation. His skin felt like it was crawling with ants, unbearably itchy, and even his internal organs began to feel an indistinct itch. But his education did not allow him to question the church. At this moment, Vincent bent down painfully, running his fingers through his hair. In a pleading tone, he asked Yefan for guidance. Looking at him now, Yefan felt as if he was seeing Wild from 2 years ago. At that time, Wild was also in a moment of pain, nearly walking down a path of self-destruction due to the collapse of his beliefs. However, compared to Wild, the priest before him might be suffering even more. How cruel it must be to make a clergy member question their own church. So Yefan comfortingly said, "Relax a bit. Everything else can be put aside for now. What's most important is your current physical condition. How are you feeling?" Vincent raised his head upon hearing this, calmed down, took a deep breath, and said, "In my hallucination, I saw the moon. This should be impossible, as priests like us cannot directly gaze upon the moon." Upon hearing this, Yefan immediately felt Vincent's problem was even more serious, because in Yefan's eyes, he was just a blind priest. For a blind person to say they saw the moon, could it be that eating too many lollipops had damaged his brain? Then he said to Vincent, "After stopping the use of sacred moon brain lollipops, your body may show abnormal reactions. Why don't you buy a book from me to read, to help distract yourself?" Yefan spoke while standing up, taking a braille version of 3 Days to See from the bookshelf. "This book is very suitable for you. Perhaps you'll see something different in it." When Vincent saw this book, he froze in place, mumbling, "Indeed very different," because in his moon eye vision, the moment that book left the shelf, it burst forth with flames of light bright like fire. The light was as dazzling as the sun, almost illuminating the entire bookstore, and the bookstore owner before him was like holding a miniature sun. That blazing flame seemed to let one directly feel the power contained within, combined with the smile on his face. A divine power radiating from within instantly shook Vincent's heart. At this moment, his heart was racing, his body trembling uncontrollably. The power emanating from this book was all too familiar to him. Every clergy member of the Dome Church had such power within them. This was the divine power from the moon above the dome. It was precisely this power that made them become powerful supernatural beings. But very differently, the divinity and power radiating from this book before him was more intense. Like concentrated moon power suddenly ignited. Vincent could clearly sense that the two were from the same origin. He even vaguely felt that the source of moon power was the book in Yifan's hand. At this moment, another weak light source appeared in Vincent's vision, filled with blazing radiance. He instinctively looked over, then instantly widened his eyes, nearly wanting to tear off his blindfold. That other light source, quietly emitting a faint glow, was his holy symbol, and this light seemed to be responding to the book in Yifan's hands. He watched as his holy symbol grew brighter and brighter, even more intense than when he typically performed divine spells, and simultaneously, because the holy symbol had merged with part of his soul, Vincent suddenly felt a warm and vibrant power surge through his body. This power was strong and unstoppable, instantly calming all his discomfort and inner turmoil. Moreover, the moon power had no barriers with it at all, even rejoicing like rivers flowing into the sea. As his whole body relaxed, a terrifying thought arose in his mind. He felt that Yifan before him was a true god. This thought, once it emerged, along with the fear of completely overturning his past understanding, and the chill crawling up his spine made his scalp tingle. At this moment he stood rigid, his mind buzzing with Yifan's earlier words about who he was willing to believe. He thought to himself that the meaning of those words was probably not as superficial as he had initially understood. The bookstore owner wasn't asking about who Vincent would trust regarding the lollipop matter between the church and Yifan, but rather asking him, when he saw situations that overturned his understanding, what he would choose to believe. Just as he was pondering this, Yifan, in order to quickly sell the book, began spouting inspirational quotes. This book tells the story of how a person blind from birth gradually found hope in life, viewing everything with a positive and optimistic attitude, even living more diligently than most able-bodied people. In his long night of life, the books he read became a grand and brilliant lighthouse, guiding him to the deepest channel in life and in his heart. Then Yifan smiled and handed over the book, saying, "Remember, those blind in eyes are not necessarily blind in heart." However, these simple inspirational quotes made Vincent feel a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, when the bookstore owner spoke of the long night, could he be referring to that lightless and fireless age of the second ancient era? Through these words and the divine power in this book, he became more convinced that Yifan was a god-level being who had lived for over 10,000 years. Vincent stared at the book and slowly reached out to take it. The white flame-like light receded, finally forming the book's title on the cover, revealing its true appearance. The text on this book was some ancient cuneiform script, and Vincent, who had never encountered such letters before, shouldn't have been able to understand their meaning. But when his hand touched the text, the meaning of the words naturally appeared in his mind. When he learned that this book was called the Sun Canon, Vincent understood something, that the moon's light comes from the sun. Therefore, the Dome Church's moon power originated from this sun canon before him, but no one had ever worshipped the sun. After the first era, light and fire and the sun had all perished in dreams. Ionia entered the lightless and fireless second era. If the sun was the true god, then what was the current moon? Before today, Vincent had always believed the sun and moon were two different deities. Though they might have connections, they weren't that closely linked. After all, when the sun was extinguished, moonlight eternally illuminated mankind, giving power to believers. He felt his mind was in chaos at this moment, deeply confused, even afraid to open the book in his hand. However, doubt was already growing continuously in his heart. He didn't understand where exactly the problem lay and what he should do now. So he instinctively raised his head and turned his gaze to the only person who could guide him at this moment. And in that dim lamplight, Yifan revealed a faint smile with a touch of mystery, then said, "Do not be confused, Father. You will find your heart's answers in this book. You can also find your own light, and at the same time, all questions will eventually have answers, as long as you are willing to seek them. If you have this willingness and determination, I will also give you help." At this moment, Yifan thought to himself, the victim in this matter was the priest before him. Whether to continue investigating mainly depended on his thoughts. The Dome Church's influence was not small, and it was also his own faith. If he chose to give up due to his own interests and safety, or even to go along with them, Yifan wouldn't find it strange. However, from Yifan's current observation, the priest before him was not such a person. On the contrary, though his expression was very struggling and confused, he gripped the book in his hand with no intention of putting it down. This indicated that his heart had actually already made a decision. He just needed someone else to be that guide. Although Vincent often played the role of guide as a priest, priest. When his own faith wavered, he also needed other guides to help, and Ye Fan was exactly the guide he hoped for, this mysterious and powerful being in his eyes. But at this moment, Vincent was guessing at Ye Fan's purpose in giving him this book. If the bookstore owner was truly a long-lived being who had survived since the First Era, then he must have personally experienced that mythology, and might even have been one of its members. This meant he had existed even longer than the Dome Church, and must be very clear about the truth regarding the moon and sun. And this sun canon was the most powerful evidence. The bookstore owner gave him this book and told him to seek light. Could it be that he wanted to use this opportunity to set right this distorted history? Vincent was startled by his own bold thoughts, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why would such a great figure pay attention to him, an ordinary priest, even deliberately guide him here? Now he felt that the commission from the neighboring audio store owner must have been a result deliberately created by the bookstore owner. He used such a natural and secret way to guide him here. Talk after arriving, then give him this key book. It was almost like effortlessly manipulating fate. Thinking of this, Vincent secretly drew in a cold breath. The methods of these great figures were truly terrifying, and he felt that in the current situation, if he refused this book, he would either become one of the souls among the statues or become fertilizer for roses. Thinking this way, there was only one path left to follow Ye Fan's will. Moreover, he strongly needed to know what was behind all of this right now, whether the moon he believed in was the ashes of the sun or a false god who had stolen authority, and why the church allowed addictive lollipops to circulate. And accepting this sun canon meant accepting part of the truth. So he held the canon in his hand and said firmly, "I understand. I'm honored to receive your help. I want to know the truth. This is my only wish." Ye Fan nodded and replied, "Your having such enlightenment proves your heart already has direction. I will go ask Lulu what's really going on with this batch of lollipops. After all, according to my understanding of Lulu, she's not that kind of person, so it means the Rose Association must have traitors. I believe Lulu will be interested in this." Hearing this name, Vincent was shocked, because he thought of one of the 3 current branch heads of the Rose Association, known as the Chapman Witch, Lulu. Ye Fan was about to explain Lulu's identity, but noticing Vincent's slightly changed expression, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Father, do you also know this child?" Vincent cautiously asked, "Is it the one from the Chapman family?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Vincent was even more frightened and trembling, because Ye Fan actually referred to Lulu as this child. Although rumors said she still appeared to be 11 or 12 years old, but her actual age was already over 100 years. Although such age wasn't much among elves, compared to humans, it had already exceeded a normal person's lifetime. This 100 years was a genuine century of experience. Otherwise, even if Lulu had the power to manipulate hearts as rumored, she absolutely couldn't occupy a position in such a huge organization as the Rose Association. Now, in Vincent's view, his previous guess was indeed true. The bookstore owner Ye Fan was definitely a long-lived being, and the bookstore owner seemed very familiar with Chapman Witch Lulu, actually able to say such casual things as ask her. This meant she could contact Lulu at any time and could easily get the other person to do things for her, even regarding internal matters of the Rose Association. Vincent's speculation about the bookstore owner's influence rose another level, so he carefully said, "Miss Chapman is very impressive. I've heard her name for a long time. Her achievements in the Rose Association these past few years are remarkable. She's really very impressive." Obviously, Vincent didn't have much experience in praising people, although he wanted to highly praise the Chapman Witch to gain some favor. However, his dry praise just those few words, making him feel somewhat strangely ashamed and blushing. At this time, Ye Fan recalled when he first saw Lulu, she was still a pretty little girl with a stubborn face. Ye Fan's mouth unconsciously curved into a soft smile. This smile was like a parent hearing others praise their child's good grades. Then Ye Fan said, "When she used to buy books here before, she was still a crying, not very sensible child, but I guess she's grown up a lot now." Vincent heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Lulu was also one of the bookstore's customers, just having a pretty good relationship with the bookstore owner. At this point, Ye Fan seriously said, "I'll have Lulu investigate the Rose Association, and when you go back, first pay attention to how other people who use these lollipops like you are reacting, and try to approach the apostle you mentioned, and tell her about your abnormalities. Don't hide anything." Vincent asked puzzledly, "Won't this alert them?" Ye Fan smiled and said, "What you need to guard against is your adverse reactions after exposing you have stopped using the lollipops. If they're providing lollipops to many priests, you're definitely not the only one experiencing abnormalities. After all, their goal isn't to kill you, but simply to get you addicted. If you show honesty, they won't be suspicious. They'll only try to continue appeasing you. On the contrary, if you show hesitation trying to cover something up, it rather indicates you've noticed something wrong." Vincent quickly nodded, saying he understood. Then Ye Fan let Vincent return first, telling him to come back and inform him if he discovered anything wrong. Vincent hurriedly left respectfully. When he stood at the bookstore entrance, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. The sweat on his forehead had almost soaked through his blindfold. His tightly clenched fists also relaxed at this moment. This was definitely the most thrilling and exciting process he had experienced. The bookstore owner's presence was truly terrifying. Just as he was wryly looking at the book in his hand, suddenly he heard a slightly hoarse, mature woman's voice from behind. "You're a priest from the Dome Church, right?" He alertly turned to look. Instantly his face changed drastically, because he saw a tall woman walk out from the darkness. The bloody smell and gloomy chill emanating from her body almost hit him in the face. This was a powerful hunter. The unique bloody smell from her wasn't due to excessive killing making blood impossible to wash away, but came from the aura of corrupted blood that only hunters would have. In Vincent's moon eyes searching vision, the other person was like a steel furnace of blood with strong aggression surging in this vessel, making one's hair stand on end. He felt like prey spotted in the forest, standing rigid in place, his throat feeling constricted. At this moment, Vincent's heart was utterly desperate. Moreover, he had left in such a hurry that he left his holy symbol in the bookstore. As a non-combat priest, and without the holy symbol to enhance communication, the other being a hunter known for madness, she would surely kill Vincent with one strike. At this moment, Vincent suddenly remembered he still had one item in his hand that could serve as a medium. That was this Sun Canon book he had just received from the bookstore. Although this wasn't an Orthodox Church medium, the holy symbol's resonance with it had already proved they shared the same origin. Moreover, the holy symbol showed submission to it. Perhaps he could try. Then Vincent gritted his teeth, gripped the book in his hand, preparing to infuse moon power. However, at this moment the other person let out a hoarse, low laugh and said, "No need to be so nervous, Father. I have no hostile intentions. I'm just curious about new customers. As fellow customers of the bookstore, we should get along well. Otherwise, Mr. Yi Fan would be unhappy." When Vincent came to his senses, he found the other person had already walked past him. He could vaguely see she was holding 2 books and a box in her hand, only leaving behind the words, "Nice book. Seems Mr. Lin thinks highly of you." And this powerful hunter was actually Ji Jixu, who had come to visit again. But she didn't pay much attention to this small coincidence, instead pushing open the bookstore door and walking in. Although she was somewhat curious about what this Dome Church priest had experienced in the bookstore, but his power was too weak, and his reaction upon seeing her was like a frightened, timid mouse. Aside from the book in his hand, he himself seemed to be just an ordinary Dome Church priest. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was picking up the holy symbol left on the counter, raising his head to see Ji Jixu's figure walking in. "Miss Ji Jixu, long time no see. Have you finished reading the books?" Ji Jixu handed over the 2 books in her hand, respectfully saying, "Although I'm still far from fully understanding everything, with my current level it's too difficult to comprehend all the content, and since the 1-month borrowing period is up, I might as well come return them first." Yi Fan heard this and replied, "This is already very good. If you can master these 2 books and understand everything contained within, it would be an enormous benefit to you, benefiting you for life. Many people read many books in their lifetime, but actually understand nothing." Ji Jixu nodded in agreement, deeply convinced, because just preliminarily understanding those 2 books, she was already approaching the destruction level. If she could fully master them, it was hard to imagine what level she could reach. Then Ji Jixu cast her gaze around the bookstore. Since the magic mirror egg incident ended several days ago, this was her first time returning here. The bookstore hadn't changed much. The only difference was that there was a young girl who looked quite young beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the books and explained to Ji Jixu, "This is my new assistant. Her name is Ji Jixuao Yue." However, Ji Jixu felt Zhao Yue's aura was very special, not like a human, but rather like a cold steel and plastic product. At this time, Ji Jixu placed the box in her hand on the counter, then said in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, thank you very much for your guidance. I have completed my revenge, but there are still some troubles afterwards that need to be dealt with. I want to request your help to open this box." Then Yi Fan's gaze fell on that brass box carved with various strange patterns. At this time, Yi Fan thought to himself, so Miss Ji Jixu finally took revenge on that scumbag through her own determination. But what's troublesome about this box? Could it be that inside are love tokens or photos or something like that? So Yi Fan moved the box over while observing it and asked, "Is this something he left behind?" In Yi Fan's eyes, this box was very exquisite and had a unique exotic style, looking quite valuable, very fitting for someone wealthy like Ji Jixu. Indeed, someone who could hurt such a young lady must not be an ordinary person. If, as he guessed, the box contained love tokens or photos the scumbag deliberately left as threats, then this box was essentially a safe, making a safe look like a treasure chest. Thinking of this, Yi Fan showed a disgusted expression. However, when Ji Jixu noticed a trace of disgust in his eyes, she instantly became anxious. Her hands gripping the cane unconsciously tightened, thinking, could it be that the seals on this box were too simple? Wouldn't that make her seeking the bookstore owner's help seem like making a fuss over nothing? Ji Jixu had no understanding of the white wizard runes sealing the box, but she felt that since Harris had locked the original formula for tainted blood in this box, It showed he had great faith in the box's security, because this was the foundation of a hunter organization. Harris had once made the White Wolf organization become one of Ionia's top powers through his efforts alone. Although last month he was tempted by the magic mirror egg, lost his sanity and reason, and finally became a crazy blind martyr. But before that, Harris was a calm, composed, wise, and steady person, skilled in planning. Jijiksu hadn't spent a short time in the White Wolf organization. If she wasn't satisfied with this organization, she wouldn't have joined in the first place, because with her father, Jibonong's support, she had enough other choices. At that time, she thought Harris was a perfect leader. But as the influence of the magic mirror egg deepened, Harris was gradually devoured by the bestial nature and the tainted blood, no longer possessing the ability to think. In any case, even at his most insane moment, Harris didn't forget to bring the formula, showing how much he valued it. The runic seals on this box definitely wouldn't be simple. However, Jijiksu thought again that while it might not be simple for them, it might not necessarily be so for a powerful figure like the bookstore owner. So she quickly bowed her head and said, "This is his relic, perhaps insignificant to you, but it's a very crucial step for me. I will repay you with everything I have." Hearing the word relic, Ye Fan secretly twitched his mouth corner. Miss Jijiksu really went too far. These rich people's grievances were really something else. However, someone who dared to deceive the daughter of Ionia's richest family probably had already thought about what his ending would be. Hopefully this scumbag had truly repented when he died. At this time, Ye Fan smiled and said, "I guided you back then, only because you needed guidance. I don't need your so-called repayment." What Ye Fan said was indeed true, because when Jijiksu first hadn't revealed her name, he still helped solve her problems all the same. Jijiksu heard this and nodded shamefully, her fair face showing a slight blush. Actually, as soon as these words left her mouth, she regretted them. Wasn't everything she had now given by Mr. Ye Fan? Talking about repayment was really too ungrateful. She should have offered everything in dedication from the start. Seeing Jijiksu's nervous appearance, Ye Fan thought it would be better to chat with her first, so he put the box aside and indicate Zhao Yue to keep it for now. But he was rather curious why she specifically sought him to unlock it. He felt on one hand it was because of Jijiksu's trust in him. On the other hand, it also seemed to indicate Jijiksu didn't have many people she could trust. At this time, Ye Fan remembered Jijiksu's subordinate, who had disappeared halfway through speaking last time. That fellow seemed to have gone back to report about the young lady's rebellious behavior. Ye Fan thought to himself, even subordinates dared to go back and snitch right to her face. This young lady was far from being as free as imagined. She was still living under her father's shadow. In such circumstances, she really did lack trustworthy people. She must have quite deep conflicts with her family now, otherwise she wouldn't have reached the point of encountering that scumbag, especially her father Jibonong. He don't know if Jibonong had talked with her or something after last time. Ye Fan thought about it and simply asked outright, "Has your father talked with you?" Upon hearing this, Jijiksu widened her eyes, as expected of Mr. Ye Fan to even know about this. Then she nodded and said, "Father had a talk with me recently, but he obviously still treats me like a child, while I've already grown up." Ye Fan heard the pride in her tone and smiled, replying, "Then it seems you've successfully convinced him." "Yes, I've successfully convinced him to stand on my side. He even said he wanted to find time to personally come discuss with you about the bookstore's book sales channels." Ye Fan blinked upon hearing this, somewhat surprised in his heart. What exactly had this young lady discussed with her father? This was like a small retail wholesale shop, suddenly being told they'd been noticed by the richest person who wanted to cooperate. Equally ridiculous. Although this might not be a bad thing, it would definitely be troublesome, because his small bookstore didn't really have anything that could truly be cooperated on. At most, it would be scamming, drawing some investment or something. But after all, this was the young lady's goodwill, so Ye Fan nodded and said, "I understand." Though that's what he said. His gaze toward Jijiksu was somewhat helpless. He shook his head and sighed. "Do you need to cultivate some people you can trust? You can't always come to me for such small matters." Jijiksu always felt the bookstore owner looked at her like watching a child who hadn't grown up doing unreliable things. She thought to herself, was opening this box really that simple? Although she could indeed find wizards supported by her family to open this box. But since the loyalty imprint of Rat Ryan, the underground information controller, had been unsealed after his death last time, she began to suspect there were traitors among the white wizards selling methods to remove imprints. With no choice, she came to the bookstore. However, just at this moment, a clicking sound reached both their ears. They turned their heads in surprise and found Zhao Yue had actually opened the box. At this time, Zhao Yue was expressionless, with some surprise in her eyes as she looked back and forth between them, saying apologetically, "I opened it by accident." Jijiksu froze, staring blankly at the opened brass box. The moment the box opened, the dissipating energy waves left a tail. The whole box seemed to have an invisible shackle removed, and the surface luster also underwent subtle changes. Ye Fan was also a bit slow to react, he had just handed it to Zhao Yue to hold temporarily. How did she directly open the box in just a few minutes when he wasn't looking? But thinking about it, since this child was saved by him, she had developed great curiosity about everyday objects, wanting to touch and feel everything she saw. Now giving her such a Lego toy-like box, wouldn't it be like throwing meat buns to a dog, gone without return? Plus, with that abnormal learning ability, being able to figure out the box's mechanism didn't seem strange. Opening it was fine since it was opened. After all, Jijixu's request was to open this box. Just that this child tampered with someone else's things without permission. And this might be that scumbag's blackmail material left to threaten Jijixu. This might make Jijixu uncomfortable, should still properly apologize. At this time, Xiao Yue pushed the box in front of Ye-Fan under both their gazes. Then, like a child caught doing something wrong, she looked at Ye-Fan a bit guiltily, saying softly, "I just wanted to try." Jijixu heard this and had countless thoughts, thinking to herself, "You just wanted to try, so you tried and directly opened it?" Even if the seals on this box were really simple, the number of runes covering it wasn't small. That would still require a white wizard proficient in this part of runes to accomplish. Could this girl who looked quite young actually be a white wizard specialized in rune memory? Jijixu suddenly stopped doubting as she thought of this. Instead, she even felt it was natural. How could someone who could be this bookstore's assistant be a simple character? The child doesn't know any better and touch things carelessly. I apologize on her behalf. It's my fault for not teaching her properly. I will teach her proper etiquette in the future. When Jijixu learned that this mysterious and powerful girl was personally taught by Ye-Fan, she began to speculate about her origins. Could she be a super android that Ye-Fan created from countless corpses of young girls? No, that's too terrifying. I can't think about it anymore. It's all right. I respect and trust Mr. Yi, and the same goes for your assistant. But Ye-Fan sighed and thought to himself, no wonder she got cheated on. She has no sense of vigilance at all. We've only met 3 times. I've told many people hell is other people, and those who didn't heed this warning paid the price. I hope you won't repeat their mistakes. I will punish Xiao Yue later, but you should also be more cautious. After all, this is your private item. I will. Thank you for the reminder. Jijixu agreed reluctantly on the surface, but thought to herself, you wouldn't lie to me at all. Everything about me is clear to you. I'm not so trusting of everyone. However, Mr. Yi didn't even glance at what was inside the box. From the beginning, he didn't care about such trivial things that are commonplace to him, but to Jijixu, this was of utmost importance. She opened the box, and a test tube containing red liquid appeared prominently. This liquid was the original formula of tainted blood imbued with the power of the dream beast wolf of the Void Court. Facing it, Jijixu felt a tremor from her bloodline instinct. This proved that this original formula was genuine. Thus, Jijixu was relieved. Possessing the original formula meant that White Wolf had completely perished, and her new hunter organization Spider could become the new orthodoxy with this new foundation. Amid her excitement, Jijixu also discovered a paper item hidden inside the box. Upon pulling it out, it was 2 secret letters written to Harris. Jijixu initially worried that there might be runic traps from the White Wizard on the letters, but on second thought, if it was for secrecy, Harris could have simply destroyed the letters, no need to specifically hide them in the box. Unless the content of the letters was the source of the original formula, Jijixu was itching with curiosity and eager to try. When she noticed Mr. Yi was reading his book on his own, no longer paying attention to her, she speculated, perhaps he's hinting that there's no danger, or perhaps he's testing whether I have the courage to face the risk. Either way, I absolutely cannot disappoint him. So she decided to open the letters. The contents of the letters surprised her considerably. The 2 letters were 30 years apart, from the same place, sent to the same person, Harris, when he had just become a hunter, and Harris 30 years later, when he became the leader of White Wolf. From these 2 letters, Jijixu reconstructed Harris's life story. 30 years ago, Harris was just an obscure, small-time hunter. One day, he received a letter and the original formula from this mysterious organization. After injecting this tainted blood and gaining powerful strength, he gradually established White Wolf. But the other party certainly wasn't here to help for nothing. They needed Harris to provide appropriate compensation. The second letter used promotion to the destruction level as bait, luring Harris to seek the magic mirror egg. But Harris didn't anticipate that the moment he touched it, his mind would be taken over, becoming a servant single-mindedly devoted to incubating it. From beginning to end, Harris was nothing more than a puppet whose fate was manipulated by others. While Ye-Fan appeared to be reading, he was actually secretly observing Jijixu just from watching her. Rapidly changing expressions, Ye-Fan could imagine the twists and turns of the plot. This wasn't just an ordinary scumbag's betrayal, but organized and premeditated fraud. Behind this scumbag was a gang that planned everything. Their goal wasn't to swindle affection, but money. They wanted to use Jijixu to seize the company's enormous wealth, but before they could achieve it, they were discovered and eliminated by Jijixu. Perfect. It was a gang operation, right? He was just a controlled pawn with deeper chains of interest behind him, right? It seems your revenge is far from over. Seeing that Ye-Fan had guessed everything correctly, correctly, Ji Jixu quickly confirmed it and said, "As you said, I should cultivate my own power." But Yi Fan thought that business warfare was his blind spot, so he wouldn't give random advice. He just reminded her to find professionals to handle it. "Tell your father to be careful recently. Thank you for the reminder. I will," just as she continued to marvel at Mr. Yi's foresight in her heart. Yi Fan suddenly felt a bit dejected because the tea had gone cold and the taste had changed. Seeing his expression show disappointment, Ji Jixu thought he was blaming herself for not being thorough enough and not meeting his expectations. But thinking carefully, Mr. Yi's usual methods are similar to this mysterious organization's, both providing help and then assigning missions. Could he be hiding here making secret plans to compete with this mysterious organization? They must have already clashed countless times, and the outcome of each confrontation directly affects Noxus's future, and this magic mirror egg hatching incident was a complete victory for Mr. Yi. This vial of formula is the reward he's giving me, but I don't even have the ability to open the box myself, disappointing him. By the way, I have another favor to ask you. I have a customer named Yasuo who recently lost his job, but he's quite capable and might make a good subordinate for you. Ji Jixu had a sudden realization, so Yasuo's previous assistance was also arranged by Mr. Yi. I'd be honored. Just as Ji Jixu was preparing to take her leave, Xiao Yue tugged at Yi Fan, indicating that she really liked Ji Jixu's very gorgeous box. Yi Fan mentally calculated a whole bunch. This is a very valuable item, but after all, it's a scumbag's relic. Miss Ji probably doesn't want it. But I also can't foster a bad habit in the child of wanting things whenever she sees something nice, though I haven't paid her any wages either. What if she gets poached? But Ji Jixu understood Xiao Yue's meaning and took the initiative to give her the box. Yi Fan marveled that Ji Jixu was really both generous and gullible, but fortunately he himself was pure and upright. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Is there anything in the bookstore you'd like? Ji Jixu considered for a long time. Mr. Yi didn't say book, but anything. Surely he's hinting that I should choose something other than books. She suddenly noticed the lifeless potted flower. That seed of desire also sensed her gaze and issued a soul-piercing threat: take me away or feed me. Ji Jixu sensed its terrifying power and it urgently needed her help. Wasn't that the best aid? So she chose this pot of roses. But Yi Fan was greatly puzzled. Leaving aside so many books containing earth-shattering wisdom, she wants this nearly dead rose? And next time Ash comes and finds out I gave her a gift to another girl, won't that trigger a love triangle scene? After much consideration, Yi Fan politely declined, asking her to reconsider. But Ji Jixu felt that Mr. Ye was testing her determination. Accepting this gift meant cooperating with the Iris family to face greater crises. She immediately promised she wouldn't waste Mr. Yi's kindness and would devote care to nurturing this flower. The seed of desire shed grateful tears. While Ye Fan guessed that Ji Jixu, as the young miss from a wealthy family, must be very knowledgeable about flower cultivation, she felt too heartbroken seeing him raise it so poorly. Also, this flower continuing like this might die tomorrow, which would make Ash even sadder, and their relationship is also quite good, so he agreed. Meanwhile, on Garen's side, under house arrest by the Truth Society, he was elegantly sipping red wine when a maid came to report those lunatics from the omniscient faction who take pleasure in plundering knowledge have started showing interest in the bookstore. Back at the bookstore, after Ji Jixu left with the roses, Yi Fan noticed the holy emblem that Vincent had left behind. Yi Fan saw that this holy emblem was exquisitely crafted and must be very valuable, needing to be properly preserved. He put the holy emblem into the box and sealed it, asking Xiao Yue to keep it safe and return it to Vincent next time he comes. Xiao Yue was quite obedient, even holding the box while sleeping at night. But in her drowsy state as she was about to fall asleep, she resonated with the holy emblem inside the box and entered a mysterious and magnificent starry dreamscape. Just as Xiao Yue was marveling at the beauty of this starry sky, a huge female figure emerged from the background. She was Vafris, the master of this dreamscape. But lacking common knowledge, Xiao Yue had never heard of this renowned primordial witch. She possessed authority over time, with the sun, moon, and stars as her subordinates. Yet this godlike existence doted on Xiao Yue before her, constantly pinching her cheeks. She even healed the wound on her neck. Are you the moon? No, but the moon is also my lovely child just like you, but it's gone now. When darkness devoured everything, I buried it together with the sun, but the Dome Church still worships the moon. They just don't dare to look directly at it. That's a false moon. The true moon never fears being gazed upon. It fears its identity as a deceiver being exposed, so it made its followers vow not to look directly at it. Unfortunately, only a tenth of my power remains. I can only exist in this dreamscape, otherwise I would certainly stop it. Good child, you possess a pure and flawless soul, like a vessel with the most plasticity. I'm entrusting you with what remains of my power, and what you must do is kill that false moon. Meanwhile, Colin, the owner of the audio store next door, stayed up all night, worried that something strange would happen at the bookstore again. He finally received news from Father Vincent. Colin was extremely excited, but after reading it, he despaired. Vincent claimed the bookstore owner was an enthusiastic and kind ordinary person that you misunderstood. After several police officers, Father Vincent has also been been controlled by that demon. Colin's extreme fear transformed into extreme anger. He decided to fight the demon to the death. He brought the family heirloom fortune coin that his ancestors had stolen from a hero in the past, and charged aggressively to the bookstore, kicking the door open. To his surprise, many people were gathered inside, and upon closer look he was dumbfounded. They were from Noxus's largest commercial organization, the Rose Association. It turned out they had come on Lulu's orders to forge identity documents for Xiao Yue, and also brought a gift, a misfortune coin. It's a powerful casting tool, but if the caster's strength is insufficient, they'll suffer backlash from misfortune and die. But Yifan just found this legend quite interesting, and directly picked up the misfortune coin, frightening the butler Edmund, who had a weak heart. However, he had heard about the bookstore owner's strength. For Mr. Yi, this doesn't even qualify as a casting tool. At most, it's just for studying history. Legend has it that it must combine with another fortune coin to become a complete fate coin. Unfortunately, the other coin has been lost. Colin happened to burst in at this moment carrying the fortune coin. Though I'm no longer afraid of demons, I still owe the association $10,000. I came to thank you for helping me turn off the circuit breaker last time. This is my family heirloom. I'm giving it to you. After tossing down the fortune coin, he immediately fled in panic. Yifan had just received the misfortune coin, and the fortune coin delivered itself. The butler believed this was absolutely no coincidence, but rather this bookstore owner whose power rivaled the gods manipulating the threads of fate. The butler speculated the neighbor must have offended Mr. Yi, and proposed checking on the neighbor's situation before leaving. Perhaps Mr. Yi will need us to silence him. He previously mistook me for an evil spirit, now he's giving his family heirloom as compensation. It seems he's not bad by nature, go help him. The butler and others obeyed and came to the neighbor's house. You previously borrowed $10,000 from our association, we can waive, but the neighbor thought that evil spirit had come to kill him and torment his mind, using the loan to intimidate him. Before the butler finished speaking, the neighbor aggressively rushed up and grabbed his shoulder. Can I use this house to repay the loan? But the butler thought this person had a lot of backbone, and was unwilling to accept charity, inwardly marveling at how accurately Mr. Yi judged people. The butler agreed, and the neighbor was overjoyed. I'm finally free. He immediately packed his luggage, and swiftly left this nightmarish place. The butler had no choice but to return and inform Yifan of this matter. Hearing this, Yifan was greatly pleased. Now isn't the shop next door vacant? The butler understood perfectly and directly handed over the deed to the adjacent property. He also promised to conveniently renovate the adjacent house and the second floor of this bookstore. They immediately set to work, with the butler and others going to the bookstore's second floor to plan the layout, while Yifan went to the adjacent audio store to observe the situation, and incidentally appreciated the previous owner's collection with a dialectical and critical attitude. He planned to transform this place into a book cafe, incidentally selling some milk tea and coffee. As expected of the wealthiest local association, they renovated the place in just 3 days. Unfortunately, before leaving, the butler and others declined Mr. Yi's book gift, citing busy tasks with no time to read. That evening, Yifan came to his newly renovated luxurious bedroom, planning to thoroughly study the historical document that Scarface had sent before. After reading, Yifan discovered the historical content recorded about the ancient Second Era was quite consistent with the game plot he experienced in his dream. He became even more interested in that period of history and planned to borrow more research materials from the Truth Society. At this moment, he happened to see the sword that Scarface had sent before, and picked it up, wanting to play with it. But he resonated with the sword and naturally understood the inscription on the blade. The long night ends, you shall be the light. At this moment, the remnant soul of Elf King Kale appeared, greeted him, and then dissipated. A haunting? After calming down, Yifan finally figured it out, so those previous events weren't just dreams, they also happened in reality. Kale gave Yifan all his life's memories, but some fragments were still blurry, such as the part about challenging the god. I really want to know what kind of existence that god who destroyed the ancient elven kingdom was, but he could only wait to get more materials from the Truth Society later. After finishing his research, he turned to playing with the fate coins that were stuck together. These two coins were identical. To distinguish heads from tails, he drew a smiley face on the fortune coin side, and a crying face on the reverse. Then he went to sleep with satisfaction. As a result, he came to Silver's dreamscape again. Welcome back, Yifan pondered. He had experienced the same scene 3 times with continuous plot in lucid dreams, and the 40 teeth he grew was also after eating fruit in the dream. It seems this dreamscape and Silver before him are not ordinary existences. Thinking of this, he involuntarily took 2 steps back, distancing himself from this unknown entity. We meet again. How was the book I gave you last time? Very interesting. I liked it a lot. I've never seen such a romantic and beautiful world. So beautiful that I want to leave the dreamscape and transform the real world into that. Do you also yearn for such a world? Yifan was about to answer when he suddenly discovered he was holding the magic sword in his hand at some point. Did dreams overlap? Could it be his research addiction acting up? thinking about it even while dreaming, but holding a sword while talking to someone wasn't very nice, so he stuck the sword aside, then answered the other's question, who wouldn't yearn for such a world? But in reality, it cannot exist. Humans, though weak, are clever and malicious. While magical creatures possess great power, they're not simply good or bad. Some will help humans unconditionally, foolish beyond redemption. You seem quite pessimistic. Last time when you advised me to be optimistic, I thought you were the positive romantic type. I'm willing to believe in the true, good, and beautiful in human nature, but I don't completely trust it. I even often advise others. Presume the worst malice when judging others. These two things are not contradictory in humans. She suddenly changed the subject. This sword looks familiar. Yifan awkwardly explained the whole story. Silver had an expression as if she already knew. She stepped forward to pick up the sword and said, that last king also prayed to me. Hearing this, Yifan fell into thought. Could Silver be the god that the Elven Kingdom originally worshipped? Kael recognized you as master and gave you his memories as well, but only the swordsmanship is complete. Many other parts cannot be seen clearly, she said, handing the sword to Yifan. Let's make an exchange. I'll teach you swordsmanship, and once you've learned it, I'll tell you all the historical truth. In Yifan's view, this wasn't an exchange at all, but him unilaterally benefiting, so he immediately agreed. First question, what is Aether? Yifan used his entire life's learning to think for a long time. In the original world, Aether was the medium of material existence imagined by philosophers. And this isn't a dreamscape I created myself. This is a truly existing space distinct from the material world. So he tentatively answered, this dreamscape is Aether? Since you understand, let's skip the basic teaching and proceed directly to the next step. Yifan regretted his habitual vague tone immensely, but was too embarrassed to continue asking. Silver continued on her own. Actually, it's not that Kael's memories themselves are blurry, but with your current cognition, you cannot comprehend that part. To avoid mental confusion, these things beyond your scope are automatically blocked. Ordinary people don't have this ability. It must be because of Little Black's help, Yifan mused. Close your eyes. Focus your attention on the sword. Silver began teaching hands-on. Relax. Sink your consciousness into the sword. Just as Yifan was puzzled about how to sink, he was suddenly pulled down continuously by the sword. Everything in the dreamscape disappeared, leaving only empty black and white. His consciousness fell into an abyss, feeling the entire dreamscape breathing together. Suddenly, Yifan's consciousness returned to the original dreamscape. This is the remnant soul of Kael's vision. This is Aether? Yes, Kael swore loyalty to you. The Aether on the sword has no resistance to you. However, this vision is temporary. You need to conceive a space for storage, like this dreamscape is to me. Then I'll teach you how to use it. Outside the dreamscape in the real world, Truth Society workers were clearing the laboratory ruins. They suffered heavy losses. Even their best achievement escaped. The Clay Body Project was already opposed by many in the Truth Society, and after this incident was directly cancelled. Now the Truth Society's resources have all been redirected to researching more practical exoskeleton armor. The Omniscient faction that previously led the Clay Body Project were all in an idle state, and the Omniscient faction are fanatics of knowledge, enthusiastic about directly plundering knowledge from others, and unscrupulous in their methods. Hood was one of them. He had just teleported away, preparing to plunder more knowledge. Right after he left, someone arrived with orders, cancel the mission to plunder knowledge from the bookstore. Learning this guy was going to cause trouble at the bookstore, Director Leonard, who knew the situation, was shocked and ordered them to quickly bring those lunatics back. Meanwhile, Hood was near the bookstore discussing plans with other Omniscient faction members. After long observation, Hood determined the bookstore owner had no power himself, or if he did, it was very weak. But to be safe, he brought all the powered exoskeleton armor. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Wearing this armor, he had nothing to fear. They burst into the bookstore and found it very ordinary with no defensive formations. After having subordinates check the books downstairs, Hood activated the invisibility coating and went upstairs to investigate. Meanwhile, Yifan finally finished training and woke up. Why is sleeping so tiring? Suddenly he sensed a stranger entering his room. He hurriedly applied what he just learned, gripping the magic sword and waiting and hiding. When the other approached, Yifan touched behind the intruder and pressed the sword against his neck. Hood was terrified by this sudden attack. Breaking and entering? Your accomplices are all downstairs, right? From the moment you stepped into the bookstore, I've been tracking your every move, Yifan bluffed. Care to guess what will happen to your accomplices? At this moment, screams came from downstairs. That must be Xiao Yue showing her skills. Do you understand the situation now? Now, put down the gun. The terrified Hood obediently complied. Yifan seized this opportunity to directly cut Hood's runic mechanical gun that he'd spent all his funds and effort developing in half with one sword strike. Just as he felt devastated, Yifan continued swinging his sword, dismantling his even more precious powered exoskeleton armor into pieces. He despairingly collapsed on the ground, letting Yifan do as he pleased. While wondering why this robber suddenly acted like a victim, Yifan tied him up, then led him downstairs, constantly lecturing along the way. After all, he used to be a teacher. Reaching the first floor, he saw armored soldiers lying on the ground, unable to move, and Xiao Yue standing. Well done, Xiao Yue. But these people weren't actually taken down by Xiao Yue. When she came down, These people were already lying on the ground convulsing with books in hand. Of course, she promptly closed the door to prevent them from escaping, which was also a great achievement, so she felt no need to explain. While Hood recognized this young girl and thought in terror, so the most perfect android that went missing before is in this bookstore. This is also part of the bookstore owner's plan. Is his target the Truth Society? Yifan remembered he had befriended Tai Long, a high-ranking police officer, so he called him to handle this. Tai Long was busy fighting villains. Only after finally achieving victory did he have time to inform Yifan he was battling the Blood Feast organization. Hearing this term, Lin Fan recalled a few days ago when Wild came to ask his opinion, should he accept the Blood Feast invitation. Yifan worried it was a pyramid scheme and advised Wild not to go. But that's nothing. What's the situation on Mr. Yi's side? Only then did Yifan come back to himself, informing the other that he had subdued several omniscient faction robbers and hoped he could handle it promptly. But Tai Long currently couldn't break away and could only handle it after some time. Yifan had no choice but to hang up and arrange for Xiao Yue to remove all their armor and tie them up. Besides his heartache, Hood discovered these people had no wounds. Only then did he understand they all failed at plundering knowledge and suffered backlash. Failed plundering generally has two reasons. Either the knowledge content is too large, exceeding the soul's storage limit, or the knowledge content is too deep, exceeding what the soul can bear. Looking at these people's condition, it seemed both reasons coexisted. Each of them only looked at one book from the bookstore and temporarily became idiots. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue skillfully tied them all up. So Yifan began interrogation and used this to educate Hood. Are you from the Truth Society? Hood was already scared out of his wits and hastily revealed everything about himself. Have you heard of these two people, Hall and Rupert? These two were the authors of the document Scarface sent. Hall is the former director of potionology. Rupert was the last director of archaeology. After his death, archaeology was abolished. But Yifan felt strange. Why was archaeology abolished immediately after Rupert died? There must be hidden circumstances. So he pressed on. How did Rupert die? But Hood didn't answer as readily as before. Instead, nervously shut his mouth. Seeing him not answer, Yifan stepped forward threateningly. How about I directly trade you to the Truth Society? Hood's weak point was immediately seized. It turned out he had always been doing whatever he wanted because Truth Society President Maria was his aunt. But every time he caused trouble, Aunt Maria would severely discipline Hood. Fortunately, she's been in seclusion cultivating recently. But if she found out he was kidnapped and leaked secrets, his days certainly wouldn't be good. For this, Hood would rather be killed than be traded. Seeing his panic, Yifan was satisfied. Now he could proceed to the next step of moral education. Let's do this. We'll play a game. Try to plunder my knowledge. If you succeed, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you tell me the cause of Rupert's death. Defeat him thoroughly in his area of expertise and cure his Chunabu. Hood knew he couldn't refuse and had to agree. Hood immediately entered a meditative state and calculated. Facing such a terrifying existence, I only need to plunder a tiny bit to win the game, to avoid sudden death. I have rich experience, and this time I have time to prepare slowly. No reason to lose. This wave advantage is mine. After thorough preparation, he cautiously extended his touch of gnosis toward Yifan's soul, but found Yifan's soul was completely unguarded like an ordinary person. After successfully seizing part of the knowledge, just as he was delightedly planning to retreat completely, a huge pitch-black beast suddenly appeared and swallowed him. Then more twisted and bizarre giant creatures emerged. They roared in languages he couldn't understand. The stars also transformed into monsters, opening giant mouths and extending tentacles toward him. He felt himself continuously falling in this eerie, starry sky. In the chaos, he realized knowledge itself was the trap. So the other didn't need any defense at all. Every bit of knowledge here was irreversible mental poison. Before being completely corroded, Hood hastily conceded and begged for mercy. Though he finally escaped those terrible monsters, he still hugged his head, convulsing in shock. Meanwhile, Yifan was quite puzzled. I didn't do anything. Why did he suddenly become like this? Is this insurance fraud? Yifan hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Hood regained consciousness. At this moment, I'm fine. Now Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to return to his seat. Just then, a third eye grew on Hood's forehead, startling Xiao Yue. Perhaps he didn't fail at plundering but was fortunate enough to glimpse a small portion of knowledge. But is this mutated Hood still the same person? Boss really has a wicked sense of humor. Seeing Yifan return, Xiao Yue pretended not to have seen anything. At this moment, the eye on Hood's forehead receded and he sat quite obediently. Seeing this, Yifan was quite satisfied. He became so well behaved at once. Seems my moral education worked excellently. Do you understand now? Still plundering knowledge. What omniscient faction? I understand. After seeing the true world, I finally understand. All my previous knowledge was false. My past cognition was all distorted. Everything about my past was wrong. Hearing this, Yifan was overjoyed. Today, teacher Yi successfully saved another lost youth. Yifan wanted to pour more chicken soup for the soul and further develop him into his loyal customer. He instructed Xiao Yue to bring a chair for him to sit on, though this guy was being a bit too respectful. But that's not important. Pouring chicken soup is the priority. You're still young with a bright future ahead. Don't think about getting something for nothing. nothing, only things obtained through your own effort can truly fulfill you. You're right, the omniscient faction's philosophy is nothing but castles in the air. I need to walk my own path with a solid foundation. Then use your own wisdom to forge your path. Wisdom is more important than knowledge. With knowledge you can create new things, but with wisdom you can create new knowledge. Hearing this, Hood was greatly shocked and deeply moved. After satisfying his guidance addiction, Yi Fan remembered the main business. Ponder these principles slowly after you return. But first tell me about Rupert. Hood naturally spoke without reservation. Rupert didn't die naturally, but went mad from glimpsing forbidden secrets while researching the history of the transition between second and third eras, and ultimately committed suicide. Several scholars in archaeology wanted to research the cause of his death, but also died one after another. From then on, no one dared to continue investigating, and everyone fell into panic. Continuing research would spread the Great Plague from history to reality. To stop the panic from continuing to spread, the Truth Society ultimately decided to abolish archaeology. All related documents were sealed, with the highest access level being the Age of Darkness that Rupert read before committing suicide. This book was exactly what Yi Fan was looking for. At this moment, Hood proudly said, "I can get this book for you. My aunt is the Truth Society president." No wonder this kid dared to break in with a gun. Turns out he has connections above, Yi Fan thought. At this moment, the other members of the omniscient faction finally regained consciousness. Yi Fan instructed Xiao Yue to untie them, and told Hood to properly educate them when they returned. Tai Long, having finished his mission, finally rushed to the bookstore, only to find the omniscient faction members had all been subdued by Mr. Yi. Surely Mr. Yi had already used some means to punish them, so he might as well let them go. Just as they left the bookstore and arrived at a secluded location. "You all saw it, right? We saw it. We saw it. What was written in that book is the truth. Then, from this day forward, we no longer believe in truth. What should we believe in? Mr. Yi has shown us the way. We should worship him as our master. Mr. Yi said wisdom creates new knowledge, so we believe in wisdom." Meanwhile, at the bookstore, Tai Long asked Yi Fan about Wild's whereabouts. Yi Fan thought those two old friends still hadn't reconciled, that Wild was still angry about the past and deliberately avoiding Scarface, so he planned to mediate between them next time. "We still haven't found him, but we have a lead. He stayed at 52nd Street for at least a day some time ago." Yi Fan was alarmed. Wasn't that where the second explosion accident reported on TV recently occurred? Looking at Tai Long's expression, Wild might be connected to this attack. Could Wild have joined a terrorist organization after being traumatized by his adopted son's incident? I haven't seen him in a long time. Is he related to the explosion? Just tell me directly. Only then did Tai Long breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, the bookstore owner didn't continue secretly helping Wild. However, Wild has known Mr. Yi longer, and the shop still displays gifts from Wild. Getting Mr. Yi to help against Wild is basically impossible. Just hope he's willing to provide more clues. Speaking of which, Wild once told me about Blood Feast inviting him, and I advised him not to go. Now it seems he probably didn't follow my advice. Hearing this, Tai Long was greatly shocked. We just detected Wild's trail, and Blood Feast appeared. Perhaps they really joined forces. Meanwhile, the Hunter organization Black Beast members were getting restless. They had already allied with Hunter organizations like Megalodon, preparing to seize the White Wolf original formula from Spider. Black Beast leader Gru had a plan ready to monopolize the spoils of victory. For this, he invited the destruction-level Hunter Pale Watchman Yasuo to assist. The perspective shifts to Spider, who had already been fighting other Hunter organizations for several days. Under Marx's leadership, this squad was preparing to break through the encirclement and join their leader's main force. Suddenly, a super fat man charged out from the side, punching toward Marx's head. Marx couldn't dodge in time just as his head was about to explode. A strong man twice as tall as the super fat man came to assist, grabbing the opponent's fist with one hand, then his other hand's hammer heavily smashed down, exploding the super fat man's head on the spot. Just after breaking the encirclement, more enemies charged from afar. The newcomers were the main force of Megalodon. The strong man was about to charge forward for a good fight, when suddenly a large number of skeleton soldiers appeared on the battlefield, grabbing all the enemies. The Megalodon hunters all fell into panic. At this moment, the caster appeared. She was Black Pearl, who had previously jumped from Black Beast to Spider. She manipulated the skeletons to control the enemy's movements, making them all commit suicide. Black Pearl then exchanged pleasantries with the strongman. It turned out this strongman was called Iron-Armed Lie, also a newcomer who just joined Spider. Before everyone left, Black Pearl exhausted all her aether to leave behind a trap. When Megalodon's reinforcements arrived, the trap activated. A huge skeleton dragon blocked their path, killing quite a few people. But the reason Megalodon had always been considered the strongest among hunter organizations was because they were quite aggressive. Once battle began, they fought to the death. At this moment, a pitch-black figure leaped high, preparing to launch a heavy slash at the skeleton dragon. He was Megalodon's leader, Olga, a lunatic obsessed with combat. Olga's ultimate move, Shark Slash, cut the skeleton dragon in two, completely annihilating it. This battle was quite satisfying for him, but he wasn't satisfied yet, wanting to continue fighting until Spider or his own destruction. Meanwhile, the other other squad had successfully rendezvoused with Jijiksu. Black Pearl called Jijiksu master, rushing forward like a puppy seeking pats. It turned out when she was in Black Beast, she was treated as a war slave, then was captured by Harris to be used as a sacrifice. After being rescued by Jijiksu and treated well, she recognized Jijiksu as master and pledged to follow her to the death. Seeing this, Ali was quite jealous and also wanted to be petted, but Marks quickly persuaded her to stop. After the little commotion ended, Jijiksu ordered everyone to report the battle situation. Lai immediately spoke. We've been fighting Megalodon's elite forces for over half a month. Their numbers and abilities far exceed Spider. We have no advantage in frontal combat. Although Black Pearl and I can hold off some strong opponents, we're completely no match for Olga. His strength may even surpass yours. This subordinate is ashamed. Despite receiving your grace of rebirth, I cannot help you more. Marks added, I interrogated several prisoners and learned Black Beast plans to cut off our retreat. If they form a pincer movement with Megalodon on the frontal battlefield, our situation will be quite dangerous. You don't need to worry about Black Beast anymore. Suddenly the earth shook. Someone's voice came. Everyone had just steadied themselves when they looked up to discover the huge pale one. Black Pearl sensed great trouble. She perceived the opponent's strength was at least destruction level, but to protect her master she had to risk it all. Lai stopped her. With the opponent's strength, annihilating us is a matter of minutes. Moreover, I haven't sensed any killing intent toward us. Very calm, worthy of the renowned iron-armed one. That must be Black Pearl. It seems Miss G has recruited quite a few excellent talents. Yasuo's form appeared from the hollow in the pale one's chest. I am the Pale Watchman Yasuo, formally applying to become a member of Spider. But Jijiksu wasn't surprised by his arrival at all. I've been waiting for quite some time. As Spider's leader, I welcome you to join Spider. Seeing such a powerful expert join, everyone was overjoyed. Now we can compete with Megalodon. Just join the organization. I have a small gift for everyone. Hope it suits everyone. Yasuo snapped his fingers. The pale one opened its mouth wide, extending its tongue to display something. It was the severed head of Black Beast leader Gru. How did you do it? He's famously cunning. I heard his bounty is even higher than Wild's. I certainly couldn't do it alone, but they have noticed all of Black Beast. I went with the flow, offering them as sacrifices, and even got quite a lot in return. Before he finished speaking, Black Pearl sensed the trap she set earlier had been triggered. Master, Megalodon has come out in full force. The enemy has launched a full-scale attack. Outer defenses have been rapidly breached. Hearing this, Yasuo immediately requested to fight from Jijiksu. No need to worry, Mr. Yasuo. I've already laid out my plan. Now is the time to close the net. She arranged for other subordinates to protect allies and appropriately lure the enemy deeper. Let the enemies come to their deaths. It's time to fulfill my promise to the bookstore owner. The seed of desire appeared along her arm, impatiently waiting for food to be delivered. Meanwhile, Megalodon members had already killed their way to the stronghold under Olga's leadership. Just as he wondered why this place was empty, a strong earthquake suddenly occurred. A huge vine burst from the ground. The giant, terrifying man-eating flower opened its fang-filled petals toward them. Seeing such a horrifying monster for the first time, everyone was scared stiff and couldn't move. While they were stunned, countless vines wrapped around the unlucky ones in front, penetrating every gap in their bodies, finally making them explode from the inside out. As subordinates were being slaughtered, Olga struggled to move his body, but couldn't move at all. Just as he kept encouraging himself to break free from fear's suppression, the monster's bloody mouth had already opened toward him, swallowing him in one gulp. Meanwhile, Jijiksu, watching from the tower, was extremely excited, singing and dancing while enjoying the joy of the hunt. At this moment, enemies were still being hunted by the seed of desire, but had no ability to resist, like food on a table for anyone to enjoy. Jijiksu finished her song and dance. The enemies were also devoured clean. This hellish scene must be exactly what the bookstore owner hoped for. The well-fed seed of desire also evolved into a more powerful, more terrifying monster. Jijiksu collected the soul fragments it hadn't completely devoured, planning to use them to feed the gargoyles next time she went to the bookstore. She previously heard from the flower. The bookstore owner is very strict with pets. They can't even eat their fill every day. Perhaps the bookstore owner deliberately keeps them hungry long-term to maintain their ferocious nature. Perfect hunt. Yasuo's words pulled Jijiksu back to reality. Yasuo marveled that this leader was indeed powerful, with truly astonishing growth speed. The bookstore owner's judgment was indeed unique. You flatter me. If you hadn't eliminated Black Beast, I really couldn't think of a way to lure them here. I'll need to rely on you for many things in the future. I have an important matter to ask of you right now. Please speak, leader. I am at your service. Everything we do is to carry out the bookstore owner's will, the two said in unison. The next day, Jijiksu brought Yasuo back to Spider's headquarters. Jijiksu introduced Yasuo to Haywood, whom they were about to meet. He's my father's loyal retainer, also a difficult to deal with powerful white wizard. Yasuo heard the implication. Understanding, she hoped he would assist in dealing with Haywood. At this moment, Haywood was complaining about the tea in the reception hall, but was overheard by Jijiksu, who arrived. Sorry, but this is already the highest level of hospitality I can offer you. Haywood heard her sarcasm, but for her father's sake still maintains surface flattery. I need a loyalty brand, to be precise. I need you to cast a loyalty brand on yourself. Hearing this, Haywood flew into a rage. Rude barbarian. This is an insult and provocation to a noble white wizard. Even your father wouldn't dare treat me like this. Just because you've raised a pack of stray dogs, you think you're someone important? You'd better prepare sufficient compensation and increase my salary, or I'll complain to your father. Remember that. Are you finished? Yasuo suddenly appeared, placing a sharp blade against Haywood's neck. Haywood was terrified. I didn't even sense this guy's approach. He's not an ordinary destruction-level transcendent. Only then did Jijiksu speak unhurriedly. Now, do you want reputation or your life? To save his life, Haywood hurriedly apologized, claiming he was willing to go through fire and water for the young miss. Then, may I ask, why did Rick's loyalty brand inexplicably fail? Rick was the first unlucky one eaten by the gargoyle at the story's beginning, who had plotted to betray Jijiksu. Seeing the matter was exposed, Haywood immediately revealed the whole truth. It turned out people from the Rose Association had bought him off with large amounts of money. What was that person's name? He didn't tell me, but I investigated at the time, only learned he was from the Chapman family. After getting the information, Jijiksu waved for Yasuo to take him away, and began thinking through the ins and outs. That little bitch, Lulu, using such underhanded means to frame me in business warfare. While I'm busy with other things, she curries favor with a bookstore owner. It would be bad if Mr. Ye is charmed by this old hag pretending to be young. I absolutely cannot fall behind. My war with her has already begun. Meanwhile, Yifan was worried about Wild's safety and was planning to contact him by phone. It turned out he had Wild's number and address, but out of professional ethics didn't tell Scarface and Taelong. Before dialing, he had second thoughts, not knowing his relationship with Bloodfeast now. Rashly calling might alert them. Better to visit in person in a few days to check the situation. His swordsmanship should be sufficient for self-defense after a few more days of practice. By nighttime, Yifan fell asleep, once again entering the dreamscape, sparring with Silver. Silver didn't speak, only smiled and walked forward, condensing an ice sword, then launched swift continuous attacks at Yifan, but these slashes were all nimbly dodged by Yifan. Yifan then counterattacked, slashing down but was blocked by Silver. Seeing Silver stagger from his strike, Yifan hurriedly rushed forward planning to pursue, but this was Silver's act. She deliberately showed a weakness to lure Yifan into attacking. Seeing him take the bait, Silver immediately rushed into Yifan's embrace while he hadn't reacted, used her sword hilt to knock his sword down, while simultaneously tripping him with one foot, obtaining victory in this sparring session. Attack and defense are both commendable, but your lower stance is slightly unstable. However, overall rapid progress. The second night's dreamscape, Silver summoned large numbers of goblins for simulated battle testing. The goblins shrieked and charged at Yifan, but were all easily dismembered by Yifan. After this training ended, Yifan planned to rest under the tree for a while. Yifan unexpectedly didn't encounter Silver, so talked to himself alone under the tree. Sometimes it really feels incredible to meet with a beauty every night who also teaches me so much knowledge. To have such a good teacher and friend accompanying me is my fortune. He didn't know Silver was in the tree reading while eavesdropping. Perhaps I should call her Master, though this is a title for respected elders, but it suits her well. She's always been quite mature. Her thinking is also very mature. Hearing this, Silver couldn't hold back anymore. She revealed herself and immediately arranged the next simulated battle for him. This opponent was on a completely different level from the previous goblins. It was the Pale One. Only then did Yifan understand his earlier words about Silver being old made her very angry. Things had come to this. Could only bite the bullet. Yifan raised his sword and charged, while firmly establishing an idea in his heart: must be cautious with words, cannot anger Silver again. For the next few days, Silver would prepare even more powerful monsters in the dreamscape for him. Fortunately, Yifan's strength also improved rapidly through diligent practice. After these days of practice, he finally had the ability to construct the prototype of his own primordial dreamscape. Estimating his strength was sufficient, Yifan prepared to visit Wild's home, and instructed Zhao Yue to watch the shop. Just as he was following his phone's navigation, Little Black opened a portal for him, directly sending him to Wild's front door. At this moment, Wild was tinkering with Harris's corpse. He planned to extract the wolf of the Void Court blood from Harris's body, then summon the true wolf of the Void Court through ritual for his own use. The sudden knocking sound startled him. Not a single ether fluctuation, which expert has arrived silently, so he used magic to sense outside the door, discovering it was actually the bookstore owner personally visiting. Could Mr. Yi have discovered the plan I made on my own, but could only meet him? However, this place is too unseemly, need to clean up properly. After some time, Wild changed into luxurious black gold robes to greet Yifan. By the way, your taste in clothes is really good. Yifan thought this was loungewear, but hearing this, Wild's heart skipped a beat. This robe is the symbol of Augustus's disciples. Could he be hinting that he knows my teacher? Thinking back, when Mr. Yi gave me Void Annihilation, he said this book was written by a giant, and currently only Augustus among surviving giants. Perhaps this book was a gift my teacher gave to Mr. Yi in the past. Thinking of this, Wilde became even more fearful and in awe of this bookstore owner. You're involved with Blood Feast again, right? Have you forgotten my initial warning? I haven't dared forget your teachings for a moment. I actually want to develop them into customers for your bookstore. I've always received your selfless help, but have never been able to repay you. I decided to spread your great ideas, letting those misguided fallen ones also come listen to your teachings. Hearing this, Ye Fan was deeply moved, so he actually has such great love, truly my soulmate. But Wilde was actually speculating based on the cannibal scripture record. The book described various bloody, cruel, yet mysteriously elegant sacrificial rituals. The object of sacrifice must be an evil god, and the author, Mr. Yi, perhaps is his priest, perhaps is the god himself, might even be two in one. I must spread this evil god's gospel, recruit more believers for Mr. Yi. Just as the two were thinking their own thoughts, large amounts of blood seeped from the door behind Wilde. Seeing this, Ye Fan was terrified, but still believed such a good person as Wilde wouldn't do something like killing and hiding bodies. Your sentiment is good, but what is that? Wilde was shocked, immediately apologized and took a mop to clean. So, what's with the blood? Wilde thought Mr. Ye was dissatisfied with his crudeness, because the rituals written in his book were elegant. He had killed too many, had too much destructive desire, plus insufficient technique and lacking ritual sense. Mr. Yi is reproaching me for being too low level, Wilde hastily explained. After studying your work, I've been trying to replicate those rituals, but I still don't quite understand some parts, and my skill isn't good enough, so I made this mess. But Ye Fan's work originally recorded traditional folk customs of Sea Country, which included some sacrificial rituals. Ye Fan thought Wilde had such research spirit, actually personally cooking sheep, cattle, and pigs, but Noxus locals, after all, aren't skilled at making Chinese cuisine, so blood flowed everywhere. Then let me guide you on how to do it. No, what I made is really ugly. I'm afraid it will pollute your eyes. But Ye Fan thought he was embarrassed, not wanting him to see his failed culinary work, so he said he would only give remote guidance here. The actual operation would still be done by Wilde himself. So Ye Fan put on the Bluetooth earpiece Wilde gave. What step have you reached now? Truly ashamed, I'm slow-witted. Only just reached the bloodletting step, Wilde in another room answered. After that comes hair removal, disemboweling, removing internal organs. Though Ye Fan had never killed a pig himself, he had at least watched the whole pig slaughtering process in the countryside. Don't worry, I'll guide you well with my personal experience. But on Wilde's magic circle lay a fat man's corpse. Wilde thought, truly the evil god's priest can easily do such bloody, brutal things. Meanwhile, Ye Fan on the other side was completely unaware, drinking afternoon tea and guiding in a relaxed tone. First put the offering into boiling water to scald the skin. Simultaneously use a stick to pound the offering's abdomen, separating internal organs from the body. Be careful not to use excessive force, otherwise you'll damage the organs and contaminate the abdominal cavity, affecting the offering's taste. Then fish out the offering and hang it with hind legs facing up. Scrape clean the hair on the offering's body surface. It's a bit like scrubbing in a bathhouse, haha. Next, make an incision from the offering's private parts, cutting all the way through the abdominal and chest cavities to the neck. After disemboweling comes processing the organs. This is more troublesome. For convenience, you can use iron hooks to prop open the offering's belly. This way the organs will slide out of the abdominal cavity. Then put on gloves and dig out all the organs. By the way, the intestine part needs thorough cleaning. Best to add some strong flavored spices. Finally, burn off any remaining hair, then divide into different parts and you're done, all done, Mr. Yi. I'll teach you another interesting ritual. Cut off a large piece of complete boneless meat. Then insert 4 wooden sticks into the 4 corners of the meat. Wrap the intestines around them in a circle. Such a sinister and terrifying ritual made even Wilde feel horrified. What is this ritual for? It carries blessing significance, can bring luck and good relationships. Very interesting, right? This was a hometown ritual Ye Fan saw in Mr. Lu Xun's book, A Modern Writer of Sea Country. Indeed, very interesting. This is the blessing of the ghoul cult, easily playing with offerings in such twisted ways, summoning the giant tree person, withered one, using its branches as ritual tools. Ye Fan outside heard huge commotion from inside the room, but thought he was a cooking novice, didn't suspect anything. By the way, is that offering cooked yet? Cooked. Thoroughly cooked. Wilde inserted the branches into the meat chunks, then wrapped the intestines around the branches, and indeed a magic vortex appeared. The vortexes on different meat chunks converged upward, forming a huge magic portal on the ceiling. Also, did you collect the offering's blood? Collected. I'll teach you another little trick. Add appropriate amounts of water and salt to the blood. Let it solidify, then cook and freeze. After that, take it out and cut into blocks. Can also be used as offerings. There's actually such a convenient blood storage method. This way, sacrificial rituals can be performed anytime, anywhere. All along, when Black wizards wanted to perform sacrificial summonings, they had to find materials on site, slow and dangerous. Mr. Yi actually invented such a convenient technique. Just as he was marveling, the magic had finished accumulating. Harris's remains also burst with intense magic, then turned to dry bones. The skeleton of Wolf of the Void Court had been summoned. It opened its mouth wide and devoured Harris's bones. Seeing the Wolf of the Void Court taking initial shape, Wild was overjoyed. So efficient, so elegant. This is true sacrifice. Just as Wild was immersed in his art, a black shadow emerged not far behind him. She was the shadow assassin Deborah, sent by Bloodfeast to assassinate Wild. According to Bloodfeast's plan, originally Harris should have summoned a god-level dream beast. Harris could also use this to swallow the Crimson Church and numerous small and medium hunter organizations, becoming a better tool. But because Wild interfered, White Wolf and the Crimson Church perished together. Harris died, and his body's whereabouts were unknown. After expending countless efforts, a newly born small organization Spider ended up profiting. The Blood Feast mastermind was furious, vowing to make Wild pay the price. He surgically modified Deborah, allowing her to freely traverse between reality and the shadow world, and transplanted his right eye to her so they could share vision and thoughts. Then ordered Deborah to traverse and arrive, then used the poison Doomsday voice to assassinate Wild. But she witnessed Wild's terrifying ritual on the spot, too scared to act immediately. The ritual would automatically continue afterward, so Wild cleaned the bloody smell from his body and went back to continue entertaining. Mr. Yi, sorry to keep you waiting. Nothing. How did the ritual go? Thanks to your guidance very smoothly. I will definitely spread your divine work to more people. Just as he was speaking, Deborah infiltrated the shadow of his teacup, pouring poison into his cup. Hehe, now just need to wait and watch him die from poisoning. The two's conversation continued. After Yi Fan modestly demurred, he changed the subject. Hearing this, you still want to go to Blood Feast? Wild stammered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Yi Fan took out the fate coin. Let's use it for divination. If it's misfortune, then don't go. Saying this, Yi Fan tossed the coin high. At this moment, Deborah, hiding in the teacup's shadow, felt something was wrong. That coin seemed to be watching her. Her soul seemed to be grabbed by countless large hands. Instinct told her, flee here quickly, great danger is coming. But she was overwhelmed by intense fear, unable to move. At this moment, the coin smashed down, shattering the teacup. Deborah sank into the tea, dissolving and dying from Doomsday voice. The distant mastermind was also affected by the poison, going mad then dying on the spot. The fate coin continued bouncing a few times before falling to the ground. It was the reverse side misfortune. Wild looked at the shattered cup with a grim expression, saying nothing. Yi Fan sensed trouble, originally wanted to show off but accidentally broke the teacup. Will he be angry? But Wild had actually keenly sensed something in the shadow and detected poison in the tea. He immediately understood. Someone used a shadow assassin to poison the tea. Fortunately, Mr. Yi already noticed and saved my life again. He truly is great and benevolent. A great deity I should follow for life. But Yi Fan was made uneasy by his stare. Could this teacup be very expensive? Don't know if I can afford to compensate. Meanwhile, Wild still said nothing, using a sacrificial knife to analyze the poison in the tea. Learning this poison was Doomsday voice specifically for dealing with casters, he understood the other must hate him to the bone, but he didn't guess the other's identity, could only decide to be careful in the future. Seeing Wild still had a grim face saying nothing, Yi Fan decided to change the subject. By the way, your old friend Scarface is still looking for you. Are you going to keep avoiding him? Now is not the time, but sooner or later I'll settle that old account with him. After so many years, you should let it go. Being happy is most important in life. Understood. If he doesn't actively seek me out, I won't seek him. But if he comes, I won't sit idle either. Seems the conflict between these old friends isn't so easy to resolve. Yi Fan continued changing the subject. Also, why did you stay at 52nd Street so long for? Before he finished, Wild slammed the table and shouted, sorry to keep you waiting, let me show you my achievement right now. Behind the door, the Wolf of the Void Court had already grown flesh. It bit through the chains, preparing to rush out the door, but sensed an abnormally terrifying existence beyond the door. The clever creature switched to cute silly form before pushing open the door. Yi Fan was quite pleased seeing this. This is your harvest from 52nd Street? Yes, this was my purpose for going there. Seems Mr. Ye is fairly satisfied with my achievement. Wild could sense the spatial power condensed within it. The Wolf of the Void Court can freely traverse time and space, hunting prey to death, unless the prey can somehow escape its tracking. Thanks to Mr. Ye's guidance, I could create such a powerful creature. It, like me, is destruction level, though currently still at early stage. As long as I continuously feed it transcendent blood and flesh, it will become my strongest aid, but the urgent matter is still signing a contract, making it my familiar. Wild's contract incantation was only halfway through, when the Wolf of the Void Court already submitted, actively accepting the contract. Wild understood it was in fear of Mr. Ye. This was why it played dumb upon coming out. Seems my guess is correct. He is the two-in-one evil god himself. Meanwhile, Yi Fan marveled that dogs are indeed cute, then speculated. Previously, this husky lived with its original owner at 52nd Street, but the original owner met misfortune in the explosion. It had to wander the streets. While while kind Wild adopted it. Yifan couldn't hold back anymore, wanting to rush over and pet this dog thoroughly. It wanted to escape seeing this, but was held down by Wild. Greedy, don't move. It's called Greedy, such a cute name. Yes, I think this name suits it very well. Summoned, using a greedy person as sacrifice, it also has a greedy nature. Greedy was very obedient, desperately trying to please this terrifying existence. Come shake hands? Greedy inwardly wanted to tear this guy who called a wolf a dog to shreds, but didn't dare actually act out, could only obediently follow his commands. After playing with this cute and obedient husky for a long time, Yifan asked, "By the way, you didn't let it eat all those tributes you made earlier, did you?" Yes, they were specifically prepared for Greedy. Yifan thought, seems Wild is indeed a meticulous person, and with a big dog helping. Also, don't need to worry about him being harmed by Bloodfeast people. Back to the main point, you can continue contacting Bloodfeast if you want, but best bring Greedy along. If you encounter danger, please don't continue holding grudges. You can contact Scarface for help. He's also investigating Bloodfeast. Yifan combined all the information he had gathered and speculated. Bloodfeast has an outer organization for disguise or recruiting new members, as well as an armed inner core organization. They took interest in Wild because he's a language expert. Perhaps they need to decipher some code. Looking at it this way, Wild actually isn't likely to encounter danger. But Wild interpreted completely different meaning from his words. Bossy is reminding me that the shadow assassin earlier is related to Bloodfeast. Come to think of it, the mastermind who deployed the magic mirror egg might be from Bloodfeast. I ruined their plans. They also detected from this incident that I have ulterior motives in joining Bloodfeast, so they plan to strike first. And Scarface is also investigating them, which means Mitai is closely monitoring Bloodfeast. Mr. Ye is hinting that I should divert trouble eastward. Let Mitai and Bloodfeast fight like Snipe and Clam, while we profit as the fishermen. We might even lure out the mastermind who caused trouble before. Such foresight. Mr. Yi actually thought of such a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. I will obey your instructions. Alright, don't be so serious. Let me do one more divination for you before you depart. Yifan planned to rig the results to get a positive outcome, boosting Wild's confidence. Haha, as long as you're happy. Wild appeared relaxed and cheerful on the surface, but felt helpless inside. After all, Bossy's outrageous operations are too many. He's become numb to them. It turns out the fake coin possesses powerful ability to alter causality, but the conditions for use are very harsh, requiring preparation of offering altars, gathering large numbers of transcendents to chant together for extended periods before it can activate, and the moment of activation drains all their ether. Weaker people might die on the spot. Yet Boss Yi just casually tosses it like it's a game. Yifan caught the falling fate coin in a cool pose. This time it really was the positive side fortune. Seems your journey will be smooth. Good luck. I should head back too. Meanwhile, at the bookstore, Xiao Yue waited boredly for the bookstore owner to return. Remembering the boss once instructed her to study and practice more, she took out the box. Last time she used a clever method to open it. This time she planned to completely analyze its structure and properly break the seal. Golden light flashed in Xiao Yue's eyes, resonating with the box. After considerable effort, she finally finished analyzing the box's entire structure and cracked all its keys, opening the box fair and square through sheer ability. Xiao Yue felt quite accomplished, but was also a bit tired, in her drowsy state still thinking, wonder if the boss will pat my head and praise me when he returns, then drifted into dreams, only to arrive once again in Vafris's dreamscape. Little Xiao Yue seems a bit unhappy. Did I catch you slacking off, or feeling lonely watching the shop alone? Do you miss him? I don't. Xiao Yue blushed but stubbornly denied. By the way, what's with this outfit? Oh, this is what I recreated based on your previous description. The clothes your boss wears when teaching. Getting back to business to kill that false moon, I'll teach you everything I know about the Dome Church. The Dome Church's organizational structure is Pope, Holy Maidens, Apostles, Evangelists, Priests, Clerics, Nuns, in descending order of status. There's only one Pope, determined by divine oracle. 2 Holy Maidens representing the light and dark sides of the moon, responsible for conveying divine oracles. 7 Apostles, New Moon, Waxing Crescent, First Quarter, Full Moon, Waning Gibbous, Waning Crescent, Dark Moon, each with unique powers. But why do evangelists have higher status than priests when their work is no different? Because they have stronger combat abilities. Exactly. In the current Dome Church leadership's view, combat power is more important than faith. While clerics and nuns with weaker power and lower status are numerous, they're basically ignored by higher-ups. Ironically, most of them are quite upright and kind, and they are the ones we should win over in the future. Meanwhile, Father Vincent looked haggard. Using redemption to the apostle as pretext, he came to the 7th District Cathedral to see the apostle, still hiding the heretical book Solar Scripture in his bosom. As moonlight fell, he put on the blindfold according to doctrine, but began to doubt. I once thought this was necessary reverence, the price for receiving the moon's protection, but after meeting the bookstore owner, I started wondering, unable to even see my own God's appearance. What we worship, is it truly the real moon? No, I cannot have such blasphemous thoughts anymore. While Vincent pondered, he had already arrived at the chapel. Dark Moon Apostle Vanessa had been waiting here for some time. Apostle, my lord, I have sinned. Vincent followed the bookstore owner's instructions, acting like a priest who completely trusts the church, reporting all his recent bodily abnormalities. Perhaps you just need rest. I also saw the true moon in my hallucinations. I have sinned. Vanessa was greatly shocked, but quickly recovered her normal composed demeanor. Rest assured, that's just your delusion. That is not the true moon. After all, you've never truly seen it. Having said this, she pointed a finger at Vincent's forehead, using her power silent domain, attempting to make him obey her, but it was absorbed by the solar scripture in Vincent's bosom. Vanessa remained completely unaware, continuing, if you feel uneasy, use more sacred moon brain. It can lead you to the moon's protection. After thanking Vanessa, Vincent left. In the corridor, Vincent pondered, Vanessa tried to control my mind, but was blocked by the solar scripture. Fortunately, I didn't reveal any flaws and successfully got through. Vanessa also told me to continue using sacred moon brain, which means it really is problematic. Looking at her practiced manner, she should have handled this situation many times. Seems there are quite a few people who develop doubts like me. The bookstore owner was right, but what should I do? Should I tell everyone the truth? At this moment, Vanessa, still in the chapel, ordered subordinates to bring out Vincent's surveillance device. It was a white wax ball made from the mold used to forge Vincent's holy emblem in the past. It could be used to see everything Vincent experienced from the holy emblem's perspective. Though Vanessa believed Vincent's account, she still wanted to see if his abnormality had been discovered by others. She lit the white wax ball, entering a special space, beginning to watch Vincent's experiences. The earlier content was all normal, until entering a bookstore, when the image suddenly became blurry. The distorted figures of the bookstore owner and Xiao Yue appeared, with countless black shadows behind them. Seeing that twisted existence, Vanessa was quite frightened. That thing is not human at all. But Vincent chatted with this pitch-black figure completely unaware, having seen the bookstore owner's true face. Vanessa's sanity plummeted, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. This isn't real, just an illusion. I can break this spell if I activate my power. The instant she activated silent domain, all the black shadows in the image looked toward her in unison. A huge monster with countless twisted red eyes suddenly appeared behind her. After it fully formed, Vanessa realized countless pitch-black tentacles reached toward her, binding her tightly. At this moment, the pitch-black bookstore owner in the image slowly approached Vincent and her. Don't come any closer. Help! Help! But she couldn't move or make any sound. Tentacles blocked her mouth too. She saw the endless darkness reflected in the bookstore owner's face, from which she glimpsed those constantly squirming, constantly expanding chaotic existences in the universe. She continued watching the image, but couldn't hear their conversation. Seeing a book handed to Vincent, an unprecedented desire arose in her heart. Want it so bad, want to see it clearly. At this moment, the white wax ball burned out. Vanessa finally broke free and returned to reality, but the shock she received remained very real. What exactly was that? Just glimpsing a small part, those blasphemous, filthy things began polluting my spirit. Those bizarre images and ravings still linger in my mind, impossible to eliminate. Is it an ancient dream beast or demon, or an unspeakable heretical evil god? After a long while, her heart finally calmed down. She understood Vincent was sent under its command to probe, and that book I inexplicably desired is also on him. After composing herself, she summoned subordinate Haman, issuing instructions. Vincent has betrayed the moon's faith. He was bewitched by heresy and became a lackey of the evil god. Kill him and bring back the heretical book on him to me. After it's done, I'll reward you well as usual. This pervert with a foot fetish was extremely excited, promising to go through fire and water for Vanessa. After Haman left, Vanessa came to the communication room water mirror. She walked into the water, reciting an incantation. The Pope's image appeared on the water's surface. What is it, 7th Apostle? Pope, my lord, I have an abnormal situation to report. At this moment, Vincent was conducting his bedtime prayers, but couldn't get into the right state. Is it because my faith in the moon is no longer devout? Better rest early, need to figure out how to deal with the church later. Haman, lying in ambush at the door, calculated, just waiting for him to fall deep asleep, then rush in and finish him with one knife strike. Vincent went to bed and fell asleep, but heard a familiar childish voice voice calling his name. He opened his eyes, discovering himself in a tranquil dreamscape space. How fantastically beautiful! Vincent marveled at the beauty of this starry sky. Suddenly, a young girl descended from that starry sky. "Chosen one, you finally come." Vincent was stunned. What does chosen one mean, and why does this person look somewhat familiar? He then noticed the miniature sun and moon in her hands. They were both full of vitality. In contrast, the moon he felt before was so cold and damp. "Who exactly are you? What do you want bringing me here? You don't need to know my name yet, and I brought you here because we have a common enemy." Vincent was startled. That must be that false moon. The moon before my eyes is the true one. Could this young girl be the moon goddess? But no time to think anymore. An intense desire inexplicably surged in his heart, wanting to claim this sun as his own. The girl seemed to see through his thoughts, placing the sun in his hands. "This is the solar core. You can wield the power of the sun through it. Eventually it will help you become the new sun." Vincent's reason told him this was dangerous, but his instinct drove him to quickly grasp the solar core. He finally obtained the sun. He tightly held it to his chest, eager to feel its power. In that instant, he felt himself merge with it as one, emanating endless light and heat. In the real world, Haman had already sneaked into the room, aiming at Vincent's heart and viciously stabbing down with the dagger. But the dagger was suddenly blocked by flames. The solar scripture at Vincent's chest emitted dazzling golden light, igniting Haman's entire body. The sun-like high temperature quickly burned him to death. Waiting in the chapel, Vanessa learned through the star chart of Haman's death. She then used her jade feet to recruit another loyal servant, Jessica, on the spot, ordering her to gather all evangelists from the 7th district to hunt down the heretic Vincent. At this moment, Vincent was also awakened by the heat. Startled by the burning corpse that suddenly appeared beside him, he learned from the engraving on the dagger that this corpse was Vanessa's attendant Haman. Seems Vanessa still grew suspicious and wanted to kill me. The flames on the skeleton also spread to other places. Other priests in the cathedral were organizing to extinguish fires and apprehend the arsonist. Vincent didn't know this fire was unconsciously triggered by himself, but his room had the charred corpse of an apostle's attendant, and he held a heretical book, solar scripture, would certainly be treated as the arsonist. Vincent quickly broke through the window to escape. Upon landing, he discovered he was already surrounded by evangelists. "Murderer, arsonist, apostate heretic Vincent is there. Kill him quickly." Vincent hurried to flee. Fortunately, the solar scripture allowed him to ignore the sea of fire, quickly shaking off pursuers. Halfway, he suddenly realized the girl in his dream was the bookstore owner's assistant. Could all this be planned by the bookstore owner? Startled, he didn't notice the bump in the road and tripped. At this moment, pursuers closed in, surrounding Vincent from all directions. Vincent understood he couldn't escape anymore, just in despair. The solar scripture in his bosom emitted dazzling golden light, calling him to open this book. Just then, the evangelists launched an attack on Vincent. Vincent had no choice but to open the book. The moment he opened it, countless knowledge poured out, forcibly entering Vincent's mind. Vincent felt his brain was about to burst, and his entire body was scorching hot, flesh seeming to become scorched earth, blood like magma. Vincent urgently wanted to expel the accumulated heat. The knowledge in his mind taught him to accumulate flames in his hands. Vincent immediately felt quite comfortable and ecstatic. Intoxicated by this powerful force, he continuously condensed heat, the flames in his hands growing larger. Even though his eyes had already been blinded by the intense white light, his skin burned and cracked all over. He was still ecstatic. "Praise the sun!" Vincent finally released the massive fireball in his hands. The explosion killed all pursuers on sight, reducing them to ash. It continued expanding, spreading to Vanessa at the cathedral. She struggled to resist the flames with her power, but how could the false moon resist the true sun? Her defense was quickly breached. She too was burned to ash. Thus, the Dome Church's 7th district was razed to the ground. Meanwhile, at the Dome Church's central cathedral, Pope Rodney, a god-level powerhouse, was contemplating the bookstore owner. Never expected this mysterious bookstore owner was actually a heretical evil god. To maintain the authority of the true god Moon, must eliminate him quickly, and he had already cultivated a batch of fanatical moon believers through sacred moon brain. Before long, the moon could descend from dreams through the holy relic silver placenta. At this moment, the sun-like dazzling light from afar caught his attention. Just as he wondered, he suddenly discovered the gem representing Dark Moon on his scepter had cracked, then completely melted and disappeared. Rodney was greatly alarmed. Even if Vanessa died, her power should have returned to the Pope, but that unknown power completely erased Dark Moon's authority at the rule level. He tried touching the position where Dark Moon originally was on the scepter, but was burned by the high temperature, and he's a god-level powerhouse. Just as he pondered where this power came from, Light Holy Maiden Cheryl came with the 8-year-old boy Full Moon Apostle Leo to report the incident. incident. Pope Rodney was furious, but suddenly remembered Vincent had a good relationship with the old priest at the benevolent cathedral, so he arranged for Cheryl to notify Crescent Moon Apostle Buck if Vincent didn't go find him, use him as hostage. If Vincent did go, perfect opportunity to catch him in the trap. Cheryl immediately took orders and left, leaving Rodney alone with Leo. Rodney planned to vigorously teach this little boy divine arts tonight to vent his anger. At this moment, Vincent was indeed moving toward the benevolent cathedral. Because he forcibly used power far beyond his own ability, his body suffered severe damage. All the moon power within was completely cleansed, and his body was transformed into a strange state. He originally wanted to go to the bookstore, but with his current physical condition couldn't manage to walk there. Instinct drove him to this benevolent cathedral where he'd lived his whole life. This was his true home, but he didn't even have strength to walk to the cathedral, collapsing by a tree halfway. After resting a long while, he struggled up, planning, once his injuries heal, he'll leave. Can't implicate the old priest. Must also tell him the truth about Sacred Moon Brain. Can't let him be controlled too. As he pondered, Father Terence, who had just finished treating orphans, passed by and recognized him. Child, what happened? Did you encounter a difficult dream beast or encounter that heretic being hunted throughout the district? I'm fine. I have something to tell you. After saying it, I'll leave immediately. Don't talk nonsense, my child. Even if you were a stranger, I couldn't leave an injured person unattended. While speaking, Terence supported Vincent's body, carrying him toward the cathedral. Vincent relaxed under Terence's comfort and fell asleep halfway. After settling Vincent on a bench, Terence used moon power to heal his injury-riddled body, but discovered Vincent's wounds healed at visible speed. His own moon power only slightly accelerated the process. This is no longer a human body. What exactly did this child experience? And he also sensed the moon power in his body had been replaced by another scorching power. Could he be that heretic who killed countless people and destroyed the 7th district? After Vincent woke, he hesitated whether to tell Terence the truth. Terence had done good deeds all his life precisely because he devoutly believed in the moon's gospel. If he told him that moon was fake, it would negate the meaning of all the good deeds he'd done. After struggling long, he finally decided to only reveal partial truth to him. He knelt before Terence confessing, "I'm sorry, I betrayed the moon." He tore off the blindfold, exposing eyes blinded by solar power that wanted heretic is me. Why, of all people it had to be you. Terence's sadness, disappointment, shock all transformed into anger. Then you still have the face to come back? Do you expect me to cover for you like I covered for your childhood pranks? I am a believer of the moon. Terence raised his hand, wanting to slap this disappointing child heretic and drive him out, but remembering his obedient, lovely childhood appearance, still couldn't bear to. The raised hand instead gently stroked Vincent's face. After this, you must explain everything to me clearly. Remember, this is the last time. He pulled up Vincent's hand, leading him to a cabinet. Get in, hide well, leave immediately once your injuries fully heal. Before entering, Vincent turned, wanting to remind him about Sacred Moon Brain, but heard the sound of liquid splashing, smelling blood. In the next instant, half his left arm was severed. Crescent Moon Apostle Buck appeared with a huge scythe. Found you. Prepare to die, apostate. As he finished speaking, Terence's head rolled to Vincent's feet. Let me introduce myself. I am Crescent Moon Apostle, director of the Heresy Inquisition, Death Country Buck. Vincent said nothing, only raised his head looking at him, worthy of a heretic, daring to gaze at the moon. Even if you're blind, such behavior is blasphemy against the moon. Lower your head, insect. He reached out, summoning several iron chains, binding Vincent in the posture of a death row inmate about to be executed. Why? You're asking why I killed that priest, right? No particular reason. His life or death means nothing to me. The only reason is he happened to be in front of you, within my attack range, nothing more. By the way, when I came here, people nearby were gathered at the cathedral entrance, wanting Terence's guidance. To avoid complications, cleaning them up took quite some effort. No need to rush, I'll send you to reunite with them soon. He raised the scythe, preparing to activate the power heretic judgment. This move can erase anything it touches from the root. The scythe emitted black aura representing death. Power accumulation complete. Buck swung the scythe down at Vincent. Just as it was about to cut Vincent's neck, it was suddenly caught between his two fingers. Vincent's body emitted high temperature that melted all the chains. His blinded eyes burned with fury. Seeing this, Buck immediately released more chains, but they melted before even touching Vincent's body. At this moment, high temperature traveled from Vincent's fingers along the scythe to Buck. Seeing this, Buck immediately abandoned the scythe, quickly retreating. He rushed outside the cathedral, preparing to accumulate full power to activate heretic judgment. Vincent pursued relentlessly, charging at Buck with flames burning all over his body. Seeking death, Buck heavily swung down the newly condensed scythe, but Vincent reached out and instantly melted it. His hand continued forward, grabbing Buck's face. Impossible? My power actually didn't take effect? Listen well, the answer may destroy all your cognition and faith, because the moon's light is the sun's afterglow. Vincent then ignited the moon power within him. Buck's entire body began burning violently. Then a massive explosion occurred. After everything ended, Vincent held Terrence's head, saying nothing. After feeling the last warmth of this fatherly loving priest, he cremated Terrence, ashes scattering with the wind. He looked up at the sky. Magma-like tears flowed from pitch-black empty eyes. At this moment, Yifan at home also saw this explosion, but thought it was another gas explosion. Why does this place have gas explosions every other day? All kinds of rumors and conspiracy theories flying around everywhere, spreading that this is testing new weapons. But government officials always have only one line: don't ask. If you ask, it's a gas explosion. Forget it. Such matters should be handled by those big shots. Small citizens like me just read books. What he was reading was the long-anticipated forbidden book, The Age of Darkness, that Hood just brought. The earlier parts described the life of the last King Kale, consistent with what Yifan experienced in dreams. He had just reached the part of the Age of Darkness descending. The sun and moon were devoured by darkness. Ionia entered an endless, lightless, fireless night. The sun extinguished and fell silent, while the moon had its skin stolen by beasts. Perhaps sun and moon symbolize two certain deities. Is darkness also a god? Is devouring literal? What does stealing skin mean? The description is too vague, hard to guess, but this darkness is definitely not anything good, and ugly too. Little Black, hearing this, was very angry, but Yifan didn't notice, preparing to go to bed. He had already constructed the prototype of his own dreamscape, but was stuck there without further progress. This time, he planned to try a new method. Yifan entered the dreamscape he created. It was like an undecorated, rough room, filled with ether he collected, with nothing else existing. Yifan speculated creating from familiar things might be easier. He suddenly slapped at the void before him. His desk from the original world immediately appeared here. He then leaned backward. That specially customized ergonomic chair appeared, steadily catching him. Yifan gradually constructed his long-missed home from memory, even replicating the scenery outside the window. First dreamscape construction complete, Yifan comfortably enjoyed the warm sunlight. Speaking of which, can I construct people in dreamscapes? He looked at an old photo on the desk, showing young him with an elder. No, forget it. After much deliberation, Yifan grimly turned the photo frame face down. In another dreamscape, Xiaoyue and Vafris observed everything Vincent experienced during this time. Vincent destroyed an entire district and killed 2 apostles in one go. This truly is a perfect start. But we didn't save the old priest and nearby civilians. Kind-hearted Xiaoyue didn't think it perfect. Our actions indeed intensified conflicts. Those sacrificed lives are definitely not the correct price. But with our current power, we couldn't do much more. Moreover, Vincent already stood on the opposite side of the false church. Even if we didn't act, the false church would frame him. With Vincent's originally weak and compromising personality, more people would be implicated then. And based on my speculation, what we did is exactly what your boss expects. You understand too, he knows everything, just doesn't say it. But this is still us acting on our own. If it negatively affects the boss's plans, then just go directly ask his opinion. Don't worry, with how he dotes on you, even if you did wrong, he won't blame you. With that, Xiaoyue woke up, returning to the real world. After washing up and cooking as usual, she went to the boss's room. The boss was as always sleeping in. Xiaoyue also served as his human alarm clock per routine. Xiaoyue used Mount Tai Crush, super effective. At the dining table, Yifan sighed. Seems I need to sleep early and rise early in the future, otherwise my back really can't take many more of these. He also noticed Xiaoyue's hair had become much darker than before, so her original hair color was black, must have been discolored due to malnutrition before. I'm raising her so well, but Xiaoyue felt uneasy under his gaze, scared stiff with eyes unblinking, but still didn't forget to chew what was in her mouth. Is there something you want to tell me? Little Xiaoyue, this kid is too cute. Xiaoyue frantically nodded, hurriedly swallowing food in her cheeks. Seeing this, Yifan quickly offered a cup of tea. Sure enough, my earlier unauthorized actions were seen through by the boss. Don't know if they meet the boss's expectations. I understand this hesitant reaction. Teenagers, you know, having embarrassing questions they want to ask parents is normal. Boss, I want to become the moon. Xiaoyue finally decided to go all in, but Yifan thought she was going through Chunibyu like kids her age. You want to become a magical girl too? But this idea is really cute, very childlike. Didn't expect this kid to be so interesting. Imagining Xiaoyue becoming the moon in that comical way. Yifan couldn't help laughing. But in Xiaoyue's view, the boss's mocking laughter was because he thought this was just child's play. After all, the boss has always been casually pulling strings of people's fates, then enjoying their unique responses. He's like a deity. equally overlooking all worldly things. Her little matter is just a small joke to him, but she still felt unhappy being laughed at. Why laugh? What's wrong with wanting to become the moon? Yifan keenly sensed her emotional change. Seems I need to go along with her first, then guide accordingly. Ahem. Nothing, this idea is great. I fully support you, but becoming the moon isn't so easy. We need to formulate a series of plans. First tell me, why do you want to become the moon? Xiao Yue thought. When first pulled into that dreamscape by Vafris, I thought that starry sky was beautiful, wanted to claim it as my own, but what she said was very brief, because it's beautiful. Yifan was left speechless by her words, momentarily unable to refute. But I'm the chicken soup master, I never admit defeat. Yifan calculated to avoid bad influence on the child, must convince her with her logic, using the moon as entry point, substituting the physical moon for the moon in one's heart, teaching her some correct values and good qualities. Do you know how beautiful moonlight is produced? Actually, it doesn't emit light itself, but reflects sunlight. Sunlight is too aggressive and unbearable to look at directly, cannot transmit warmth to people's hearts. The moon transforms those rays, creating the beautiful clear radiance for people to appreciate. Dedication, humility, gentleness, tolerance. If you want to become the moon, these qualities are all indispensable. People also often use the moon to express longing for family, friends, and hometown. The moon bears people's original pure emotions and faith. The moon is not an emotionless dead object, but a beautiful vessel for people's yearning. You must understand these to truly become it. After dinner, Yifan took the initiative to wash dishes, letting Xiao Yue rest after clearing the table. Xiao Yue stared at the dishes in a daze, thinking the boss's words earlier held hidden meanings. Though she couldn't fully understand, she vaguely grasped 3 key points. The first was the connection between moon and sun. The moon's core power is transformation, able to convert external forces into its own authority. And among all forces, the sun has the greatest influence on the moon. The second was the moon's qualities. The moon symbolizes absolute purity, revered by people like a creed. For billions of years, believers in the moon have spread to every corner. Unfortunately, some believers haven't learned the moon's beautiful qualities at all. They've been led astray by twisted thoughts, going to worship the false moon's dome church. Xiao Yue recalled the church's ruthlessness last night. This was nothing like a proper sect. It's clearly a cult, minds full of only controlling others' thoughts. The dome church tolerates no heretics, even using ghastly things like sacred moonbrain to control clergy. This thing is too terrifying, can easily seize and control people's thinking. Xiao Yue secretly guessed there must be many more victims like Vincent. So the third point is to properly deal with this evil cult. Then establish a pure new church, rebuild the bridge between faith and souls. Watching Xiao Yue deep in thought, Yifan inwardly applauded this teachable child. Must encourage such a serious kid, might unleash even greater potential. So he continued earnestly saying, becoming the moon requires gradual progress. He quoted ancient wise sayings, nothing is difficult in the world if you're willing to work hard. Yifan encouraged Xiao Yue to do more good deeds, surely becoming the moon in everyone's hearts in the future. Xiao Yue's eyes sparkled, softly responding she would definitely work hard. Yifan secretly rejoiced, slightly changing the wording led this kid astray, cleverly swapping physical moon for the moon in one's heart. This wave of guidance was too brilliant. I'm such a genius. So he continued guiding. Of course he believed in her, so first must go settle the trouble on Vincent's side. Yifan ground his teeth in anger. The dome church using addictive substances to control people was too evil. Such evil forces must be completely eradicated. He'd been worrying about Vincent. After previously having him probe the church, there's been no news. Yifan told Xiao Yue the dome church's false moon will be eliminated sooner or later. Xiao Yue, immersed in the boss's words, slowly puzzled out his hint. So the boss hopes she establishes a new church, overthrowing the dome church. She didn't want to be a deity revered by thousands, only wanted to be remembered by this world in her remaining year. So she immediately declared, I will represent the moon, exposing the dome church's sins. Hearing this, Yifan immediately gave her an approving thumbs up. That night, Xiao Yue entered the dreamscape again, softly calling Vafris's name. Vafris asked, Xiao Yue specifically seeking her out, was there something important? Without waiting for a response, she spoke first, frankly guessing Xiao Yue came for Vincent. Then she struck while the iron was hot, persuading, your boss foresaw everything, just waiting for you to act. So what we'll do next, he'll definitely fully support. Vafris planned. Once Vincent arrives, they can cooperate to launch the second phase plan. Xiao Yue responded with determined eyes. For justice, the dome church must be completely overthrown. Vafris rubbed Xiao Yue's face, saying she didn't want to establish a church nor be worshipped, so Vincent would be the most suitable candidate to establish the new church. Xiao Yue let her knead while puzzled. Must there necessarily be a new church? Vafris didn't answer directly, instead throwing the question back to Xiao Yue. She was secretly pleased. Little Xiao Yue actually learned to think independently. Really good. Vafris planned to guide Xiao Yue to think more, hoping she could quickly become independent. She sighed inwardly. Her own time was running short. Must hurry to cultivate Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue was troubled by the question. This answer was too complex for her current self. She thought of the old priest's kindness and the apostles' cruelty. They both blindly believed in a doctrine, yet their behaviors were vastly different. Xiao Yue fell into deep thought. If the new church would also turn bad, then might as well have no church at all. Her head nearly smoked from thinking. Still couldn't figure out the answer. Vafris gently comforted. It's okay if you can't figure out the answer, don't force it. She revealed the truth. It's not that gods need believers, but humans need faith. She explained, the faith of tiny humans means nothing to sun and moon, but humans need spiritual sustenance. This is the true meaning of a church's existence. Vafris analyzed, dome church believers have long been accustomed to their current life. She emphasized, if only destroying without building a new church, believers will collapse overnight. Vafris guided, Xiao Yue just needs to do what should be done, and that's enough. As the moon make believers understand they were deceived by people, not faith. Let Yifan write the new church's doctrine. He's definitely very skilled at it. Xiao Yue curiously asked, as a primordial witch, does Vafris also care about human thoughts? Vafris explained, she doesn't care about humans, but to honor a past promise. She once made a covenant with humans to shelter weak beings in the darkness. She cannot break her promise. As long as she kills the false god and retrieves her identity symbol, she can fulfill the covenant again. Vafris reminded, the Dome Church should already be in panic now, and before long, the church will chase Vincent to the bookstore. Indeed, as Vafris said, the Dome Church was currently in disarray. Many apostles were fleeing everywhere. Rodney witnessed all this, directly grabbed and lifted the ringleader trying to flee. Everyone was shocked seeing this, never expecting the Pope himself to personally appear. Rodney's tone was icy, rebuking the other for spreading rumors and defiling faith. The fleeing person was scared out of their wits, begging him for the moon's sake to spare their life. However, Rodney directly crushed the other's head, screams echoing throughout. Everyone was scared speechless. Completely unexpected such a tragic end. Rodney warned everyone, this is what happens to apostates. See clearly. He reassured everyone, with him here, the church will still stabilize, no need to panic. Everyone immediately knelt in gratitude, saying with the Pope presiding, sense of security instantly maxed out. Rodney immediately ordered, issue the highest wanted notice, find Vincent. Meanwhile, outside the benevolent cathedral, Tote looked at the destroyed scene and couldn't help sighing. Father Terence did good deeds all his life, yet raised an evil spawn like Vincent. At this time, a subordinate asked him for instructions. The fire was too fierce to investigate thoroughly what to do. Tote reminded everyone, don't act rashly, let him try. He gripped his long blade, testing the flames. The blade wrapped in moon divine power, stabbing straight into the flames. However, the moon divine power actually became fuel for the flames, burning fiercer and fiercer, impossible to extinguish. Tote analyzed, Vincent must have at least terror-level strength to accomplish this. So he ordered evacuation, saying no need to waste time here, should quickly do what's within their power. Tote arranged deployment. Everyone split into two routes to pacify civilians and rescue survivors. After they left, in the raging flames, a figure wrapped in flames slowly appeared. Vincent sighed. Fortunately, these flames restrained moon divine power, making Dome Church people afraid to approach. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the most dangerous moment had been successfully avoided. Vincent was grateful, thanks to the solar core, allowing him to recover strength in emergencies. He was thankful in his heart, really must properly thank this gift from the Dark Knight. Originally, the solar scripture given by the bookstore owner didn't have such strong authority, but after adding the solar core, its power directly became unstoppable. Relying solely on the solar core's power directly pushed him to terror level. Vincent knew well, the urgent matter was to quickly master his current power. After more than a day of hiding and self-adjustment, his body had been completely transformed. The solar scripture had completely merged with him, becoming the core of his power. The runes detached from the scripture were all solar authorities. Currently, he could use 3 authorities. The first was the initially triggered Hymn of the Sun. The second was Superior Dominion, naturally suppressing moon-type divine powers. After training ended, rain fell from the sky. He came to the ground. Grabbing the robe on the ground, he discovered the robe actually concealed complex magic circles inside. Too bad they couldn't function at all, otherwise the opponent might have resisted 1 or 2 more seconds. Now using authority to blast bottom-tier destruction level wasn't difficult, but he'd be weakened afterward. Vincent frowned. Right now he could at most contend contend with one destruction level, while the Dome Church not only had light and dark holy maidens, but also god-level strength, Pope Rodney, far beyond what he could currently handle. Once the church detected his insufficient strength, they'd mercilessly strike to kill. For revenge, he needed to be calmer, also needed stronger power. Absolutely cannot let innocent people die wrongly because of him. He roared to the sky, making a vow: if this revenge isn't taken, I, Vincent, swear I'm not human. So after setting up a tombstone for his father, he resolutely turned around, embarking on the path of revenge. The next day, the explosion incident spread through the streets. A long, black-haired man on vacation held a newspaper sighing, "Never expected so many things happening in Noxus recently." He asked Pava across from him, was there also movement in the transcendent world, but Pava just silently drank his beverage, not responding to his question. At this moment, the long, black-haired man suddenly realized the Dome Church actually issued a highest wanted notice. His face showed disbelief. The church hasn't issued such a wanted notice in hundreds of years. He slammed the table and stood up. Must immediately report this news to the leader. This highest wanted notice once issued, Noxus's transcendent community instantly boiled. Just as ordinary people were still discussing gas explosions, the transcendent world was already surging with undercurrents. Major powers perhaps waited and watched, but solo transcendents had already begun to act. Overnight, Vincent became the focus of transcendent attention. Meanwhile, Jijiksu also received relevant news about Vincent. A subordinate reported to her for the high bounty. Many transcendents and factions had already begun acting. Yasuo sighed. The Dome Church really invested heavily this time. This bounty amount is frighteningly high. He proposed, can participate. After all, obtaining the bounty would greatly benefit the organization's operations. Black Pearl volunteered. Searching for clues can be left to her and lie. Super rich Jijiksu raised an eyebrow, asking, does the organization need to worry about money? Marks and others who grew up wealthy immediately replied, absolutely not needed. This scene formed a stark contrast with Yasuo and others who came from poverty. Yasuo awkwardly covered up. More importantly, Vincent is a fellow bookstore customer. He analyzed, Vincent standing on the church's opposite side means the church is the target the bookstore owner wants to destroy. Old forces disappearing also benefits their emerging organization. Yasuo asked whether to act. Jijiksu, after hearing, thought he made very good sense. Lai at this time requested, hoping Jijiksu would allow him to act freely temporarily. He indicated this was his only chance in life to fulfill his mission. Jijiksu curiously asked, what exactly did Lai's mission mean? Lai recounted the family prophecy, when the lost totem ignites, the sun will awaken, summoning its children. He was certain Vincent was the newborn son in the prophecy, so he hoped to help Vincent rebuild the son's faith. Jijiksu had a sudden realization, so Mr. Yi wants to rebuild faith, so she decided to bet everything, ordering all members to prepare to hunt the Dome Church. Following Mr. Yi's footsteps, ascending to a higher stage, the wanted notice had been issued for 5 or 6 days, but these past days, no matter how they searched, bounty hunters just couldn't find Vincent's trail. They all began worrying, afraid of being beaten to it by others, or found by the church. Fortunately, they discovered the church's recent search seemed to progress slowly. Currently, also no news of other bounty hunters finding him. Leader Donald at this time suggested gathering colleagues to ambush him at the place Vincent would inevitably go. Wiley asked back, you mean that legendary bookstore? Donald responded, correct. With such a high bounty, even splitting it would earn quite a lot. At this moment, Vincent, they were discussing, was wearing an invisibility cloak, quietly passing by them. Several days later, Vincent arrived at 23rd Street, feeling deeply moved. He never expected returning here would involve so many twists and turns. Thanks to this cloak stripped from Buck's ashes, he could successfully escape while weakened. Vincent looked at the familiar street, inexplicably feeling nostalgic. It was still deserted with few pedestrians. Remembering the bookstore owner's neighbor's arrogance, he couldn't help feeling sorry for the bookstore owner. Vincent suddenly discovered, next to the bookstore was no longer Mr. Meatball's audio store. The storefront had been completely renovated. No life breath inside, the owner seemed to have left. Fortunately, no soul residue traces, at least didn't perish at home. He arrived at the bookstore entrance relieved, this time finally had enough time to reach the bookstore. This journey was thrilling but safe, lucky enough to make him suspect someone secretly helping. He worried his eyes would release light and heat, covered them with cloth, using sun's eye to see instead. Vincent pushed open the bookstore door. Greeting him was Yifan's gentle voice. Hearing welcome the instant, Vincent involuntarily relaxed, thinking even if surrounded on all sides now, seeing Yifan's smile also brought peace. Just a few days returning to the bookstore, yet gave him a feeling like a world apart. Vincent was about to speak, suddenly lost strength, exhaustion sweeping through his body. Seeing this, Xiao Yue immediately stepped forward, supporting the tottering Vincent. Xiao Yue softly comforted, you've worked hard. Here no one can hurt you anymore. Vincent sensed the familiar aura, shocked as he guessed Xiao Yue's identity. Yifan had just reflexively greeted, after a while seeing no one enter, looked up to check, after seeing who came, showed a surprised expression. Vincent greeted Yifan saying, "Long time no see, bookstore owner." Yifan responded, "Welcome back, father, but you look in very poor condition." He observed Vincent's tense expression, showing hard to erase firm will. He seemed like his entire being was continuously burning for something. From his experience judging, only hatred would cause such changes in a person. He discovered Vincent removed his priest's robe, guessing he must have encountered more earth-shattering events. Yifan confirmed with Vincent he escaped from the church rite. Hearing this, Vincent's body trembled, clearly struck a nerve. Yifan told him to calm down, explain in detail what the church did to him. Vincent apologized, saying he needed to take some time organizing his thoughts, would tell all, and he was now increasingly certain. Xiao Yue was the girl in the dream who gave him the solar core. Vincent sensed the intimate aura from Xiao Yue, gentle and full of tolerance. This feeling was like completely trustworthy family, making him extremely at ease. For him, having just lost loved ones, Xiao Yue was like an oasis in the desert, soothing his soul. Xiao Yue at this moment also noticed his gaze, immediately conveyed with her eyes. Yes, it's her signal. Vincent, seeing this, was wildly joyful. He knew his feeling wasn't wrong. This young, lovely, beautiful girl was the true moon. Yifan at this time instructed Xiao Yue to close the door, saying he wanted to talk alone with Vincent. Xiao Yue obediently agreed, turning to go close the bookstore door. Vincent was secretly shocked, never expected the true moon was the bookstore owner's assistant. He remembered Xiao Yue said they had a common enemy. Vincent finally perceived Yifan's earth-shattering layout. He speculated the false gods stole the moon's authority. Xiao Yue, who lost power, was sheltered by Yifan. So Yifan targeting the church was to help Xiao Yue retrieve her authority. He sorted the threads. First, Yifan deliberately let neighbor Colin notice abnormalities. Strange visions triggered Colin's fear, immediately contacting the church to exorcise, then smoothly drew him who took the commission here. Yifan guided step by step, letting him gradually discover the church's ugly true face. This series of coincidences was actually carefully designed. Vincent admired Yifan's profound planning. He guessed the lack of life breath next door was Yifan disposing of Colin after using him. Vincent confirmed with Yifan the church indeed used sacred moon brain to control clergy. After reporting the situation, the church sent people to assassinate him that very night. What broke him most was Father Terence, whom he regarded as a father, was also killed. Vincent, full of guilt, believed the old priest died because of him. He choked up. The old priest was the kindest, best person he'd ever met. Yifan, hearing this, was extremely angry, thinking even writing this into a book would anger people. He'd already maliciously speculated about the church, yet didn't expect them so despicable and cruel. They treated human life with no regard, truly outrageous. These years, he learned the Dome Church was Noxus's largest sect. They monopolized spirit, possessing large numbers of fanatical believers. Even if they randomly labeled people heretics and killed them, a crowd would still cheer along. Yifan observed the other's expression, knowing what Vincent needed now was recognition and support, so he asked Vincent's plans going forward, promising they would all help as much as possible. He thought the church doing such things must hide even more secrets behind. Probably the church deceived not just him, but all Noxus's believers. Perhaps countless people like the old priest had already been quietly harmed, and now only they knew the Dome Church's true face. He angrily denounced, "A church that kills randomly is a demon's lair." The old priest's tragedy was definitely not isolated. The church's crimes were too numerous to record. He firmly stated his character wouldn't allow him to turn a blind eye to such evil. Just then, Xiao Yue suddenly spoke. The Dome Church must be completely destroyed. She tried hard, recalling Vafris's words, repeating word for word. The church worships a false moon that stole authority. Their false god fears identity exposure, so established the vow of not directly gazing. So we must make the truth public, overthrow the church. Yifan, seeing this, was pleased inside, praising, "This child Xiao Yue can actually apply knowledge flexibly." Vincent, hearing this, became even more determined. "You're right. Must make the Dome Church pay the price they deserve." Vincent, now thinking back, when he just arrived at the cathedral, the Crescent Moon Apostle immediately chased over, so their target was the priest all along. He speculated if he hadn't gone, the church would definitely capture the priest as hostage. Then the consequences would be even more unthinkable. Yifan, seeing this, sighed. sighed, marveling that hatred's power was so great could completely change a person. When meeting several days ago, Vincent was still an honest, gentle priest. Yet now Vincent, his entire being only burned for revenge's flames. From his chicken soup Grandmaster realm judgment, Vincent continuing like this definitely won't work. Yi Fan had a flash of inspiration, standing up planning to find a book to let Vincent calm down. He reassured Vincent, telling him not to rush, don't let hatred cloud his judgment. While finding books, he reminded, with Vincent's current power it's far from enough, need to use momentum. Yi Fan indicated specific methods could be thought of later. First, let him read a book to calm down. Vincent forced himself calm, struggling to ponder the deep meaning in the bookstore owner's words. He asked with confusion, what specifically does boss mean by using momentum? Yi Fan didn't answer directly, instead handed over a book saying this wasn't the point. He emphasized again, what you need most now is to calm down first. Yi Fan secretly observed, indeed Vincent's state was very wrong. He judged, Vincent suffered great change triggering post-traumatic stress disorder. Yi Fan worried, if not guided in time, Vincent might completely collapse. Current Vincent had fallen into a mental quagmire he didn't even realize, now relying entirely on revenge's evil fire to support his will. Once it collapses, consequences unthinkable. After Vincent completes revenge, the person is probably wasted too. So the urgent matter was letting Vincent set his sights further. This was also why he chose the book The Sun Also Rises for him to read. Though the story seemed depressing, the essence was yearning for freedom and resilience. Yi Fan believed, with Vincent's wisdom, he'd definitely comprehend its deep meaning. He stuffed the book into Vincent's hands, urging him to first maintain his self. Yi Fan pointed out, your current determination is just appearance. After completing revenge, you're done for. He advised Vincent to think carefully. This was crucial for his future path. Yi Fan continued putting on airs to guide, telling him to find more things supporting life. After all, after the dark night, the sun will still rise as usual. Life will still have hope. Vincent hearing this was greatly shaken, enormous shock in his heart, also breeding some confusion and questions. He pondered the bookstore owner's true meaning. Just like this, sweat from his forehead dripped onto the book. The book immediately reacted, instantly emitting strange black fog. Vincent was greatly alarmed. Could this book actually ignite? He instinctively reached to touch. Then his entire being seemed to be sucked into the void. That black fog, like black flames, surrounded him completely, showing inexplicable oppression. In the void seemed to be a beast roaring, wanting to completely devour him. Vincent suddenly came to his senses, quickly removed his hand from the book. He recalled with lingering fear. Everything just now was definitely not illusion, too real and terrifying. He couldn't help doubting. Was the bookstore owner encouraging him to completely wipe out the Dome Church? He closed this book, which in his view was called Eternal Doomsday, indicating he indeed should find things supporting his future life to do. Yi Fan hearing this secretly rejoiced. This chicken soup wasn't wasted, another lost lamb to be saved. He decided to strike while iron was hot, encouraging Vincent to make his own choice. Yi Fan continued guiding, telling him not to be constrained by hatred. This was just one thing in life, not everything. The world still had many beautiful things, must not let hatred blind his eyes. Yi Fan quoted famous sayings, life isn't just Daiguchi before you, but also poetry and distance. He encouraged Vincent to look far ahead. Life would definitely be more wonderful. Vincent hearing this was again greatly shaken, completely understanding Yi Fan's good intentions. At this time, Yi Fan changed topic, of course. Before that, must first resolve the Dome Church, also to comfort deceased spirits in heaven. Vincent heavily nodded, agreeing with Yi Fan's arrangement. Yi Fan instructed, telling him to first read this book to calm emotions. Continue talking after calming down. Vincent respectfully responded, thank you boss for the teachings. I understand. So he tried opening that book again. The black fog inside attacked again. Outside the bookstore, Dome Church people had already locked onto his trail. 7th District Orphanage Vice Director Jinram reported the situation to Pope Rodney. He respectfully informed he'd already found Vincent's trail. That apostate concealed his tracks all the way, ultimately returning to that bookstore. Rodney asked in a deep voice, confirming whether he personally saw Vincent walk into the bookstore. Jinram confidently responded his familiar would never mistake the target. Vincent was still wearing Buck's clothes. Rodney nodded satisfied and promised, after retrieving Dark Moon authority, would let Jinram succeed as new Dark Moon apostle. Jinram was overwhelmed with favor, hastily knelt giving thanks, swearing to dedicate body and soul entirely to the Holy Church. Rodney at this moment was extremely furious. He determined the root of all evil was that bookstore. He pondered, Vincent, a small priest, doubting sacred moon brain, must have someone behind pushing. Seems that bookstore owner was either an evil deity or its lackey. Rodney, thinking of this, was furious to the extreme. The other actually tried to shake Dome Church's rule to replace it. He secretly decided, must let this shameless rat witness Dome Church's profound foundation. So what if he's God level? He himself was also God level. He secretly regretted even now recondensing authority crystals. The disappeared authority still couldn't return. So he decided to use the holy relic Sleeping Child of the Moon to fill the authority gap. This Child of the Moon was equivalent to the moon's offspring, possessing part of the moon's authority. Rodney began devoutly praying, calling the Sleeping Child of the Moon to grant blessings. He stated, "Recently thieves offended the sacred moon, stealing part of the authority granted to the church. May the Child of the Moon re-grant dark moon and full moon phases. Punish the thief who stole authority." After praying finished, the holy relic manifested, granting power. Rodney's staff instantly lit up with dazzling light. Rodney praised in low voice, promising eternal loyalty to it. Then, in his capacity as current pope, declared granting divine authority to the chosen one inheriting dark moon phase. Jinrum was instantly infused with authority, feeling the powerful force surging within. He was wildly excited. This was the dark moon authority the former dark moon apostle possessed. Jinrum then comprehended the authority's silent domain. Rodney, seeing this, instructed, telling him to use church special funds well, fully advanced 7th District reconstruction. Jinrum respectfully agreed, directly stating this was his duty. Rodney then mentioned, seems Jinrum had recovered from losing his wife's grief. Jinrum smiled evilly, agreeing, that was truly the most painful thing in his life. He fell into memory, recalling he once gave his dying wife a protection and peace cross. Laughably, his wife didn't know until death. That cross was actually the murder weapon taking her life. When his wife was murdered, he was mixing with the beauty, appreciating her being killed by beasts. He thought he could win the beauty, but discovered he fell for the other's scheme. That beauty abandoned him and left. Even replaced his wife's position, becoming a new nun, really infuriated him. Then Jinrum made a request to the Pope, mentioning he and his wife established an orphanage. The orphanage rescued many homeless girls, then using 7th District's shortage of personnel as excuse, requested allowing those girls to return to his side. Rodney saw through his scheme at a glance, but too lazy to expose it. Casually agreed to his request. He only instructed, do your job well, don't make too much commotion. He still had matters to handle. Jinrum immediately withdrew, taking orders, promising to treat those girls well, wouldn't have negative news. After Jinrum left, Rodney snorted disdainfully, secretly cursing him as a fool who didn't know how to cover up. But he knew well, currently most important was quickly resolving the bookstore trouble. Everything else was irrelevant. So he called Cheryl in a deep voice. Cheryl immediately appeared in response, respectfully asking what orders the Pope had. Rodney went straight to the point, asking how Buck's gestation was going now. Cheryl, looking at her large belly, responded, everything was going smoothly. Buck's vitality was growing stronger. Rodney feigned concern, reminding her not to force herself too much. Cheryl told the Pope to rest assured she'd already infused all her power into Buck. Therefore, the reborn Buck would be much stronger than before, and she only wanted to see him again quickly. Rodney, satisfied, praised her awareness, telling her to prepare to welcome Buck's rebirth. Then he loudly declared, now in my capacity as current Pope of Dome Church, return waning crescent phase authority to its holder. As words fell, suddenly a hand inside Cheryl's belly wanted to break through. Severe pain instantly swept through Cheryl's body. She bled from 7 orifices in pain, yet still held on. Then the person inside began madly punching and kicking, desperately trying to break through the belly. Cheryl painfully foamed at the mouth, blood wildly gushing. Finally, one hand broke through the belly. Meanwhile, in another chapel, Ginny was directing nuns to chant hymns. She raised her voice, telling everyone to get energized. Today must chant hymns more devoutly. Everyone replied in unison. Sorrowful hymns rang out, slowly spreading to every corner of the chapel. This singing also reached Cheryl's ears. She hummed along, the song hiding eerie devotion. Accompanied by the hymn, Buck was slowly crawling out from Cheryl's body, welcoming rebirth. Inside the chapel, the hymn continued. Jinrum suddenly pushed the door open. Everyone seeing him was overjoyed, calling out Father Ram, thinking they'd be saved. However, they realized Ginrum's face showed no care, only unconcealed greed. On the other side, Cheryl had also successfully transformed, becoming Dark Maiden Angelina. Angelina arrogantly teased Rodney, long time no see, you're still alive, you old geezer. Rodney, extremely speechless, interrupted her, saying they should discuss business. peacefulness. Then he welcomed Buck and Angelina's return. Buck moved his new body, excitedly marveling that the dark form felt so great. Rodney asked Buck whether he could clearly feel changes in himself. Buck responded, when he just awakened, he sensed extraordinary ether energy filling his body. He detected surging vitality, knowing this was due to authority enhancement. Buck thanked Rodney, admitting his body hadn't been this excited in a long time. Bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, anticipating using a satisfying revenge to wash away his shame. Buck, sensing the power, discovered destruction-level shackles could no longer bind him. He knelt on one knee, showing loyalty, declaring the strongest avenger Buck had completely revived. Rodney informed Buck now his power had been forcibly elevated to god level. Buck firmly responded, saying he completely understood, this time definitely won't fail again. He vowed would make enemies who offended the Holy Church pay a painful price. Rodney, seeing this, was secretly pleased this move was indeed correct. He sensed Buck's ether fluctuation, like death's silent fire, extremely destructive. Rodney praised Buck's awareness, saying the moon would praise loyalty and protect safety. Then he changed topic, asking Buck if he knew who the target was. Buck blurted out, must be that damned apostate Vincent who deserves to be dismembered. Rodney immediately interrupted, correcting the real target was the mastermind manipulating the traitor. He ordered, have Buck go kill that bookstore owner called an evil god. Rodney reminded, the opponent might also be god level, not easy to deal with. Then he confidently stated, he'd already granted god level strength. Even facing an evil god, don't be afraid. Buck, looking at Yifan's photo, indicated he didn't agree with Rodney's words. He firmly stated, he absolutely didn't acknowledge that guy as a deity. In this world, only the moon is the sole supreme true god. Rodney laughed loudly, praising this was what a true moon believer should say, that evil god's actions were all courting death, they were carrying out heaven's will. He ordered Buck, take the evil god's head as an offering to the moon. Rodney indicated he'd grant new divine weapons to help kill the demon, then began chanting. The spell fell. A strange long spear appeared out of thin air before Buck. Rodney introduced, this is the holy spear Alfredo that pierced the moon god's body. He confidently stated, with authority and holy spear assistance, enough for him to kill everyone at the bookstore. Rodney decided to act tonight. He analyzed, Vincent's power consumption was great. Tonight he'd definitely be exhausted and weak, plus fatigue from fleeing. Upon reaching the bookstore, he'd let down his guard. Tonight was the perfect opportunity. Buck agreed, indicating he definitely wouldn't miss this chance. He confidently stated, this time, he'd definitely win. On the other side, Vincent's consciousness was once again sucked into the book. Countless scorching fireballs exploded before his eyes, flames tumbling, illuminating the entire void. Body uncontrollably falling, he steadily landed on an unknown ground. He instantly tensed nerves, surveying alertly, discovering this place was full of skull people shooting light from their heads, all wrapped in magma-like scorching red glow. Vincent strode into the skull group, closely examining this fantastical scene. Seeing one skull suddenly remove its head, inside indeed was rolling, boiling magma core. He tentatively touched the yellow light atop the skull's head. Burning sensation instantly ran through his fingertips, burning numbly. Following the light beam, looking up, he discovered all light pillars shot straight to a thoroughly hot star. In the blink of an eye, magma from that star poured toward him. He instantly felt like burning in fierce fire, unbearable pain. He forced consciousness to watch everything, body seeming to be burned to ashes, this flame unruly, violent and unyielding, burning all things while burning itself until exhausted. Vincent's heart shook to the extreme. Could this be the sun's ultimate essence? Fire, fog, flame clouds madly contracting, expanding, as if brewing world-destroying, towering fury. Such earth-shattering scene was too shocking, leaving Vincent unable to recover for long. Without doubt, this was an old sun walking toward ultimate destruction. He tried reaching out to touch again. Body instantly began splitting in four, severe pain attacking. He weakly panted, unable to believe he was still alive under such impact. Vincent, shocked and scared, looking further, his spirit might be obliterated. To preserve his own sanity, he decided not to delve deeper into the giant shadow's true form in the chaotic void. As he turned, countless fireballs flew toward him at extreme speed, overwhelming, impossible to dodge. Vincent suddenly realized this was probably the sun's remaining weak will. This will had no complete wisdom, consciousness flow chaotic and disordered, only fragment thoughts left. Even so, for him also being a sun, these fragments were still extremely attractive. Consciousness fragments continuously pulled him closer to the giant fireball, lighting his body along the way, while letting him continuously absorb remaining energy in the fireball, silently accumulating power. Finally, he established a tenuous, mysterious connection with this solar force. Vincent gradually understood the sun's deep meaning of existence. The sun is destined to be born, for burning, collapse, and destruction are its ultimate destination. So this was the doomsday scene, the sun's inescapable, predetermined fate. But as one sun walks toward doomsday, another sun begins a new cycle. They wax and wane in cycles, spreading eternal, undying brilliance across the universe. This is the truth of the book Eternal Doomsday. Vincent, completely enlightened, the dark night will eventually pass, the sun will still rise as usual. At this moment, Yifan and Xiao Yue appeared opposite him, quietly watching his state. Yifan secretly pleased, seeing Vincent's solemn expression he must have read into the book. Then he spoke, "You look much calmer. Can continue the previous topic. Dealing with the Dome Church, can't let hatred cloud judgment. Enemy strong, we weak, need strategic approach." He suggested Vincent learn from advanced experience, then make plans. Yifan summarized this connects to the principle of using momentum, asking Vincent if he understood the key. Vincent hadn't recovered yet. Somewhat dazed replied yes. Yifan, secretly satisfied, felt Vincent was about to figure it out, just needed to digest a bit more. Vincent, still somewhat confused, didn't react to what he said. Then a soul tremor, he finally completely came to his senses. Vincent, with lingering fear, the experience just now was too stimulating and shocking. He thought God level was already humanity's power peak, even the limit of human imagination. But the bookstore owner opened the door to a new world for him. Now he actually sprouted the idea of becoming a true sun god. He suddenly realized this was what the bookstore owner called things supporting life. He guessed, the bookstore owner appears human in form, but inside perhaps isn't human. Compared to his high existence, even the sun seems insignificant. Vincent sighed. In the endless universe, power seems endless. He couldn't help being curious, at what level was the bookstore owner who casually granted such knowledge? Finally, Vincent told Yifan he indeed should stay calm. He confessed his many ignorances, hadn't fully understood his deep meaning, requesting he teach him. Yifan explained, this phrase needs practical application, is an effective methodology. He gave advice. First, don't act blindly. Prioritize protecting self-safety. Yifan analyzed, the church's confidence lies in massive clergy and believers, but compared to the broad masses, these reactionaries are ultimately the minority. If they can propagate the church's evil to the masses, let more people recognize the church's nature, the fortress will collapse without attack. So what needs to be done now is accumulate public support. While investigating church evil deeds, collecting evidence. Once there's solid evidence, immediately make it public. Vincent, hearing this, immediately enlightened. Mr. Yi truly has great wisdom. Yifan continued supplementing, when urgent follow expediency, no need to care about moral or method limitations. If encountering extremely evil people, must give them a lesson. He reminded Vincent, you still hold the church's biggest handle. Vincent responded, you mean sacred moon brain? But it's already been destroyed. Yifan explained, one sacred moon brain doesn't matter. Important is making people believe there's a problem. He speculated, sacred moon brain raw materials would have special channels. Believes Miss G and others would be willing to help investigate. After obtaining evidence, can launch public opinion offensive around it. Vincent nodded agreeing, saying he'd do his best. Yifan indicated they'd talked enough. Let Vincent, who traveled a long way, rest well. He arranged Vincent to sleep in the guest room next to Xiao Yue's, with Xiao Yue responsible for protection. Yifan took out his phone saying, church people probably coming to kill soon. Fortunately, he prepared early. Vincent, hearing this, immediately stated, as long as you act, any danger is nothing to fear. After speaking, even the air quieted for a moment. Yifan inwardly frantically denied he was purely an ordinary person, couldn't fight at all. Fortunately, he had police connections as backup, immediately took out phone dialing for help. Claude, on the other end, seeing the caller ID, wondered if Boss Yi had an emergency. He quickly answered the phone, hearing Yifan say the Dome Church had problems. Claude, hearing this, was shocked inside. How did Boss Yi provoke the Dome Church? Then he suddenly associated the recent 7th District destruction, Vanessa's sacrifice incident. Could that be the bookstore owner's handiwork? Thinking this way, all clues made sense. Only Boss Yi had such power. Claude inwardly complained. The Dome Church just had Truth Society's precedent, yet still dared provoke Boss Yi. Truth Society's embarrassed appearance then, he still vividly remembered now. Claude steadied himself, requesting Yifan explain the Dome Church's problems in detail. Yifan then slowly spoke, completely narrating the whole matter's ins and outs. After hearing, Claude was extremely shocked. Never expected the church so cruel and despicable. Yifan quickly requested Claude send police as soon as possible to protect weaklings like them. Claude, hearing, thought Boss Yi was joking, anyone might be weak. Only Yifan absolutely couldn't be weak. He immediately took action, frankly stating this matter was significant, needed to request superior approval first. He instructed Yifan not to make big commotion, he'd rush over as soon as possible. Yifan readily agreed, promising full cooperation, absolutely not alert the enemy. He didn't forget supplementing, emphasizing his side all vulnerable groups with no resistance ability. Claude, on the phone hearing, only felt Yifan was clearly feigning weakness. Inside Mitai's combat division, Claude urgently reported the situation to Radiant Grand Knight Vivian and requested permission to mobilize frontline troops. Vivian immediately stated she'd personally go. She asked about this bookstore, whether it was the place designated as top secret level 1 area. Claude nodded, confirming, then mentioned from Truth Society, Hood's omniscient faction. He recounted this group was audacious, actually ran to the bookstore to steal books. Fortunately, Boss Yi was kind-hearted, only gave lessons, didn't take their lives. He recalled arriving at the scene, the originally arrogant omniscient faction had become completely docile. He even suspected this group's insides might have been completely replaced. Vivian wasn't surprised by this, saying such level big shots doing anything wasn't strange. She mentioned the Elder Council reminding them Radiant Grand Knights, that lord cannot be spied on, cannot be tested, cannot be opposed. Elder Gaia once said, fortunately the bookstore owner was currently friendly to them. They absolutely couldn't be his enemy, otherwise consequences would be unthinkable. Vivian decisively decided, told Claude no need for approval process, depart immediately. She ordered mobilizing Combat Division 5th Squad mid-level and above knights, personally leading the team to the bookstore. Inside the bookstore at night, Xiao Yue reported to Ye Fan, Vincent arranged in the adjacent guest room. She yawned, saying she was also going to sleep, reminding Ye Fan to rest early. Ye Fan agreed, told Xiao Yue to quickly go rest, saying police would soon begin operations. He solemnly instructed Xiao Yue, tonight no matter what noise heard, don't go outside. Outside the bookstore, many bounty hunters were already secretly investigating the store's situation. Mia reported to Donald, life activity inside the store was stable. All three people seemed already asleep. He confirmed Vincent was hiding in the bookstore. The other two were the owner and new assistant. Donald looked around, sensing large numbers of transcendents gathering nearby. They marveled. In their lifetime could actually see so many strong people gather. However, not one person dared act rashly. Donald explained, tonight the right to strike first only belonged to one person. Before that person decided victory with the bookstore owner, acting rashly would only court death. As words fell, someone who didn't know the rules rushed toward the bookstore first. That person just about to push the door, arm was instantly severed. Buck's voice rang out, you bastards all get lost. Besides me, this Crescent Moon apostle, no one is qualified to duel him. He swept around with fierce eyes, questioning which bastard else was unconvinced, then released terrifying pressure. This pressure instantly swept the scene, shaking everyone unstably. Someone terrified detected this ether fluctuation, had actually reached god level. Inside the bookstore, Ye Fan arranged everything, preparing to return to his room to rest. Not long after he entered Dreamland, Buck outside the store observed in the dark, seeing all movements inside the store. He discovered Ye Fan actually fell asleep completely unguarded, secretly admiring indeed had some courage. Buck secretly determined, this time definitely won't repeat mistakes, would go all out. He thought just now intimidating the crowd consumed some stamina, decided to replenish energy on sight. Then transcendents beside him were instantly turned to blood mist, all absorbed into his mouth. After preparations finished, Buck pushed open the bookstore door, aggressively walking in. He shouted fiercely, telling people inside to all come out and die. He definitely used countless methods to torture the other, making them wish for death. Suddenly intense light burst forth. Buck caught off guard, instantly swallowed by the light. He was terrified. This blinding light caused unbearable pain. Couldn't see things clearly. Buck instinctively rubbed his eyes, discovering eye area sticky. He wondered, could it be tears? But after becoming destruction level, he could already control his body. Buck looked down, shocked to find he'd reverted to his very long ago ordinary person appearance. He was completely confused. He should clearly be in the bookstore, but was now in a strange environment. Felt like a nightmare. He suddenly turned, seeing a blurry face he couldn't make out, but his soul still trembled. Buck quickly left here, forcing himself to calm down. He observed the environment, discovering both sides of the room were filled with bookshelves, windows all sealed. Couldn't see outside scenery. Buck carefully investigated, confirming besides himself no other living things in the room. But strangely, he always felt a pair of eyes was invisibly spying on him. Hair-raising. Buck angrily shouted, trying to dispel the discomfort. He made up his mind, must first find a way to leave this strange place. Buck tried mobilizing divine power, but discovered divine power evaporated and disappeared without trace. Not only that, not a trace of active ether energy around him. Buck desperately guessed, could he really have completely become an ordinary person? Emotions suppressed by authority during his long life now surged like tides. Anger, confusion, fear intertwined, making his senses revive, his emotions never so vivid. Buck hated this feeling, believed these useless emotions would make him fall from the altar. He madly roared, none of this was real, must be the opponent's illusion. He shrieked, refusing. He didn't want to be ordinary, didn't want to fall into fear. He struggled to calm his breathing, telling himself must stay calm, finding clues would break the situation. Buck consoled himself, divine power must still be there, just temporarily unusable. He rushed to the door trying to open it, but found the door seemed fixed to space, completely immobile. He forcefully pulled the doorknob. He suddenly realized his hands were uncontrollably trembling violently. Trembling not just in hands, whole body shaking uncontrollably, a terrible thought emerging. Could he be feeling afraid now? Buck madly retreated, denying, shouting impossible. He absolutely couldn't be afraid. He constantly suggested to himself, this guy desperate and hysterical from powerlessness was definitely not him. He panted rapidly, internally extremely desiring power, believing with divine power everything would be fine. Buck forced himself calm again, then viciously slapped himself. He reacted. Seems the caster wanted him to immerse in the scene, believe it was real. Buck immediately decided he'd continue investigating on the first floor, looking for flaws. He saw through it, the more realistic the room layout, the more books, the harder to construct perfectly with illusion. So as long as finding one book with content flaws, the illusion would collapse without attack. After shedding weak emotions, Buck rallied again, claiming he was invincible now. Buck mocked, wanting to defeat him with this level of illusion, still far too lacking. He disdainfully walked toward the bookshelf, saying such small tricks absolutely couldn't make his mentality collapse. He threatened, After escaping, he'd definitely make the opponent pay for this boring provocation. He snorted, coldly grabbing a book. He'd personally expose the opponent's trick. Then he took out a book which in his view was called Doomsday Madness. Buck carefully examined the book in hand, discovering its cover was strange like a curse artifact. But he didn't care, believing the dissonance in the book confirmed his judgment. Then he impatiently opened the pages, only to find inside was completely blank. Suddenly a force swept through his body. He joyfully detected divine power had completely returned. Buck laughed arrogantly, declaring he'd successfully broken this stupid illusion. He casually threw down the book, but saw the book fall into a body of water. He was confused. How could there be water in the bookstore? Was he still an illusion? Buck, unwilling to believe, he'd clearly seen through the caster's routine. He immediately summoned Holy Spear Alfredo, roaring for the opponent to show their true form. Buck cursed, denouncing the opponent as dirty thing only hiding in shadows. Show yourself if you dare. At this moment, books behind him slowly gathered into black fog entity, soundlessly coming before him, muttering something under its breath. Buck was shocked this evil thing could approach without him noticing at all. He thought no more, holding to principle of striking first, raised the spear attacking. The spear instantly poked several holes in the black fog entity. Buck breathed a sigh of relief. Turned out just strange movements, not some powerful evil spirit. He condescendingly berated, told the black fog entity if still alive, obediently answer questions. However, next second, countless holes suddenly appeared on Buck's body, blood gushing out. His flying eyeball just happened to see his facial features detached, lying in a pool of blood. Buck was completely confused. Clearly, he was the one who pierced that black fog entity. Why was he now the one with pierced body lying on the ground? Seeing that black fog entity instantly recover to original state, standing unharmed. Then it even split into multiple ones, completely surrounding the dying Buck. The split multiple black fog entities instantly surged toward him, opening mouths, revealing fangs, seeming to devour him whole. Buck, seeing this, struggled, madly twisting, shrieking, ordering them to stop immediately. But next second, the black fog entities laughed even more madly, swarming toward him. They rushed one after another, competing to tear and bite, greedily devouring every inch of his flesh. Finally, Buck only had broken intestines scattered on ground, becoming dregs fought over by wild things. Those black fog entities then held up his organs, beginning mad carnival. Strange scene, just like someone hosting celebration banquet. Buck used his last eye and mouth chanting spells, making final struggle. Instantly a beam of dazzling white light shone over. Black fog entities completely eliminated by the light. His flesh slowly recast in white light, panting heavily in shock. Buck, suddenly naked, woke up completely, panting in shock. Fear wrapped in tears bursting forth. He was relieved, thinking he was actually still alive. Buck completely collapsed, shrieking, saying he really had enough, wanted to flee back to Dome Church seeking shelter. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Those man-eating monsters can't enter here." Buck alertly turned, discovering he was standing before a door, voice coming from inside the room. He worried it was a trap, but also felt safer than facing man-eating monsters. He was about to push the door, heard animal sounds, instinctively turned to check, then breathed a sigh of relief. Turned out to be ordinary chickens and dogs. Seems here indeed relatively safer. Buck, determined, pushed open the door. As long as he could leave this hellish place, he'd do anything. However, after he entered, the chickens and dogs behind him also approached. More strangely, they actually had human faces showing especially fierce, terrifying smiles. Buck came in, confirming, the voice just now came from this room. No monsters appeared here, completely different from the strange environment outside. Suddenly, blurred sounds came from inside. Buck immediately became alert. He carefully looked toward the sound direction, full of doubt. As he continuously approached, the sound inside became clearer. He stopped walking, confirming the sound source was in the room before him. This door had a window and bars blocking it. Buck reached out, grabbing the door's bars. He leaned close to the window, wanting to see clearly who was inside. Through the bar gaps, Buck saw someone inside muttering to themselves. The person inside shrieked, saying, "They're all mad, all people wanting to harm him." Buck couldn't help asking if the other was the illusion caster. He urged the other immediately release the illusion, stop delaying. But the person inside answered irrelevantly, saying today someone sent him food. He picked up steamed fish, saying supposedly this fish was delicious, but didn't know if it was human or fish. He madly asked to them, what difference was there between fish and humans? He was also human. They still wanted to eat him. Buck couldn't bear it anymore, roaring, "I don't have time to listen to this crazy talk." He irritably urged, "Hurry and let him out, stop rambling." Buck roared, questioning if the other thought with illusions could do whatever he wanted. Don't think hiding behind the door was safe. He could split it with one blow. The person inside suddenly asked back, "You say there's a door blocking you? Those man-eating monsters indeed can't enter here." The person inside suddenly realized, "So you're the one who eats people?" Buck's back instantly went cold, inexplicably feeling a trace of fear. His heart alarm rang loudly, silently calling bad. This was definitely a trap. He wanted to flee, but was grabbed by the wrist by a hand suddenly reaching from behind the door. The person inside questioned, "Where do you want to go? Want to go out and eat more people?" He shrieked, "You're covered in blood, stinking unbearably, no longer worthy of being called human. Buck desperately struggled, shouting he couldn't understand his crazy talk, told the other to let him go. Next second, his internal organs suddenly burst from his body, blood gushing. Those people he ate crawled out from his stomach, opening mouths wide, wanting to eat him. Buck, in severe pain all over, screamed in terror, wanting to flee this terrifying place, but the person inside coldly spoke, saying Buck couldn't escape, stop wasting effort. Next second, the gate before Buck's eyes indeed disappeared. The person inside slowly explained. From the moment Buck was blocked by the door, the one trapped in the iron house wasn't him, but Buck. Buck, surrounded by those vengeful spirits, would soon be completely devoured. He screamed in terror, cursing, saying they were all madmen. Don't come near him. Those vengeful spirits, hearing his shouts, not only didn't stop, but ate even more happily. They continuously gnawed his flesh, hoarse voices ringing in his ears. The real man-eater was him all along. This was his deserved retribution. Now they were just following causality coming to him, collecting old blood debts from him. Not long ago inside the bookstore, Yi Fan through eye sphere, viewing the dreamscape he created. This dreamscape was exactly the fantastical space Buck mistakenly entered earlier. Yi Fan sensed the dreamscape stirring with unusual fluctuation. His first constructed dreamscape welcomed its first visitor. Judging from appearance, the other didn't seem like a human soul, looked very strange. He felt this was a good opportunity, perfect for observing dreamscape creatures, testing dreamscape's ability limits. Yi Fan recalled Silver's instructions during training, beginning to review related knowledge in his mind. He remembered he once asked, would unformed dreamscapes attract unknown existences? Silver explained then, when dreamscape incomplete, insufficient strength or no permissions, easily rolled in foreign objects. Those foreign objects might be dreamscape creatures, or might be human souls from the real world. Silver once reassured, these visitors posed no danger to him. Liked ones could be kept as pets. He watched visitors from God's perspective, experiencing long-missed joy of cloud pet raising. He recalled meeting Silver. The other always treated him well, gentle and considerate. Silver not only fed rare fruits, but taught him many skills, often chatted to relieve boredom. Yi Fan suddenly startled. A terrible thought emerged. Could he have become her pet? He frantically shook his head, denying. Silver definitely wouldn't think so. Then he felt he shouldn't. Overthink. Returned attention to observing visitors. He couldn't help complaining, this visitor really too ugly, not human-like at all. If a human soul, he'd definitely look twice then quickly send out. He was too lazy to observe more, decided to quickly kill the other, lest looking long had nightmares. At this moment movement came from the sphere. Yi Fan looked closely, discovering this visitor's reaction extremely panicked. He was puzzled. His dreamscape had nothing scary at all. What was the other afraid of? Yi Fan observed, though this visitor panicked. Still tried opening doors to escape, even fell into contemplation. He judged, this thing seemed to possess wisdom, just intelligence seemed not too high. Not long after, this visitor stopped before bookshelves. Yi Fan curious, could it want to read books? Seeing the book it selected, Yi Fan's eyes lit up, praising the other had good taste, actually interested in Mr. Lu Xun's works. Yi Fan had a whim, perhaps he could open a bookstore in Dreamscape, serving dreamscape creatures. He planned recommending Freud's works, answering their soul's ultimate questions. Then prepare some astronomy books, letting them feel the universe's vastness and infinite wonders. Just finished conceiving, Yi Fan saw from the sphere the visitor throw away the book, looking extremely pained. Seeing that visitor's flesh chunks begin to decay and separate. Finally a huge explosion, blood and flesh splattering. Only that book, which in his view was called Call to Arms, remained in place. As the visitor disappeared, Yi Fan's monitoring sphere also extinguished, lost signal. Yi Fan looked bewildered. His grand ambitions just ignited. How did it end? Outside the bookstore, Buck escaped with the spear. Surrounding bounty hunters all showed admiration, praising Lord Buck indeed had extraordinary skills. Someone held binoculars closely watching his movements, then suddenly shouted loudly, "Look, Buck moved!" But next second, Buck's body burst with blood, body strangely twisted and deformed, appearing mad. His body and mind still remained in dreamscape, as if countless mouths were devouring him. As the most ferocious imagined mouth suddenly closed, Buck's entire being instantly vanished into smoke, not even leaving a trace of residue. Witnessing Buck's tragic annihilation into ashes, everyone was gripped by extreme fear. Then they screamed and shoved each other, fleeing the bookstore like madmen. Mia fled while terrified. It was truly horrifying. That was a destruction level powerhouse, yet instantly turned to ash before their eyes. This death had no earth-shattering battle, no grand commotion. Only in deathly silence quietly met its end. This destruction level transcendent called Death Country, now not even ashes remained. They didn't even know how he actually died. Donald was deeply shaken. Even destruction level existence had no chance to resist. This was absolute power crushing. Inside that bookstore, an extremely terrifying figure definitely exists. They must flee this place with all their might. Fortunately, he'd arranged for an old friend to meet here, could completely escape unscathed. Soon, several people arrived at the agreed location. Donald called out loudly, saying he'd brought subordinates as agreed. "Please, old friend, show yourself." Yasuo hearing this appeared. introducing himself as Spider Organization Vice President Yasuo. He smiled, greeting, "Long time no see, old friend's body still sturdy." Donald felt nostalgic, thinking back when cooperating with your teacher, you were just a child. He then stated his purpose, hoping with the others' help to gain opportunity to pledge to Hunter Guild. Yasuo, hearing this, only calmly responded, "Oh, that's what you think." Donald continued showing loyalty. He'd prove his value, definitely wouldn't disappoint the other. He implored Yasuo to seriously consider, give an answer satisfying both parties. Yasuo immediately readily agreed, accepting his pledge request. However, the seed of desire on him began stirring restlessly. At the bookstore entrance, Vivian was leading Mitai members hurrying to the scene, but saw the scene in chaos, everyone frantically fleeing. Vivian immediately ordered, "Catch some alive to interrogate what exactly happened here." Mitai members swiftly acted, soon caught several panicked fleeing people back. The capturing member happily said, "These fools had no guard while escaping." He controlled them at once. Claude turned to captives, asking what just happened. He pinched the other's cheeks, threatening if answers wrong couldn't keep her face. He gently persuaded, "Let the other voluntarily cooperate answering questions. Don't court suffering." The captive, scared witless, quickly begged for mercy, saying she'd confess everything. Everyone about to begin interrogation. Suddenly, distant loud rumbling came. Claude wondered, this sound like beast tearing prey's roar. Vivian decisively decided, let Claude check the situation, she'd stay to interrogate. Claude immediately took orders going. The thunderous noise originated from Yasuo's seed of desire. At this moment it was madly pouncing and gnawing people before it, scene bloody and horrifying. Donald and others couldn't react in time, already became its meal. Donald stared at the suddenly out-of-control tragedy, brain completely blank. He suppressed fear, incredulously questioned Yasuo, why do this? Yasuo coldly explained, you speak of loyalty but actually are opportunistic with no devotion. Once encountering crisis only care about self-preservation. Someone disloyal and unjust like you, fundamentally unqualified to be my partner or subordinate. Most importantly, you dare defend Mr. Yi, you must die today without doubt. Donald suddenly realized, so Yasuo and Miss G were both bookstore owners' lackeys. He finally understood why the other's organization rose so rapidly. Next second, Seed of Desire tore him apart, blood splattering, bones gone. Yasuo sighed softly, though Donald had cunning, never saw the fundamental problem. The old era already ended, now is the new era, ruled by hunters. Whoever tries to block the era's tide like Mantis stopping Chariot, ultimately only ends shattered to pieces. Black Pearl arrived at this time, teasing the commotion was really loud, asking if the mission was complete. Yasuo nodded, then asked Black Pearl and others' mission situation. Black Pearl coquettishly responded, already locked dangerous people per master's list, caught targets. Lai requested how to handle captives, whether to directly kill. Yasuo didn't respond, but was shocked by the giant fat rat Lai carried. Told him to explain this thing first. Lai somewhat awkwardly said, this was captive's mount. Wanted to catch it for Black Pearl's transport. Black Pearl was overjoyed, quickly thanked Lai. Yasuo hearing this was instantly subjected to their PDA. Black Pearl curiously pressed, why did Lai suddenly give gifts? Lai blushed, stuttering. He remembered she liked fluffy things, and she was the first person to truly care about him. Wanted to give gifts to make her happy. Black Pearl was deeply moved by this pure sincerity, cheeks red like ripe apples. Then she excitedly shouted, wanting to hug Lai boy. Yasuo on the side was speechless, silently sat down lighting a cigarette, becoming single one spectator. He watched the two show affection, couldn't help sighing, young people really full of energy. Yasuo recalled childhood, teacher also said similar words to him. He now finally understood teacher's feelings back then. This taste indeed hard to describe. At this time Lai sent message, Virgil discovered Mitai people, leading night, interrogating captives. He also explained, this transcendent gathering was all Donald's scheme, these people must be silenced. Lai showed guilty expression, apologetically said he wasn't strong enough, making Yasuo personally kill old-time friends. Yasuo lightly responded, it's fine, just burying old acquaintances once more. He stood up ordering all execute next phase plan, don't linger here. Black Pearl readily agreed, guaranteeing mission completion, pulling Lai to depart. After they left far, Yasuo turned toward shadows, softly inviting now only two people come out and meet. He tossed the cigarette box, asking if the other wanted one first. Claude caught the cigarette box emerging, responding, no thanks. Then he introduced himself. Mitai Intelligence Division Deputy Director, Harry Claude. Executing mission here. Claude went straight to the point, asking if the roar just now related to Yasuo. Yasuo chuckled, reassuring, relax young man, I have no intention creating disturbance. He stated his position, I won't oppose Mitai, everyone's bookstore customers. Claude inwardly shocked, Yasuo also a bookstore customer? Then many doubts could suddenly clear up. But he secretly alerted, bookstore customer status doesn't represent friendly stance. That detestable wild was precedent. Yasuo observed Claude still hadn't relaxed vigilance, praised him worthy of former Radiant Grand Knight's disciple, hiding depths like his teacher. He explained no need to be surprised. Not long ago while rushing he once accidentally saw his teacher. At that time time he just accidentally bumped into the other, instantly triggered crisis alert. Yasuo admitted, that instant, his beast instinct wildly alarmed, he was brushing past death. He sincerely praised, Claude's teacher is the top human powerhouse he'd ever seen. Under the other's overwhelming aura pressure, he felt tiny, deep fear rising in heart. Looking at the world, probably only madmen like Wild dare provoke him. Hearing these words, doubt in Claude's eyes lessened, temporarily choosing to believe him. Immediately, Claude then asked what exactly just happened. Yasuo, hearing, immediately explained in detail all the situation that just occurred. Yasuo finished explaining, commented Buck's death method was very strange. Claude sighed lightly. Person actually already dead. Seems this time they were late again. Fortunately, consequences not serious. Claude marveled. Bossy truly kept his word. This time didn't make big commotion, didn't damage buildings. He recalled Rain Egg incident. Bossy slaying Rain God made shocking commotion. Their cleanup took great effort. By comparison, this method gentle like spring rain. Claude speculated, perhaps for Bossy, dealing with destruction level fundamentally needs no great effort. He remembered Bossy called him over, now should go to Bookstore. Yasuo reminded. Before coming, he looked at Bookstore. Bookstore owner should be sleeping. Claude, hearing, immediately turned, deciding to wait for daytime opening to visit. He secretly alerted, facing Bossy such unfathomable existence, being careful, never excessive. Claude reacted, Bossy acting this time, probably because sleep was disturbed. He couldn't help imagining, Bossy probably had waking anger flare, directly crushed Buck to death. Incidentally also intimidated surrounding crowd with ill intentions. Though Claude stood on Bookstore's side, also feared angering Bossy with waking anger being casually dealt with. Then he thanked Yasuo's reminder, but he still had a question. Hunter organization and Donald's gang had no interest conflict, why choose to hunt here? Yasuo stated frankly, personal level no grievances, but organization level had them. He explained two reasons for hunting. First, to eliminate hidden dangers they held. Second, following leaders' orders, because the other helped many wanted criminals. This act was to show stance, their organization completely legal and compliant. Then he formally made cooperation proposal to Claude. Claude admitted frankly, personally he's very willing to cooperate, but he's insignificant, can't make organization level cooperation decisions. Moreover, past transcendent organization certification belonged to Truth Society, he had no authority to interfere. Yasuo mentioned previous hunter organizations, tone full of disdain, bluntly said those organizations just beasts huddling for warmth, while Truth Society scholars looked down on hunters, only treated them as gamblers who might go mad anytime. Yasuo sighed, hunters led astray by beast blood, too many detours, fortunately had Boss Ye's guidance. He emphasized, must change hunters' inherent impression to stabilize foundation, Matai would also be pleased to see. Claude thought he made sense, but worried this was one-sided, feared hunter power losing control. Yasuo saw through Claude's concerns at a glance, proactively proposed solution. He promised, Hunter Guild would fully cooperate with Mitai's actions against Dome Church. At this time, Seed of Desire came forward greeting, successfully attracting both people's attention. Claude was shocked, recognized this as Seed of Desire boss Yi personally raised. Just appearance changed, he inwardly clicked tongue. How many lives and desires did it devour to become like this? Claude immediately stated, having such combat power join eagerly desired, combat needs further investigation to decide. He explained, Dome Church operated many years involving civilians, elimination needs extreme caution. Yasuo analyzed, Dome Church's size massive, if there are informants matters would be different. He mentioned Ryan saying he already controlled Dome Church's intelligence. Claude, overjoyed, thanked Yasuo's wholehearted help, promising full support for him, then proactively extended hand to Yasuo. Yasuo shook back, promising wouldn't disappoint him, wishing happy cooperation. At this time, Claude received call, asking about Vivian's situation there. After hanging up, he also understood Boss Ye's words, so the vulnerable groups Boss Ye mentioned were these bounty hunters. Claude marveled, Boss Ye was padding their performance. He instantly agreed with Caroline's words, Boss Ye very friendly to his own people, but like devil to enemies. Just now, Crescent Moon Apostle Buck was completely erased. What level of method was this exactly? Truth Society set transcendent rating as abnormal level, terror level, destruction level, god level, these 4 levels because no one stepped further up. But clearly, Bookstore owner already transcended these levels. At this time, Yasuo beside also finished work handover. He decided to first clarify Boss Ye's intentions, then cooperate with layout advancing follow-up actions. The two then agreed, tomorrow meet at Bookstore, properly discuss related matters. After the two finished chatting, 2 girls dressed in maid outfits suddenly appeared, respectfully addressing Yasuo as master. Girls Kaide and Rin coquettishly asked, what kind of service do they need to perform tonight? Seeing this, the scene became extremely awkward. Claude looked at Yasuo incredulously, never expected him to have such good fortune. Yasuo instantly panicked, quickly explaining the two's origins. These 2 children were fallen noble daughters, after family decline were captured as slaves. He saved them. Kaide hearing refuted, Master's grace wasn't as simple as he said. Rin also added, bloodthirsty coachman cruel and vicious, they suffered inhuman torture under him. Master personally destroyed hell, saved their lives. They gratefully said, Master also taught them the proper way to live as hunters. Yasuo, slightly shy, said he wasn't so great great, original intention not what they thought, Kaede and Rin coquettishly indicated. Therefore, to satisfy Master's preferences, they're willing to wear maid outfits. Master need not care about worldly views, can do whatever to them. Yasuo angrily shouted, he never had such hobbies, told them to honestly confess who instigated. Kaede and Rin, scared sobbing, said it was Sister Black Pearl's suggestion, told them to care for Superior. Sister Black Pearl gave clothes and taught them scripts. Tonight must make Master happy. Yasuo went mad, inwardly frantically cursing Black Pearl. Black Pearl on the other side suddenly sneezed. Lai asked Black Pearl why instigate Kaede and Rin to do this, not afraid Vice President getting angry. Black Pearl slyly smiled, saying Lai didn't understand men. She confidently said Vice President, now happy inside, might even want to thank her. However, truth was, Yasuo gritted teeth in anger, fists clenched creaking. He secretly determined upon return would extract Lai's romantic desire, irritate Black Pearl. He apologized to Claude, saying his education inadequate, let the other see a joke. After agreeing again to meet tomorrow at Bookstore, hastily said goodbye and left. Claude watched Yasuo leave, marveling too many things happened this night, preparing to return to finish up. He secretly wondered if Dome Church big shots could sleep peacefully tonight. Claude returned to Bookstore entrance, surprised to find so many criminals caught for observation. Vivian smiled welcoming, saying, tonight's harvest full, thanks to Hunter's intelligence and one lady's cooperation. She introduced, this lady actively cooperated, even helped catch criminals. Clean background, wants to recruit her as personal assistant. At the church depths on the other side, Pope Rodney suddenly spat out old blood, expression horrified to extreme. He couldn't believe Crescent Moon Phase's radiance actually dimmed in an instant. This authority from the moon actually completely severed connection with him just now. Rodney, full of doubt, previously 2 apostles fell, when authority erased still could connect to moon. He really couldn't figure out what terrifying situation Buck encountered to be like this. Words not finished, Rodney's long-worshipped Child of the Moon suddenly exploded. Scorching flames instantly swept, Child of the Moon remnants devoured by raging fire. Rodney completely collapsed, eyes bloodshot, letting out heart-wrenching roar, then crawling and rolling rushed toward burning Child of the Moon remnants. Sensing Child of the Moon's aura increasingly weak, he hastily prayed, begging Child of the Moon to calm down, asking which rat dared harm deity. He vowed would eliminate enemies, as long as Child of the Moon could regrant authority, must make enemies pay. He near maniacally urged, let Child of the Moon return authority to him. Child of the Moon exhausted last trace of strength releasing authority. Rodney's scepter finally flickered faint light again, but Crescent Moon Phase still dim, never lit up again, completely lost luster. Rodney instantly understood, this wasn't authority attrition, but gouged from moon body completely. He softly comforted Child of the Moon, let it rest peacefully, he'd remain forever loyal to it. At this time Cheryl panicked, rushing in shouting big trouble. Rodney rebuked her not to lose composure, currently only need find Buck's soul, regestate. Cheryl tearfully said, this time situation definitely not so simple. She explained already exhausted ether searching, but couldn't find Buck's soul at all. Rodney's pupils suddenly contracted, couldn't believe Buck's soul actually completely erased. He really couldn't accept Buck actually, like cutting vegetables, directly erased from existence. And the other, while killing Buck, actually also burned Divine Authority's root. He gritted teeth, didn't understand what monster bookstore owner was. Methods so terrifying. Rodney took deep breath, calming emotions, told Cheryl to withdraw first, no need worry about this. Cheryl respectfully obeyed, shakily left, expression still uneasy. Full Moon happened to pass by. Rodney, seeing, spoke, told Full Moon to quickly come in. He beckoned, signaling Full Moon approach, saying, no need be restrained, speak slowly. He caressed Full Moon, praising skin tender energy full, trained very well. Then he lewdly told Full Moon on his lap, detail bookstore scenes situation. Full Moon responded, throughout use Divine Moon Eye observing, but completely unable understand scene situation. Full Moon asked what to do next. Seeing Rodney distracted, softly called Pope my lord. Rodney came to, comforted Full Moon saying no problem, praised her doing well. He checked the time, told Full Moon to go to Divine Arts practice room wait for him. Full Moon respectfully agreed. After turning to leave, only Rodney remained in room. He finally became full of fear. He was deeply shocked. The other could easily annihilate destruction level, burn Divine Authority. Rodney knew clearly, even God level, killing destruction level also requires effort. How could world have God level existence casually killing destruction level? At this time, terrible thought suddenly emerged. Could that bookstore owner already reached legendary non-existent level? Then he suddenly shook head, denying, shrieking that level only exists in dreams. The other definitely used despicable means to ambush Buck, definitely not self-strength. At this time, a cold voice rang out, agreeing he said right. Rodney glimpsed pattern on the other's body. Pupils suddenly contracted. Recognized this was past path of fire sword symbol. Black-robed person's tone cold, rebuked Rodney, too disappointing. This setback scared Witless. Rodney hastily defended, of course not. But he really didn't understand. What was Yifan's background? Strength so strange. Rodney turned questioning black-robed person. Why watched Buck get killed but didn't rescue? Didn't you initially promise to provide help? Black-robed person sternly rebuked him, insolent. He warned Rodney, figure out your own identity, this isn't place where you can rage. Black-robed person threw out choice, told Rodney think clearly, want dome church or power transcending God level. Rodney without hesitation prostrated on ground, posture humble to extreme. He urgently showed loyalty, bluntly stating he only sought power. Black-robed person satisfied nodded, ordered him to focus preparing ritual, help Moon escape. He promised continuous raw material supply, commanded Rodney full-speed advance progress, then revealed Michael, my lord, would personally act. If Yifan seeks death, then fulfill him. Black-robed person emphasized, Rodney's primary task was helping Moon escape Dreamscape. Rodney respectfully agreed, saying he and entire Dome Church would obey orders. Black-robed person satisfied praised, told him recognize position, naturally can get what's wanted. He reminded Rodney, cultivating him from attendant to peak as Pope, not to maintain Dome Church. Rodney quickly admitted fault, respectfully follows my lord's teachings. He secretly recalled, if not this lord acting, he'd already died in filthy room. At that time, lord handed him a sword. Let him kill on spot the villain who molested him. Rodney secretly regretted. Just now actually lost head speaking loudly to lord. Truly deserves death. This lord was founding Pope, one of Path of Fire Sword's 10 founders, while he was just insignificant lackey under lord. Inside bookstore, Yifan woke from sleep stretched, then got up opening door just opened. Xiao Yue pounced up, tightly hugging him. Yifan understood in heart, must be the dregs he left in her dreamscape made her have nightmare. He gently asked Xiao Yue if she had nightmare, told her don't be afraid, talk about dream situation. Xiao Yue sobbed, pouring out. She dreamed Yifan didn't want her anymore. Her tears uncontrollably fell, extremely wronged and helpless describing. In dream she originally was discussing future plans with the moon, but came to senses. Only she remained in dream. Calling Vafris and Vincent had no response. Then Boss suddenly appeared before her, said to remove her assistant status, to completely push her away. Also said human life brief, ultimately couldn't accompany her to the end. Wanted her from now on alone, forever lonely in endless darkness. No matter how she knelt desperately begging, Boss resolutely left without looking back. Then behind her suddenly surged countless black hands, grabbing with putrid stench, vowed to drag her back to that ice-cold, bone-chilling jar, to forever imprison her within, in boundless darkness, never seeing daylight. Xiao Yue trembling begged Yifan, don't leave her alone. She never wanted to return to that boundless darkness, endure despair. That jar so dark and cold, the pain inside she'd never forget. She cried, promising she could mind shop, clean shelves, willing to do anything. She guaranteed eating extremely little and especially frugal, only asking not to be abandoned. Xiao Yue cried, almost fainting, begging, as long as Yifan doesn't throw her away, willing to do anything. Yifan, hearing, felt intense pain inside, harshly slapped himself mentally. He frantically cursed himself worse than beast, actually made Xiao Yue suffer such fright. Then he immediately started comfort mode, frantically promising never leaving her, doing utmost to smooth her fear.